आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इसमें बदलाव हो सकता है। अब डिपेंड करता है कि डिवाइन जीत रही है या नहीं, डिपेंड करता है कि अगले 6 मुकाबले के अंदर टीम सोल क्या वो ओरांगुटैन के ऊपर रहेंगे या फिर ओरांगुटैन वो टीम सोल को पछाड़ सकते हैं।
फिलहाल टीम सोल तो काफी आगे चल रहे हैं, की बारी आने वाली है, बट फिलहाल मैच की बारी आ चुकी है। जयपुर, क्या आप तैयार हैं इस पहले मैच के लिए?
Time for business, isn't it? We fly once again. For 6 more times, we are going to be flying on the maps of Bmps itself, and this time it is going to be the lands of Rondo.
Hi guys,
Bmps
welcome back.
2026 Grand Finals, day number 3. Divine Gaming still going to be at the top. Orangutan
Oh, good bro.
chasing them down. Team Soul chasing them down, and of course for the trophy, there's going to be so many teams out there as the flight path does extend. I see this is going to be so crucial. Rondo does give you that little bit of an opportunity to get those 20, 30 pointers on board. And if somebody from God's Reign, somebody from Victorious Summers, or maybe even Godlike can find that big point, if DG falters, the entire tournament, the storyline, and all of the supporters, it shifts on its tails. The whole story flipped.
Yeah, but as of yet here, seems like we are going to be using for a little bit of a usual place out here. The hot drop in Neox Factory and Test Track is going to be the way to go. Every team is going to be trying to fight things out here to try and get a pull lead here. But on the finish feed, we do see TAG having a little bit of run-in with 8-bit. God's Reign also taking a little bit of tumble here. Soul is actually shredding onto his Justin. Delta next to fall. Not a great start now here for Delta.
Not really so much. Team Soul finding the first 2 frags. God's Reign on the flip side is definitely going to be in struggling shoes as Team Soul now takes shots.
ஐஜில் சுத்தி 3 பேர் இருந்திருக்காங்க.
In the distance. Delta PG has been finished off.
What's your instruction? Nothing bro.
This game is not
Last day நம்ம என்ன பேசினாலும் கலாவாது. அவங்களுடைய flow level பட்டு விளையாடணும் மட்டும் தான் உண்டு.
Find it out. God's Reign needs to stay alive, especially in the first phase. Needs to find those very crucial points. 94 on the overall standings, I see. Just feeling so anxious. On the flip side, have a look at this. Orangutan Myth Official as well. Certainly not too much on the overall standings, sitting a little low. Doesn't really matter. They're playing for pride.
Yeah, they definitely are. At the same time, Myth, can they get the better placements is going to be the question as well. But on the finish feed, we do see Genesis already starting to rack up some serious points as well. Try and give chase. The battle to Divine Gaming is still on the line here for this game. But for OG, seems like they do need to wrap
games on okay.
Converse into his end game for the chase against Soul. Soul is going to be the biggest target. At the same time, they do need to find a few picks here. Pre-fires comes through. D-Trox walks in the line of sight, takes him down. That's going to be a point in the back here for OG, but the return fire from the sides here is going to be 7 gods with the third party.
Nice one coming in from Ninja as well. 7 gods not just giving up as of yet. Myth Official on the flip side. Lucifer is going to be on the outside. He really wants to find the confirmation. The trade was brilliant, but nobody has been able to snatch away point from OG as well. Divine Gaming on the other side. Now they're going to be duking up against Victorious Summer. Shots from the backlines. Ronnie finds a knock. It seems like Divine Gaming, it's not really going according to plans as Victorious Summer snatch away points from the kitty. And now the two get the start. 3 points on board. It's Victorious Summers to get off the mark.
Oh my goodness, Victorious Summers with the timing to shut them down was beautiful. But now for OG, they're going in for the flush. They clean out Myth Official. I think he will be picked up, but Soul and Godlike now having a little bit of run-in, but Soul getting third party from afar. Godlike will somehow defend this. It seems like Goblin remains. Sawme, S-Power, and Mino needs to go in for the reset here. And Mino getting flushed down. Goblin goes in for the wide push and gets taken down instead. What a cover fire. What a trade here from Sawme. And Godlike will find himself 2 points from this fight.
El Clasico Vindin Bijumai on the final day of the Grand Finals. What a sight to witness. Victorious Summers on the flip side has been finding knocks after knocks, but look at Vasista though. Aren't really giving up just as of yet. Scary job though. This time does find a knock against Team Tamilas. Ronnie has been knocked off by Sawme as well. Godlike looking ruthless, I see, in the early stages of Rondo so far.
Insane stuff here coming from them. Great start. But the biggest problem in this entire lobby is still going to be DG. Victorious Summers was able to put a dent in their early aggression. But now it's going to be out towards the end game zone. Godlike now in a little bit of trouble. Vasista Esports finds Mino. with aimbot with the smoke on the sides. Mino trying to crawl his way through. S-Power with the support fire. Asami knows exactly where he is. The nades is coming in. Does he clip him? No, he does not. But he is going to try and walk himself up to the stairs here.
ராஜன் bro phone பண்ணவே இல்லடா நான்.
Not making it easy here for him. Aimbot goes in for the push. And oh, what a flick here from Aimbot to shut him down.
Couldn't really have done much over there. Some was stacked off early on as well. Did try to go back to cover, but the timing and of course the movement of Aimbot Vasista Esports seems to be extremely aggressive in this move itself. As Power with the nade doesn't really find the connection. Godlike Esports now
like பண்ணிட்டு பாருங்கப்பா.
set up a 1v1 as Power moves on the outside, gets the door closed. This is nice. Clean stuff coming in from Godlike, but can Vasista Esports do find the confirmation? It's going to be the question with 1-8. Is Power showing his class? Godlike showing their class, and this time Victorious Summers, they're going to be feeling the heat. Vasista Esports is going to be feeling the heat as well.
What a precise nade there coming from S-Power. Phenomenal runs. But at the same time, third party comes in. Team Tamilas comes in to snatch up all those points here. Godlike also looking for a big game. Beast now going to try and defend this Justy down row. Free fires coming in. No connection so far, but ooh, great trades from Justy. And Justy, he outplays him with a slither of health. Takes the man out. A big game here for Team Tamilas. But will they be able to push up the ladder? That's going to be the question here. But for Godlike, they're not really over yet with Neox Factory. There's still S-Power and Mino from the prior initial fight. Seems like they are going to try and chase down Team Tamilas this time.
Team Tamilas and 7 Gods have had the best starts to Rondo right now. 6 eliminations and 5 respectively. 7 Gods, especially for them, it can be a little too late, but this is still their first grand final. So I think they're going to be happy, but this time, have a look at this. Team Soul in danger. Knuckle falls. Lucifer from Myth Official. Nice strike comes through. Nebula on the flip side. This time going up against Revenant X-Pac. As Vaadhi falls, Ninja was knocked off as well. But his Valiant Warriors aren't letting Revenant X-Pac bow out. Proton Pain still back in form.
Yeah, Revenant X-Pac finding a little picks here. Seems like the middle pack are starting to take a little bit of unorthodox damage here. Majority of the recalls has been used except for Genesis and Reckoning Esports as well as 7 Gods and TAG. So only 4 teams was not part of this early skirmishes. But for Godlike, they seem to have not wrapped up their fight yet. It's been 7 minutes so far. Godlike Team Tamilas still inside the zone, but whoever wins this fight, they need to wrap things up. They need to start stocking up loose to prepare for the end game here. But on screen now, Reckoning Esports going to be on the hunt against 7 Gods. They had one of the most amazing day 1 starts here in Grand Finals. Day 3 currently with 82 points. Chase still very much possible, but it is going to be a tough one. 7 Gods playing this passively. Reckoning going to try and clear those angles. Not enough nades to work with, but seems like all these movements is going to get scouted out. And a great nades here from Sahil to find Ninja as the opener.
Reckoning Esports, the Sly Foxes were the first ones to take the lead in the grand finals of BMPS 2026. This time, of course, Ninja is still standing tall, does find a connection, but the nade is brilliant. Reckoning Esports is going to find the confirmation of all of those finishes. 5 points on board already. As one man has been finished off, they do have the recalls available, but need to finish off 7 Gods. And Roman strikes right in the nick of time as Reckoning Esports 6 eliminations in their bag.
Oh my goodness. A tricky situation here for 7 Gods. But nevertheless, Reckoning Esports is able to salvage the situation. Pro was picked up from the recall, so it's not the end of the world for them yet. And on screen now, Genesis, who hasn't used their recall yet. They are smack middle of the zone. Now getting assaulted here from God's Rain. Not the perfect timing to be losing bodies here, but seems like they are going to try and take a couple of attempts here. But Victorious Summers trying to rotate from the zone. This time they get kept here by 8-Bit. Losing a waste. Scary John forced to disengage and back off from that fight. Has to swing wide outside the zone there. Cannot afford to drop bodies. And for Genesis, even though they have recalls, this is not a great time to be taken out here. They've got one of the best positions in the zone for the end games. If they get taken out, for them to get the recall is almost near impossible because almost all the recalls are outside the zone.
But honestly, I see now this is going to be a big fight. God's Reign and Genesis out there. The ones who are contesting for the podiums, they do not have any plan B right now. They just want to duke it out as Gravity and all 4 of Genesis is going to be in this fight. God's Reign strikes first. Gravity gets knocked off as well. No backup, no plan B, no recall towers. If you get finished off here, you are down and out, and the chase for the trophy is almost going to be done and dusted, and Nate comes through from the land demon. Equinox strikes, gives Godsrain a lead up front. Genesis Esports, of course, might just give in to the temptation. Is going to go in for the revives, but Godsrain moves and bobs and weaves. It's nice movement coming through. I like this, what Godsrain is doing right now, I see.
Oh boy, Hunters, he's got to pull the big one. Finds the opener, but needs to pull even more here. His health is low. Justin's got him pinned. Needs to find a little bit pick. He needs to find the second one. Hunters eventually gets picked off. It's going to be the third party from afar. It's going to be Myth once again that shuts down Genesis. Now Fury has to run for his dear life outside the zone just for the recall. What a fumble here from Genesis. And the third parties from Myth completely ruining their chances, but giving Godsrain a decent amount of shot to play towards the end game now.
I see how you're getting the vibes. Hunter's final day of the grand finals vibe once again. What a strike through the window it was. It kind of feels like Genesis can be back once again. They've got the recall.
चेली को देखेंगे zone के अंदर पहुंचते हुए बाकी तीन
to the recall tower, so the entire team can come back. They knew it. The fight was done and dusted. And for Godsrain, it was 2 quick points that they did find for themselves, as we do have a look at Team Apex Gaming. And what a phenomenal run throughout the tournament they've had, to be honest. Going through every single round, making themselves present in the grand finals. I think it's such a big moment for sure. It didn't really go according to plan, but the next time they come up, pretty sure Jelly and Jonathan is going to have a plan for sure.
Well, as of yet, the plan is going to be to push into its top 10 for the KIE rankings, but of course, better placements means better shot. And as of yet, the biggest threat in this entire lobby, Divine Gaming is still standing.
ஐஜிஎல்
Been
லூட்
laying low,
அடிச்சிட்டு
ducking
இருக்காருன்னு
their
நினைக்கிறேன்
tails for quite some time.
பின்னாடி.
And it seems like based on the minimap as well, they're still outside the zone. So this is going to be a very tricky task for DG. And I'm curious to see how they are going to be able to handle this. Because as of yet, Divine Gaming, they need to be the first team out so that everybody else has a shot from this game. Tricky business. Nebula also going to try and scrape by and try and push into the zone. Seems like they're still exactly sure on how they want to approach this here. And right behind it, right in front of us is going to be Divine Gaming. That's going to be the biggest targets here.
To be honest, Divine Gaming, I'm not really sure what their plan is going to be. Coming in from the north, now they've taken an extremely long rotation towards the south, and now they're trying to move inside from the position of TAG as Godlike
பிரியாணி ஆமாம் ப்ரோ.
taps away against their arch nemesis Revenant Dexbuck in the distance, but this time Jelly, he's been found out in the open. Vasista Esports, shots getting taken. It is going to be aimbot. This man has been ruthless. And TAG, they finally regrouped to get back their fallen IGL. But look at Vasista Esports. Beast closes in the distance as Ronnie as well. Cooking up the nade. This can be huge. Vasista Esports not really in the greatest of positions as the nades coming from Hydro. Ronnie has been finished off. Hector in the backlines as well as Jonathan. As well as Hydro out there. This is going to be something from Team Apex Gaming. Hector still stands tall. Moves around this rock. I see, I'm getting a feeling that a 1v2 might just be on the cards right now. And Nate comes in, almost looks like flushes him out. Hydro, nice stuff.
Oh my goodness, what a blunder there, but it is not over yet. Aimbot takes out TAG, but the third party from afar that takes them out, a complete wipeout. They take each other out somehow. TAG versus the Esports both eliminated at the same time. My oh my. This was just so unexpected. It was Reckoning Esports that took down Aimbot on the last player. What an unfortunate demise, but as of yet, Victor Summers, they actually ran back out to pick up ways with the recall. Now, having a little bit run in here with Myth Official, but they're still boxed in. Vehicles pretty much damaged as well. They're not exactly in zone. And Oasis now needs to find a way to push in. Needs a little bit of backup. Mafia being called in. Myth Official is trying to take him out as well with Daddy in the forefront. Trying to capitalize on this, but seems like Victor Summers, they do have other plans. He's going to be setting up a tandem nade. Hoping to get lucky. Daddy getting chipped off. He knows exactly where he is. Aways is going to try as well. That's going to be the second nade that connects. And the third one is going to get the knock. And now Victor Summers, do they go in for the push?
It's going to be tough for Victor Summers to actually try and cross the road over as well, but they're still going in for it. A very high-risk move for Venom to actually cross on that road along with Scary Joel, but it seems like Victorious Summers now ejecting themselves out of this fight, which is a great decision, found their way out in the open. They always have to remember they've got a trophy to chase. Not every fight is due for the win. On the flip side, Genesis Esports, they finish off the likes of Team Soul. I'm not sure how many players are left alive. 2 players still standing. Joker right at the edge of the circle. What just happened to Team Soul? 2 men evaporating into thin air.
Yeah, what a hit and run here coming from Genesis. And Joker line up the sights, but just could not connect those shots. A little bit unfortunate here. The spray god never misses. Finally missing on the main stage. Seems like the pressure is starting to cook up here on Soul. Especially with Soul and OG still fighting for the second ticket themselves. Soul already in the current standings has been kicked down towards the bottom 11, so they are matching with OG. So that means Soul will still have the ticket. And if Soul stays down on the bottom, OG overtaking push up, they should be able to hold on. But Divine Gaming under fire now. Knight almost getting taken out with a slither of health. They've only got 1 finish. They barely made it into the zone as well.
That is dot HP on Knight, to be honest. Not the best of positions for Divine Gaming. They've been betrayed by the circle. Now 7 gods looking to gatekeep this team and put them back to oblivion. Where are you going to go now? How are you going to find the center of the circle, Omega? What is going to be your move? On the left, he's got Revenant X-Pac. On the right, he's got 7 gods as well. And Team Soul, they're going to be coursing through these merry grounds. As Goblin and Joker, they're still alive with the flag in their hearts right now. But can it be on their jersey? It's going to be a big question as Levi strikes. Goblin falls. Soul now is going to be in a big world of dangerous reckoning. Esports now. Look at Roman in the back lines. Cooking up a nade. And he's looking to strike. He's looking to hit the bullseye. It lands. It bounces. But it moves off as well. I see Team Soul. Their life seems to be hanging by a thread now.
Oh my goodness. Joker, last man standing. Reckoning Esports got him completely pinned. There's only so much he can do. He's pretty much stuck in one of the most awkward situations here. But fortunately for him, he does have center control, so he's going to try and aim for some sort of placement point. That is going to be very crucial here for Joker. But Reckoning Esports, look at this. They're just not giving him a break, bro. He's going to try and tap his way through. Joker, the man, the miracle, the most decorative player, has to pull a miracle in this game. But on screen, we just saw the demise here of 8-Bit, with Myth Official wiping the floor with 8-Bit. Taking him out, and then none of the team falls. Surprise, surprise, stage 4, 42 players alive, 12 teams in this facility. It is going to be a little bit of a free-for-all here in the Rondo match.
It is going to be free for all. Free for all of the chasers down there. Divine Gaming in trouble. Victorious Summers at the center of the circle. Godlike Esports smacking everyone that they can find. What a storyline. What a final day. What a start to Grand Finals Day number 3, lads.
Seems like the zone is going to force DG to push up as well. They are so far off. Revenant X-Pac, one of the first teams that they have to go through in terms of obstacles. Slug already taken out. Godlike trying to keep Revenant X-Pac in bay to make sure that DG gets caught off. Such a tricky situation, but Divine Gaming, they still have those vehicles, they still have those mobilities. But as of yet, seems like from the far fray, we have a third party. It's going to be God's Drain that chimes in on Revenant X-Pac. Ninja John getting taken out, Proton and Pain remains, and I think this is go time here for Divine Gaming to push up.
This is brilliantly done by Kotsrin as well. Just 2 men left alive, but they're still going at it. On the flip side, Nice Nade coming in from Omega. It almost did strike. Revenant X-Pac, they do something to keep themselves alive. Proton has got a little dip for himself. Meanwhile, the same can be said for Pain. Divine Gaming, meanwhile, on the other side of the road. Why are they not heading straight for the circle? This can be problematic for you, Divine.
Seems like they were waiting for audio cues, but seems like they won't be able to do so. They are going to force themselves way in. Revenant X-Pac also going to go for a mad dash as well with 2 players to push into the zone. And they run right into the trap of Victorious Summers. What an ambush. What a blind spot. They did not see this coming. Right into a roadblock set up by Victorious Summers. That's going to be 2 juicy points in the hands of Victorious Summers. What a strat coming from a ways.
It's a brilliant statistic, to be honest, as well, for Victorious Summers to find the center of the circle more often than not. But now there's going to be an important fight. Godlike has found 6 eliminations already, and now they're going for more. We talked about the headhunters. It seems like Godlike Esports, they found Omega! Divine Gaming! Now this is going to be what changes the course of the tournament. Now Godlike Esports, 99 points, 1 point shy of the triple digits.
Oh my goodness, Divine Gaming, they are stuck at OG. They are looking to try and push in themselves here. They might look to try and gobble up all these points, but Godlike Esports, they're setting such a hard bargain here for all this team trying to push up. A very heavy toll that they need to pay. And even OG is scrapping for some points. They're still at the edge of zone. They are going to try and play clean up here. No entry for Divine Gaming. OG blocking the west side. Godlike on the southeast. And they've got God's Rain caught in between alongside with DG. It seems like Divine, they are going to swing down south and they are going to creep up behind Godlike. And my, oh my, Godlike, they did not realize that they're so close. And Personal and Sonic gets picked off instead.
This is problematic for all of the neutral watchers out there. Hold on to your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Slug lobs in a nade, but the return one strikes as well as Mania, the captain of the yellow jersey, is not giving up just yet. 7 eliminations found. Victor Summers in the back lines, Orangutan in the sidelines. Meanwhile, Divine Gaming just clinging on the dear life as Molotov overshoots. But that is it! What a nade by his power! As Divine Gaming, they are done and out, and Godlike now have themselves a target.
What a wipeout for Divine Gaming, losing only Same. And guess what? The floodgates are now officially open. Divine Gaming only getting himself 3 points from this match. And a big game from Godlike and a big game for Victor Summers gives them the shot for the crown, for the trophy. The race is officially on, guys.
The race is officially on for sure, but there is also one more very important team out there. That is going to be Orangutan. They're fighting to place themselves beyond Team Soul. Team Soul, by the way, has been wiped off. 63 points on Orangutan, 73 on Team Soul. If OG can find a chicken dinner for themselves in the first game itself, now they are going to be the ones to be the lead for the race to Paris. How big is that going to be? Orangutan currently at the foothills of Gateness, and Godlike at the tippity top, quite literally so as well. But meanwhile, I see we also have to look at the circle. To be honest, Team Tamilas out of nowhere, they've got complete control of the entire play zone.
Oh, such a tricky spot here. But now the zone still forcing onto his Victor Summers. That roadblock, that ambush is still brutal. On screen, 7 Gods tries to go for the mad dash, and Reckoning Esports goes in for the slam. Levi now in a 1v1 situation, and he loses his trade. Ninja clutches his big time here for 7 Gods. Reckoning Esports, they've got 13 elimination, but they need the chicken dinner to try and catch up. But as of yet, down towards the final 5 teams. Godlike still doing a phenomenal job. OG chooses to disengage and to swing into the zone. Victor Summers' ambush still stands strong. Resista Esports were the team, Revenant Expert was the team that fell trap, but they still have this point where a lot of teams are not going to be expecting them as well. This is going to be the highest points inside the zone. They do have deployable covers. It seems like Godlike, they need to push up, but look at this. Godlike, they're not even bothered for the zone. They are going to try and clean up the edges first.
Isn't that not the best way to proceed with things? Godlike Esports just going after heads. There is a team in the name of 7 Gods, and Godlike Esports now might just be the slayers of the gods themselves as 2 more men strike. 7 God falls in a flash as Godlike. This is going to be the scream towards the grand finals. My oh my, 13 eliminations. Godlike is making it look possible, I see.
The crowd goes absolutely bonkers. Who would have thought that Godlike just might be able to do it? Their first ever official. The chase still continues. 13 elimination in the back. Victor Summers also part of the picture, fighting to try and catch up to Divine Gaming's lead. But problems still arise. Victor Summers gatekeeping. OG also trying to beat Soul. Now going to be pushing in. The nades comes through. Victor Summers gonna try and shut them down. OG losing one outside, and Mafia with the swing by takes them out. But OG now forced to go in for the Grand Slam, and they just get completely denied entry.
The standoff of the highest intensity out there, Victor Summers versus Orangutan. It really needed OG to stand tall, but Victor Summers has just been pure gold in the Grand Finals. 4 men still left alive. You can, you might, you stay away from scratches. But Victorious Summers is still going to find a way to try and fight you back as Godlike. His power lobs in the nade, it looks good. It lands right on the money, but finds no one at the end of it as Team Tamilas from the backlines has been constantly tapping away with.
A phenomenal run between both Victorious Summers and Godlike. The top two and the top three going head to head. And the only team caught in the middle is going to be Team Tamilas, who can spoil the race for these two teams. But it seems like S-Power doesn't want to continue the pressure. They're outside the zone, and Team Tamilas is going to be the bigger prey. But Victorious Summers, they can't seem to push out. Godlike looking to clean out this entire lobby for the chase himself. They need all those elimination points. Team Tamilas, look at this, IGL only having 18 bullets. There's nothing much he can do to just try and zone them out. Has to be very careful on how they want to take this fight, but AimGod finds a pick on Mafia. Victorious Summers now are hurting. And we're down towards a 4v3, v2 situation here. Not favorable for Victorious Summers now.
Absolutely. Victorious Summers now caught without Molotovs, without nades and smokes as well. They've got nothing to fight back. They've not got their numbers as well. Currently sitting at the edge of the circle, Team Tamilas, they've got undeniable advantage in this game itself. 4 men standing. But can Godlike pull a rabbit out of the hat is going to be the big question as Manya takes a little bit of damage from the sidelines. Team Tamilas, they're still spread across. They're yearning, they're asking the teams to come and take a shot at them. We might not walk away with the trophy, we might not walk away to Paris, but we have an entire region to fight for us, and to fight for pride and glory as well. Team Tamilas waiting to find the first chicken dinner of Grand Finals Day number 3.
Oh boy, seems like smoke's being deployed. They are going to try and set up a little bit of ambush here to try and inch in, and Godlike makes it barely on the edge of the zone. But Manya still keeping tabs on the Victorious Summers here. Team Tamilas doesn't want to try and strike yet. They're waiting for the big fight, and you can see the hesitation for Godlike to try and commit to the fight. They need this chicken dinner. They've realized it as well. Position points extremely crucial at this stage of the game. Still many bodies to drop. But now the needs comes in. Godlike hoping to get lucky, but no connection. A little bit of chip damage on Scary John. Nothing. A little bit of a bandage won't do it for him. But oh my goodness, what a Molotov as well.
Oh my
God! It's going to be the perfect trap. It actually connects. The Scary John goes down to the zone, and he actually denies it to the zone.
That is brilliant presence of mind, by the way. As soon as he knew that the Molotov is going to do so much damage, he knew he had to deny that point to Godlike. Runs out in the play zone and sacrifices his life. Victorious Summers, absolute warriors out there doing everything possible to try and give themselves a shot at the championship. As always, gets taken off. Godlike esports aren't stopping, but now they set themselves up for the peak. It is going to be them versus Team Tamilas in a 3v4.
Yeah, but at the same time, Manya is forced to try and provide cover fire to back up his teammates, and Amino getting dropped as well. His power is pinned, but he finds a trade. Now it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Gets those points. S-Power needs to pull the big one. Reaper is right beside him as well. The pre-fires are there, but no connection yet. Manya tried his best to provide cover fire, but S-Power, he's hurting. He's getting a gun down. He's getting chased. He needs to find an opener. His pin, but he finds another. Now it's going to be a 1v2. It's up to Manya to pull the impossible in this situation. A 1v2 situation. A clutch or die situation.
This is where history is going to get forged. Manya can become the hero, or he can be the villain of the entire yellow army out there. Set up in a 1v3, Manya might know that this is going to be a Herculean task. Can he really bring this back home? Can he bring home the chicken dinner?
Team Tamilas, they've got the resets now. 3v1, Manya is stuck in a rock and a hard place. The supply is there. And the circle actually favors on towards Godlike as well. It seems like Manya, he's placing himself intentionally in the middle, forcing Team Tamilas to give him those 1v1s. And he is going to try and win those fight. Reaper getting chipped away, but they're closing the distance. Manya not going to be able to get the isolated fight, and he loses his duel. And Team Tamilas, they will secure the winner-winner chicken dinner. But what a valiant attempt here for Godlike Esports.
Godlike was a team possessed in that game, winning fights after fights. It literally felt like someone was literally over the players.
Bullet இருந்தா ஒரு 20 kill வந்திருக்கயா ஈஸியா.
For some reason Godlike was not stopping, but Team Tamilas as well. This is a remarkable game.
Reaper sama 10 kill நினைக்கிறேன்.
From the fact that now even Team Tamilas, they're going to be in the race as well, my friends. And if Team Tamilas gets another banger game just like this, they won't be shy from that trophy as well.
Look at these lads. I'm pretty sure the jersey, the heritage of Godlike is going to be proud of the next generation. What a group of players, what a set of players. I cannot stop praising them. The same deserves a team.
Bullet ஒரு 2-3 பேர் கிட்ட இல்லையா இந்த கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டா சரபுரன்னு சுட்டுருவாங்க நிறைய கில் மிஸ்.
What a set of warriors, what is this spreads of mind I see.
I know, right? But this was just a perfect display of comms coming from Godlike as well. They understood their situation. They understood that Victor Summers was trapped there. They isolated them. They could have gotten one more point off Scary Jod, but damn, that was some insane reaction from Scary Jod to time his run into his circle, get taken out of the zone, and instantly took himself up so that nobody snatches that point. So points denial are getting played here. But again, this was a crazy first game of the final day of the grand finals itself here, because the tempo has officially been set. Divine Gaming getting taken out early means the race is still on, and Godlike Victor Summers being on top 2 and top 3. Whew! It is going to be closer now, Necro.
Look at Reaper, 9 finishes all by himself from Team Tamilas. Reaper, he was definitely ripping the entire lobby in that game. But guys, speaking of Godlike, that was the exact mess up they were waiting for from the side of DG. DG mess up in that
Bullet
game.
இல்ல bro, Bullet இருந்தா OG fight.
This just means that now the gap that we were speaking of from the start of the day, it's going to be closed down. DG is going to be in a lot of trouble soon.
It's going to be a long drawn battle of momentum. DG finally has found a little bit of a hold. Godlike has found a little bit of that driving seat right now. They are in the front foot. They're going to be the prime chasers with primal instincts in them. I'm not really sure Divine Gaming, they for sure have the quality to reset back in the next game itself. But if that does not happen, IC and Necro, I'm pretty sure Godlike is just going to walk away. Those men out there, they're in form, man.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, you know who's on form right now? Reaper with the MVP here. Team Tamilas making a huge bounce back this game, securing the chicken dinner. That is a very good lead here. And with 5 more games in a row, if Team Tamilas is able to continue this consistency, they should be able to do so. But before we get into his action here, let's talk about the top players from this match. Reaper with 9 elimination, Levi with 7, S-Power with 7, Ninja with 5, and Aim God with 4. What am I watching, man? This is just unexpected here, Necro.
I know, right? S-Power as well, just popping off on a crazy level. The fact that 3 players, they've got finishes over 6, that is absolutely mind-boggling. And then even the man from the side of Victor Sumas getting 5 frags for himself. Victor Sumas' consistency has been on a different level. The same thing can also be said for the side of Godlike as well. And VS, since they've already started things off on a great note, you can expect the same performance in the upcoming moments. But can we say the same thing for a team like Team Tamilas? The chances for them to move on towards the first spot as well have now been reignited, guys.
Honestly speaking, for Team Tamilas, it's going to take a couple of more games, in my opinion.
I agree.
I don't think this chicken dinner just puts them in the driving seat just yet. Yes, for sure, it kind of gives them a step in the right direction. But to be contenders for the trophy itself, I think Team Tamilas need to do a little bit more.
I perfectly agree. I'm on the same track here with Salty as well. And for Team Tamilas to actually potentially have the trophy, that means DG needs to mess up 2 more games consistently so that Team Tamilas will be able to snatch up those points. You must understand, every single point DG takes is a lead forward and also a point denial for the rest of the lobby.
தப்பு பண்றாதீங்கடா கடைசில புல்லட் இல்ல
But when you talk about Erangel and Miramar, that's where DG really does find that win in the sales. So the upcoming maps, they might just be favoring the players of DG, and they might just know what exactly needs to be done. And if you look at the highlights as well, it was just Godlike hammering down teams left, right, center, taking those fights, winning those fights as well, securing a lot of elimination points. Expectations were there from the side of TAG as well. At least on the last day, showed some great prowess, but they were not able to do so, my friend.
I mean, honestly speaking, yeah, I'm
Reaper
sure
Tamil,
there were more
ஆமாப்பா,
expectations
ஊட்டி.
from Team Apex Gaming, but understandably so as well. The first half of the lobby is in a different momentum already. They are breathing a completely different set of air versus the other half.
அந்த பெட்ஷீட்
They
கொஞ்சம்
are feeling the heat right now. They are feeling the chase for the trophy. And those are separate beings altogether. TEG right now is in a different mindset. I still believe that a couple of great performances definitely on the cards. But for them to really put in performances like Godlike, like Victor Summers, it's not happening,
Another-
at least in this tournament itself.
Yeah, the problem is they just don't really have the momentum with them.
Yeah.
But guys, it's not just about those teams. It's also about Genesis Esports, Reckoning Esports as well. Those teams had a chance to move on towards the first chance. But now, looking at the way they kick things off, it's really unfortunate. They were not really able to secure a lot of points in that game.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky here, but we have to take a look at what's the overall standing to see how the
எப்பலாம்
chase has
dinner
gone
அடிக்கிறோமோ
as well,
bullet
because
இல்லாம
DG
இருக்கு.
messing up with Victor Summers and also Godlike giving a little bit of comeback as well. Technically, DG still has a one-game advantage, so I don't think it's over yet, for DG here. But again, 0 points is the target here if anybody else lifts the trophy. But for now, let's take a look to the overall ranking as well. 26 points here for Team Tamilas, a phenomenal jump here. 21 for
ஆனா
Godlike.
Godlike
Victor
தான்யா.
Summers with 16,
என்ன
Reckoning Esports
ஆட்டம்
with
ஆடுறானுங்க
15,
Godlike
Tamilas with
போட்டு
14,
பெரட்டு
OG
பெரட்டுன்னு
with
பெரட்டுறாங்க.
11 points. Now,
Guys,
highlights
எனக்கு
here
வந்து
is going to be
7
Godlike and
degree
Victor Summers.
செய்யுது.
These are
ஒரே
two
குளிர்ல
massive
இருக்கேன்.
games coming from them for the
புரியுதா?
chase. But for
அடே
OG,
சும்மா.
that is a massive chase also to potentially
நடுங்கிட்டு
get Seoul
உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு
out of
இருக்கிறேன்
the
நான்
top 10.
குளிர்ல.
Alright guys, I
No, no,
just
no.
spotted something in there. Godlike and Divine Gaming had a
Aim got
separation of 40 points at the start of this game.
ராஜன் bro
Godlike
phone
has
எடுக்க
covered at
மாட்டறாரியா?
least 17 points now. It's coming down.
Yep.
The difference is coming
Yeah.
down, and as soon as we move on to the overall rankings, I think we will get to see that, Necro.
Exactly. Still, DG sits on top with 137 points. That's still a decent lead. Godlike now definitely closing things off by a mile, as now they've secured 113 points in the overall standings. Victor Sumis as well, extremely close towards Godlike. God's Reign sitting there with 98 points. Genesis Esports, luckily enough, they haven't really dropped down a lot of positions. But if you look at Team Tamilas as well, now they're really close to all these teams. 4th till the 7th spot, they're way too close.
They certainly are, but I'm just looking at the top two, honestly. I see
Yep.
24 points separate Godlike and Divine Gaming right now. Now, this is where things seem doable. It's not impossible anymore. Godlike, if you are a player in Godlike, you would imagine, all right, 24 points, we can do it. It was 40 points at the start of the game. The same can be said for Victor Summers as well.
Yeah, like I said, Divine Gaming is still having a one-game advantage
One
over
game
the rest as
advantage,
well
yes.
here. So if Divine Gaming slips up right
இப்ப
now,
heater தான் போடணும்.
and
வேற
they
வழி இல்ல.
just might actually lose the trophy right here, right now. Like, there's 5 games remaining here. Divine Gaming needs to be consistent. All Divine Gaming needs is to maintain 7 points per game, and they are clear. The trophy is theirs.
But we
It is
also-
their championship to lose.
Of course. We also spoke about the second slot towards the EWC, and OG, they were not really able to capitalize that well. Yes,
Yeah.
they did get a few points against Seoul, but Seoul is still sitting right above OG in a decent spot as well, and they do have an okayish lead too.
And to be honest, I think it's going to stay the same way as well. Orangutan was really fighting for the chicken dinner, especially in that fight against Victor Summers. And I said it, if they were supposed to win that fight,
Correct,
had
correct.
they gone in to win the chicken dinner as well, maybe OG would have had a chance. Maybe OG would have been within the top 10. And OG has to aim for the top 10. Team Seoul, what they're going to do is beyond OG's control. But what OG can do is try and find a chicken dinner themselves and try and put themselves in the top 5.
Looking at OG right now, it does not feel like it's the same team that we've been seeing from the past, but maybe they just need to take a sip on the Monster Energy itself and unleash the beast inside of the lobby, because that's what Victor Sumis, Godlike have been doing. And even Team Tamilas at the start of the day, they did pop one Monster Energy, and that's why we're seeing that monstrous performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, unleash the beast, bro.
Yeah, and definitely as well. Well, hey, for all things considered, but Sister Esports, Beast did unleash him, but at the hands of just getting completely shut down.
Esports
taken
matchல
out
இருக்கிறது
by
points
TAG.
தப்புப்பா.
I get it,
I see,
man.
I've got to say, you're such a nice man, to be
Yeah.
honest. You have to unleash your beast. I want
Esports
to see
amazing
beast
இருக்கிறது தப்பு.
icy in front of me. To
You know what you need to do? You need to unleash your chest.
What am I even listening to at this point? You know what? I just want to talk about the game, guys. I just want to talk about the competition. I just want to talk about the upcoming games.
Yeah.
Now, look, for Divine Gaming,
Guys,
Rondo hasn't really
match
been their cup
போறப்ப
of tea.
எதையும் பார்க்க
If you
வேணாம்.
move on
அமைதியா
towards the
இருங்க.
Erangels
Match
and Miramars, that's where we've seen the
போட்டு
consistency
போயிட்டே
come
இருக்கட்டும்.
through. Specifically on the maps of Miramar, Divine Gaming has been incredible. But now since we move on towards the map of Erangel, Divine Gaming knows how to get those consistent 8 to 9 points per game.
And to be honest, I think it's going to be a little tough for Divine Gaming as well. Now the first game is done and dusted. How much discipline do you have? How much confidence do you have on yourself, on your set strategies, on the maps of Erangel and Miramar? All of those things are going to be put to the test. And the only problem is for Divine Gaming, they've got too much at stake, to be honest, to keep all 4 players alive, move on to the final circle, keep on getting those 10 points average. It's just too much, to be honest.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one here, but it's still a good match here coming from some of this team. And things are going to get very, very tricky here for some of the teams, and I'm curious to see how they go, because this is going to be a very crucial one here for Divine Gaming, but even for TAG, climbing up the KIE rankings is going to be extremely
guys,
important.
like பண்ணி மட்டும் பாருங்க.
Hands down,
Okay, match start
TAG just
ஆயிடுச்சு.
needs to fight for the pride at this point. So one thing is for sure, the fans are still expecting a big comeback coming through from TAG. Maybe not exactly for the championship, but maybe still for the podium. The slot is still on for the podium. The race is still on for TAG. There can be anything happening on the board. We can see some insane moments, and we have seen them happen in the past as well, but not exactly coming through from TAG.
And you know, there's also that one lad in the form of Hunters as well who can change the course of any grand finals all by himself. I'm waiting for that man to pop off, but there's one man who have just popped in. I don't know how, man. Super Johnny, how did you pop in, man?
Hey, I've told you this before. I am an actual god, and I am everywhere, omnipresent in every single location. And
Focus,
I guess
focus.
one
Game
of those
வாங்கப்பா.
locations is going to be the next map.
Exactly, the next game of Erangel is now going to be putting up on the screens. This Erangel, it's going to give in a lot of hopes to the teams that are extremely close towards that first spot. But Divine Gaming, all they need to do is just start things off on a consistent note. Get those 9 to 10 points in this game, and Divine Gaming's quota for that game is done.
Pretty much, it's exactly as you said, Necro, but we'll have to see how things turn out. The intensity has hit a new peak at the start of this day. And of course, it is going to get more and more intense with every single game going by.
ஐயோ,
That
flight
squad
path,
between
கோளாறு flight
Victor
path இது.
Sumis and
அப்ப நம்ம
Godlike
இதுக்கு போவோமா?
at the end of the
காமேஸ்கி.
previous match on the overall
காமேஸ்கி
leaderboard
போவோம்னு
was
நினைக்கிறேன்.
something that I
Alright, route.
expected. But Divine Gaming falling apart was something out of the blue. We'll have to see how things turn out or take a turn on this map of
இல்ல, இல்ல.
Erangel. We have the flight path starting from northern Georgia
ஒரு
Pole.
மாஸ்க் தான்.
And of course, it is going to be a diagonal one from the northwest to the southeast, ending south of Novorepnoy.
Exactly. I mean, going to be a different thing, but as
Let's
of
stop
now,
right
if you
now.
look at the overall map and if you look at the overall playing fly path, but Sister Esports, they've dropped to the spot that you would never
Man
really
last
see the
எல்லாமே
Sister Esports
loot
dropping.
மட்டும் அடிச்சிருங்கப்பா.
Around Zarki, northern side of Georgia Pole, then you also do see the players of 8-Bit heading towards the containers and Georgia Pole City as well. Team Tamilas pretty much amongst the entirety of Gatka. And Team Tamilas is a team that likes to drop around Primorx and Quarry. But
Yeah.
since the playing fly path was a little bit away from that spot, now Team Tamilas is just dropping on the pit stop.
Well, we'll have to see. They are also going to try and hold on to their lead, and it is going to be important for them. And of course, there are the amazing creators in the arena for the love of the fans, and of course, for the love of the teams as well. They are there to cheer for their favorite squads. We have the circle in front of us. It is towards the southwestern quadrant, and as you were talking about Team Tamilas, Necro, that 1-3 split, the squad being separated by the side of 7 gods, it raises a few
ஐயோ,
signs
எல்லாருமே
of
சீக்கிரம் வருவானுங்க
concern
zone
for
பிடிக்க.
Team Tamilas. They have that western roadway empty to them. They can regroup towards Ferrypier and Primorsk very easily. And of course, the circle being in their favor towards the southwest just makes their lives a whole lot easier moving forward.
But the life for Godlike is not going to be easier from here on out.
Yeah.
They've got a big hope. The hopes of the fans as well, the hopes of the people in the management. Because now Godlike stands the biggest chance to actually snatch that entire first lot away from Divine Gaming. So many possibilities, so many equations now inside of the picture. And yeah, speaking of the picture itself, we've got some nice beauty there too.
Yeah, of course, but it would be nice if they put their phones down and focused on the matches.
Ooh, I like that. What's important is the game itself. What's
Exactly.
important is the competition itself. Keep your phones away, man.
Just
focus on the game, the intensity, feel it.
Every once in a while, a story unfolds that's going to be told for years. And we could be witnessing one of those stories unfolding in front of our eyes. We bear witness to greatness and forge the future of Indian esports with this one. And of course, I think this match is going to start with a big fight as well, as Genesis have found the players of Reckoning Esports close to the military bridge. The chase is on. Fury with the spray dishes out a lot of damage, and well, I think Pro, his buggy's tire might have gone out. That's the first casualty in this fight. Sahil falls to the floor, and Pro is not healthy enough to take this fight.
Reckoning Esports in a lot of trouble. The first game was great for Reckoning Esports, but the second game as well needs to be on the same frequency. If Reckoning Esports mess up even for a second, everything's going to be down the drain, especially from a hungry team like Genesis Esports. You already know, Genesis Esports is searching for opportunities to try and mark down a few teams. Elimination points are something exactly what Genesis is looking for. And they've already secured the first elimination on the board. Feeling great after that one.
They are going to be feeling great, of course. Genesis, we wanted to see a big performance on the map of Rondo. That didn't come through. Doesn't matter. Still quite
வணக்கம்
close to the podium.
டேய்
Oh, look at this. Levi. Heard those vehicles. Can't do anything about it. Just goes prone. Are you scared for this, man? No helmet, level 1 armor, no utility.
I don't think it's going to be detected, though. So it's all good.
They're still circling, looking for him, man. It seems like Genesis, they smell the fear in the heart of Levi. And of course, just like Sharks, they are not going to be letting him go that easy. Or maybe they're just here looking for more vehicles.
Yep. Just want to rotate towards Fair Pier, get their hands on better loot, and then think about the future. For Genesis Esports, the path is going to be clear as of now. No issues. Team Tamilas, though, in the close proximity, they can definitely possess a lot of threat. God's Reign, even they need to pull off a bit of a comeback in the overall standings. They've got 98 points. DG still stands way too far away against him. That's going to be 39 points lead, almost close to 40. So yeah, God's Reign, they need to realize the fact that DG almost has a 2-game lead over them. And if they want to be the champions, they need 2 solid back-to-back games.
We had this conversation yesterday and we were talking about the safety net that Divine Gaming had for themselves. It was 2 matches. They've used up 1 and they need to recover. But Necro, I mean, it has been the same story on day 1 and day 2 for Divine Gaming. They're not going to do well on the map of Rondo. They're not going to do well on the Erangel that follows it up. But game 3 is where things start to click. Are we going to see a repetition of that today as well? Or will Divine Gaming struggle to find stability in their performance? We will have to wait to see the answer to that question on the other side of things. 7 gods. What is Admina doing? Absolutely brilliant. What a ram, what a slam, just pins himself to that buggy and does not even give a single second for the opponent to even try and fight back.
Yeah, Godlike at this point are just feeling themselves.
Yeah.
That's a team possessed right there, searching for fights, searching for as many points as they can. And Godlike, the confidence as well, it's on cloud 9 because they know they're going to be winning every single fight they take. And that is the confidence a lot of these teams are supposed to have. But right now, Reckoning Esports in a lot of trouble once again. God's Reign moving a little bit close in the proximity. The man from Reckoning Esports, position not exactly compromised just yet. God's Reign, though, still driving around this compound. Maybe the position is known. Nate's being tossed from God's Reign just in case to clear things out. Shaq is going to be completely clear as well. God's Reign knows they've been getting bridge camp for the last 2 days. There has to be someone across this proximity, and that's what God's Reign is exactly searching for. The man spotted. Or maybe no, it's going to be the answer. Genesis Esports as well in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, God's Reign, they find that rat as they eliminate him from the game. Reckoning Esports, what a blunderous start.
Yeah, but I think it's not going to be the last blunder we see over here. Genesis as well have lost a man for no reason at all in a fight where they should have had the upper hand. But look at this. Myth, the next team in the line of fire. Neo with a spray does not manage to connect any shots onto Herschel. But there's the retaliation from the players of Myth. And God's Reign are going to be forced to run into cover. Fighting quite exposed over there around on the crossing of the military bridge.
Yeah, God's Reigns aren't really going to be able to do a lot there. But right now, Reckoning Esports, they definitely can have a chance to fight back. It's a 2-man squad of Reckoning Esports against the 3-man squad of Genesis. Man advantage clearly in the hands of Genesis, and now that man from Reckoning Esports looks to back away. Pro, what is going to be the game plan? There's also Horrorcraft trying to ram him over. Oh my god, you gotta feel bad for Pro. Just imagine the heartbeat. Imagine his heart exploding through his chest.
Hunters. They're just waiting for information, but Pro still finds a knock. He's looking for the second. The shotgun can get the job done. He needs 1 shot and he drops the second man as well. Genesis, could this be the end? And it is! What a play! Reckoning Esports, 1 man left alive in a fight, and it was enough. Roman chimed in from the back for that last finish. 2 versus 3, they made it look easy.
Reckoning Esports, just when we thought the ship is about to sink, they somehow spring back to life with a crazy clutch, and all thanks to Pro. The way he was able to shut down those 2 players and then a back of fire coming from Roman. Man, what a team play we saw there. within the nick of time, Reckoning Esports could have been eliminated, but if Roman would not have showed up, things would have been way bad. But Roman chimes in time, and he saves the day for Reckoning Esports. The ship is not sinking anymore.
And he got one finish. Pro got out 3 from the side of Genesis. Especially that play, Hunters around the corner in the back. Very important to shut him down, but we'll have to see how things turn out for the rest of the match for the players of Reckoning Esports. On the other side, Myth are getting put under pressure. At the side of Soul, one man knocked out. Not really the distance from where it's going to be easy for them to claim those finishes, though.
Soul as well, things haven't really looking that great. And as of now, Soul's just trying to find that first opener. That opening, that's going to give them a little bit of that leeway against the competition. Just bursting away, tapping away. Soul's now playing the centric part. As I mentioned, things haven't really been that easy for Team Soul and even OG. Specifically OG, they've been struggling day 1, day 2. We haven't really seen that comeback. Soul at least was able to have a bit of that comeback in the overall standings, but once again, just a bit's not going to matter. Soul, they need an explosive performance if they are still aiming for the trophy. And that's what the man said in the interview.
Yeah. I mean, they are going to need not just one, couple of explosive performances, just sitting in the
games.
Exactly, early 30s, not really a position where you want to be in, but Pro, man oh man, lives up to the title. And I think again, just switching those angles, isolating those fights, it was very difficult, but he managed to pull it off like it was nothing. And again, Roman with the right time for that cover fire from a very, very off angle that I think even Genesis forgot about. Just catching them off guard. Instead of the beginning, they faced the end. And it was an important fight if you think about it. Both the teams right now placed 5th and 6th on the leaderboard. And that fight gives the upper hand to the players of Reckoning Esports. Maybe now they can try and chase down Victoria Sumus.
I mean, look, Johnny, Victoria Sumus is a team that's been extremely consistent. If you try to chase down Victoria Sumus, they're just going to be running even faster. That's what it feels like right now.
And it's true.
Since yesterday, Victoria Sumus haven't even dropped a ball in a single game. That's how consistent they've been. Maybe, one game at the end of the day, but still, Victoria Sumus, the fact that we have been able to see incredible consistency, even at the start of today's day, it's just unheard of. And the same thing is said for Godlike as well, by the way.
This is the second time this has happened to him. First time it was the players from Genesis, and now it's Team Tamilas that find the pick and confirm it. Roman gets finished off. That leaves Reckoning, which is their last man inside of this game. Pro, we see him still sticking around Feripia. On our screen right now, Godlike trying to breach that western edge of the play zone itself, getting chased by the side of OG. And that's not the only threat they are going to be forced to deal with. Look at that. Down the slope they go. Divine Gaming going after Vasista Esports. And they lose 2 players in that play. Victor Sumus as well waiting on the other side. This is a Northern Georgia Pole Yasnaya sandwich. And the team from Severny gets caught right in between.
Oh my God, Divine Gaming. What are these risky rotations? In the previous game as well, you got caught off guard by the rotation itself. And now as well, the same thing happens. 2 players knocked out in the middle of that rotation. Divine Gaming, it feels like their brain isn't really working the same way it was in the past. And as of now, TAG taking a fight against Revenant X Park on the verge of winning the fight as well. The man from Revenant X Park is taken down to a single HP. He's now trying to patch himself up with that first aid. Jelly cooking up an aid. If this nade's going to be tossed to perfection, things might just swing in the favor of TAG. The nade's tossed. It does do a decent bit of damage, but decent bit of damage is not going to be enough. Jelly needs to win this fight no matter what. TAG fans are watching. Jelly's got a lot of burden on his shoulders. Now the man from Revenant X Park is pushing up close, and eventually Jelly collects that finishing blow. Nicely done, but even the flames, they spread from Nebula as TAG as well gets wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby.
What a quick third party from the players of Nebula Esports. In an instant, TAG wiped out from the game, but there he is, the Alpha, the Omega, fighting for survival and gets put down by Juicy from the side of 8-bit. 8-bit, a brilliant cleanup coming through. They might be a little too far from the fight for the trophy, but they're still here to perform. Reckoning Esports finally eliminated from the game. Necro, what is happening on this map of Erangel? We have lost 5 teams within the first 13 minutes.
Johnny, DG got eliminated too in that instance.
With just 1 point.
Another game, DG messed up and Godlike is surviving with all the 4 players. The same thing can be said for Victoria Sumis. Another chance of comeback reignited, and if Godlike, they do strike on the money, if they do strike on the bullseye, the lead is completely gone. It will be vanished, and anyone's championship it can be then.
I think it's already turning out to be in that scenario. Because again, we spoke about this earlier on. DG, Divine Gaming, only had a safety net for 2 matches. This game gone out of their hands means Godlike, a brilliant opportunity for them to close in the distance. And not just them, Victoria Sumis as well. They are going to need the chicken dinner to actually pull it off, though. That's the only thing. And look at this. Even the gods are favoring Godlike right now. The circle on top of their heads, making the life a whole lot easier.
Circle shifting out in the open off the Pachinki fields. This is going to be really interesting. Nebula Esports, they've got the high ground in their possession. Myth Esports as well around the southern side. And for Myth to do anything right now is going to be real tough. Nebula Esports, they've got the high ground against you. If you try to make a move against him, Nebula will easily suck you down. And right now, Godlike are getting shut down. Manya knocked out. That's going to be a big confirmation coming from Vasista Esports. Godlike in world of trouble. Can they really save the day for that fallen player? Maybe now it's going to be the answer, but 3 players, now they send it up close and personal against 8-Bit. Johnny, this fight's going to be absolutely deadly.
Yeah, it is going to be a risky one for sure, but 8-Bit, can they handle the pressure? Shub and Juicy fighting for their lives, and Godlike, all they want is every single point they can grab for themselves. But this is a halt in the fight. This is a lull where Godlike are going to be looking for a reset. They've lost a man. They can't afford to overexert themselves over here, Necro, and especially when they're sitting smack center of the play zone itself. But still, it is a big man out of the way. S-Power has been knocked down.
Godlike started off with the man advantage, but right now man knocked out. Now the situation's taken down with 2-on-2. Technically, it's only a 1-on-2. Since only one man is currently free, the other man is busy getting the revival. But the revival as well, it's going to be a success. The player back upon his feet. Godlike once again with the man advantage inside of the fight. Admino is also getting shot at from the window, but it doesn't even matter. Godlike, they do find a successful knock. A Molotov tossed out from Juicy just to buy time so he can get the revival on the fallen player. 8-Bit, they're in a world of trouble as well. Godlike is not able to find even a single breather. Nades are being tossed from them constantly, but those nades are not making a single difference. 8-Bit, they get the revival on the fallen comrade, a well-placed Molotov. Now it's going to corner up the entirety of Godlike.
8-Bit, they've done a phenomenal job, Necro, holding their own in this fight and playing this defensive play. That nade, it was a risky one, but Godlike, they are anticipating all of this util dump from the players of 8-Bit. By the way, did you realize Godlike is getting shot through the windows as well? That's added pressure that they have to deal with in that fight. But here they are, the players from OG, making the pounce on God's Reign. And 2 instantly get shut down. Aru, the IGL, last man left alive with Justy and Neo waiting for him on the other side of this pipe. He finds one, looking for the second, doesn't really succeed. And it's down to a 1v1 this fight.
What are these desperate attempts from OG?
Nebula,
what are these moments that are completely random? This is not the calculated OG that we've been looking at since the past.
Yeah.
OG's now panicking, and because of those panic moments, OG's also messing up big time. AKOP's catching too mature to Nebula Esports. They literally saw him move inside of that pipe, and everyone from Nebula now pushes up. That's going to be an absolute feast as they wipe out the existence of OG, and Godlike do the same thing to 8-Bit. 2 massive teams getting eliminated at the same time. 2 iconic moments popping up. This is what we live and breathe for.
Hey, I'm going to say it one more. Welcome to the grand finals of Bmps 2026. And Godlike, they chase for the trophy. They're keeping it on. They keep the hope alive. Even the circle keeps it alive and intact. The circle again on the open fields of Pachinki. We have the players of Seoul putting up the pressure on the players of Nebula Esports. And Nebula in turn are trying to keep the side of Myth official. Daddy knocked out. Should be an easy finish in the bag of Nebula, but they have taken a massive tumble. Necro, had this been day 2, we would have expected Nebula to still be in the fight, but now it seems like all hope for the trophy has slipped out of their hands. But Godlike, it's not over for them. The trace on the players of Seoul. They might not have found the pick, but they've taken out the competition.
Desperation kicking in even for the side of Seoul. Everyone just wants to move in towards the city because they know a big portion of that city is still in the circle. It's still in a big power spot. Seoul, at least they've got one man playing that position, but just one man doing it, it's not going to make a difference. But Seoul can at least have a sigh of relief that OG has been eliminated already, so there's no one really chasing them down yet.
Pretty much, and once they have that comfort zone within their mind, I think they will be able to play for just placement. You do not need to overexert yourself. You just need to get the average. And I think that is the intention from the side of Seoul. All they need to do is finish between 6th to 10th position. But Myth Official, this is a team that is sitting dead last on the overall leaderboard. Hope for the trophy is not even there, but they're still fighting for their pride. And that brings them into this situation where they are going to be forced to make the bounce against the players of Nebula Esports. First man hits the floor. Myth losing control of this fight.
Daddy's getting punished once again. And you don't like to see Daddy in trouble. Myth tanking a bit of those utilities upon themselves. Phoenix, as of now, even he's softened up. Utilities tossed out even from the side of Nebula Esports. Nebula Esports now knows it's going to be now or never. If Nebula wants to wake up, this game needs to be a chicken dinner. That's the only way Nebula Esports can stand a chance to even get that trophy in their hands. And yes, you heard me right. The chance is still there for Nebula to snatch that championship away. Myth Official in a lot of trouble. Victorious Sumis, they just want to capitalize on the blunders of Nebula, but there was no blunder in that fight, so Victorious Sumis, they might just walk into a wall.
And Necro, there's a man sitting on the flank. Look at the radar itself. Daddy, he's still lying in wait. Victorious Sumis, they have to be cautious of making this push around this slope. Nebula Esports could get a helping hand from that last surviving player. But Nebula, look at them being very smart about it. They are being cautious because it is, as you said, the fight for the trophy. It might still be on. Well, Daddy finally gets put out of misery. Myth, they're outside of the game, finishing on the 7th position. Seoul could be forced to take an exit as well. They are outnumbered by the players of 7 Gods.
Joker is taking down a barely any sort of HP. The man's down to a sliver. And Joker is still patching himself up constantly. He's trying his best to fight back, but it's just one man against those players of 7 Gods. And 7 Gods, they're just going to be constantly tossing the utilities against him to make his life absolutely miserable. They know Joker is there. Another nade tossed out. This might just be the nail in the coffin, and it will be. Soul eliminated from the game. Even the crowd's going wild.
And that brings us to the top 5 of this match. Godlike, Victorious Sumis, Team Tamilas from the top 4, still in it, still looking for the win. Nebula Esports, 7 finishes secured on the 9th position, fighting for the comeback on the last day of the Grand Finals. But Godlike, the biggest name of them all, they have a solid spot to work with Necro for this end game specifically. Nebula is going to be forced to make the bounce around the ridge. They're going to be exposed. Same goes for Victorious Sumis. And Godlike could just stay in that barn house for days and just play for the win.
This looks like a really bad fight for Victorious Sumis.
Agreed.
Nebula has the high ground to play with already with a big advantage. And positional advantage is something that can actually get a team an easy victory.
Do you see Vaadhi? He is sitting on top of that shack. But I wonder how much information he has gotten off of that play.
He really wanted to be a cheeky guy. But he's also given those live markers to his teammates, so even his teammates now know what exactly VS is trying to do. And since VS only's got 3 players on the board, to execute this fight, it gets even tougher. But as I mentioned, this seems like a bad fight for Victorious Sumis. And then the question arises, do they have a second option? The answer is going to be no. If they want to win this game, Victorious Sumis, they need to win this fight against Nebula Esports. Sometimes you need to make the impossible possible. That's how legends are born.
We are going to see a legend being born here tonight. And again, I think the name is going to be a split between Godlike and Nebula Esports. Victorious Sumis We can talk about them for days as well. Awais, he's been looking for a big win for years now, non-stop, trying his level best to see if he can clinch another trophy.
கொஞ்சம் வரது கஷ்டம் நினைக்கிறேன்.
Oh, but the stand still gets broken. Nomi from the side of Nebula. He has been put down, and Victor Sumus, Necro, they have an opening, it seems.
Victor Sumus, they're catching a lot of hurt, and this is what I'm exactly talking about. When they try to move a little bit closer to the players of Nebula Esports, Nebula, they scratch him up completely. Oh, it's knocked out. That's going to be the big brains out of the dust. And already the entirety of Victor Sumus, they've been eliminated. They bite the dust. Victor Sumus did not stand a chance against Nebula, and it was expected as well.
Yeah, they had the high ground advantage. They had the numbers that want us to work with, but that brings us to the top 4 of this match. We have Nebula Esports surviving with all 4 players, Godlike with 3, 7 Gods with 3, and TEAMTAMILAS. They're still in it, Necro. It might just be down to the last player, but they're still in this game. And as long as a man survives, you can try and play for the chicken dinner.
Next circle, that's going to be important. Is it going to be centering up? That's my question. Godlike will be in the biggest advantage. They've got the only compound in the open fields. All the other teams will need to move out in the open. Who's going to have the advantage of the zone? That's my question. The moment the circle pops up on top of Godlike, you already know Nebula Esports is going to be sending it, and that's what happens. Circle favoring the gods themselves. And now it seems like Godlike is literally destined to win this game.
Necro, we spoke about it. They needed this win in order to push themselves close to the first position. And I think if it is a big enough win, they might just find themselves sitting on the first position at the end of the match. We'll have to see how this map of Erangel concludes. But before that, we have 7 Gods Esports. They're going after the last man from the side of TEAMTAMILAS. Reaper gets reaped, and that brings us to the podium of this game. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3. The circle favors the players of Godlike, and now is fate going to be smiling on this team, or are we going to witness the start of the comeback from the side of Nebula Esports?
Nebula Esports has already started for the comeback. They're already set. A top 3 in this game with a decent amount of elimination points as well, but Nebula is not going to be satisfied without a chicken. Right now, Nebula takes those shots against the players of 7 Gods. The man's about to be ejected. He's taken down a critical amount of HP. Moxie finds himself a bit of that pit stop, but he's still not inside of the circle yet. Smokes were locked out for 7 Gods, but those smokes are not going to protect them from bullets. They're still piercing through that smoke. The man's down to 1 HP, and now he gets knocked out. Even the players of Godlike Esports, they snatch away the frag. Elimination point confirmed by Godlike. That's going to be +1 on the board. Second man falls down as well. Nebula Esports is finding those knocks, and Godlike are stealing away those knocks.
Well, Nebula Esports, they're going to try and protect their points as well. And Godlike, this is such a brilliant move. Not a lot of commitment into the fight, but they are grabbing those bonus points for themselves. And 7 Gods, I think this might be the end of the line for them. Ninju, this is stage 7. Stage 8, with how things have gone, I'm pretty sure is going to be on top of Godlike as well. And it will be difficult for 7 Gods to move any further from this match. But Necro, look at that spread from the players of Nebula Esports on top of that hill. They can potentially try and move towards Godlike from multiple different angles, just overwhelm them with pressure.
Without a doubt. And that man from 7 Gods is just way too exposed. He's trying to move from cover to cover, but Johnny, I don't think survival is possible now. He's tanking the damage from the blue as well, and constantly he's patching himself up, and he's not going to have enough time to patch himself up this time. Gets eliminated by the play zone, and now it's going to be a major standoff, a legendary battle between Nebula and Godlike. Nebula fighting for a comeback, Godlike fighting for the first spot.
Lot of pressure in this last play. 2 teams, 7 players still alive. And one thing is common, Necro, both of them are fighting for their pride. Phoenix, it seems like, has been spotted out by Admino. He's keeping his crosshair on that tree, making sure Phoenix is going to be pinned. Spots out a few pixels of that helmet. A little delayed with the shots, though, and Phoenix, he needs to lay out this cover in order to move out. Try and see if he can deter the pressure from Admino.
I mean, at this point, for Nebula Esports, all they need to do is just wait it out. Johnny, the circle is going to be forcing the players of Godlike to move pretty soon.
Yeah.
Godlike now sits at the edge. Pressure's going to be on top of Godlike. I'm liking the advanced form as well coming through from Nebula Esports. They've placed themselves in quite the good spots. Admino, though, doing a bit of that parkour, now is on top of the roof. The man's literally an assassin.
And I think, look at the radar as well. Vaadhi, he has taken a position close to the center of the circle. This is stage 8. Stage 9, I think Nebula will have the extra bit of added edge they need in order to pin down Godlike into this barn house and finish them off. Admino, as you mentioned, the assassin. He knows where the players of Nebula are. Some and Admino doing a lot of work to try and make sure that Vaadhi and Nomi cannot move any further close to the center of the circle. And this is it, Necro. This is the end game.
The end game that will either end Divine's dynasty or either Nebula will be closer to shattering the opponent's dreams. Godlike, they're going for some risky moves. Oh no, Sama, he's taking too much damage. He's going to be knocked out. What a blunder from Godlike. His power's already softened up by the blue damage. And now Nebula Esports as well, almost could have been lost out on that player. Eventually the man does get knocked out. Trades happening back and forth, but Godlike still with a big man disadvantage. Things cannot be recovered from here. Nebula down to a 3-man squad. Problems on both the sides. As his power now, he's got the high ground in his hands, and Nebula might just be pinned.
Yeah, but they don't have information. Admino is shooting in the wrong direction, and this could be big. Utility is also lacking. Just 2 nades on the players of Godlike to work with. And S-Power, he is so exposed, Necro. This is a risky play. He needs to find the knock, bring the numbers down to a 2v2. But look at this. In the last few seconds, Admino gets to Somit. They're going for a revive, and Godlike, if this is a 3 versus 3 situation, they stand a brilliant chance to win. But S-Power, he gets knocked out. Nebula Esports, they are looking to take this win away from the players of Godlike, but Some has been brought back, and Admino somehow manages to find a trade. The nade goes out flying. Vaadhi drops down to half an HP, but Admino and Some, can they clinch this win away from the side of Nebula? The final fight, a 2 versus 2, and it still could go either way.
It can be anyone's win. Godlike, the way they were able to snatch the entire win away almost from Nebula Esports. The fight's still down to a 1-on-2, but eventually Godlike, they somehow seal the fades, and they somehow come out on top. What was that victory from Godlike? Nebula was supposed to take it away, but what? The way they shut down Nebula, the way they positioned themselves in the fight. This is what you call absolute cinema. This is what you call a 200 IQ play.
This is also history
Samma,
getting forged.
As
the king watches the throne being empty, Prince seems to be walking ahead with it and grabbing it in style as Godlike. What a comeback on the biggest stage of the game itself. It seems like they've done the job. Have they dethroned DG, Johnny?
I don't know, because the difference before this game was 24 points, and I think Godlike have clinched it with 20, so DG might still be number 1 with just 4. What started with 32, what started with 34 is now just down to 4 points. Wipe out DG, you are number 1.
Oh my god, now Godlike, what have you done? And then of course, in the final fight, we watched a couple of players transcend. We saw Godmino back in form. We saw God Power being there as well. And what a partnership, Necro, in the final few moments, right?
I mean, the end moments, it was just unbelievable. I still cannot believe my eyes. It feels like they have been deceiving me for such a long time. Nebula Esports was supposed to win that fight. It was not even a question. And especially that mess up from Some, getting knocked out by the play zone itself. I thought that's going to be the cherry on top of the cake.
But the recovery.
Yeah, it was just brilliant. The fight was down to a 2-on-2 in the end, but still, man, it's just insane the way Godlike pulled it back in their hands.
And look at the stats once again. You've got Some with 4 eliminations, Admino with 5, and S-Power with 1. It does not matter. 10 eliminations being found equate to 10 points, Johnny. And of course, with that, it is going to be 10 points from the chicken dinner itself. 20 points being claimed by Godlike. And of course, we have to hear from them. What is the emotions going through the camp? What are they feeling? Let's hear it from themselves. Let's move on to the stage.
What a start to day 3. अगर टीम Godlike की बात करें, शुरुआत में 41 पॉइंट्स दूर थे फ्रॉम द नंबर 1 टीम, लेकिन अभी ये फासला इतना कम हो चुका है कि अब मात्र 5 पॉइंट दूर हैं आप नंबर 1 पोजीशन से. So Godlike, what a game, what a chicken dinner. मान्या, इस समय हम सब देख पा रहे हैं कि ऑब्वियसली इस टीम को बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट है, लेकिन आई एम सो श्योर कि Godlike की नज़र इस समय उस ट्रॉफी पर है जो ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है. आपको लग रहा है कि आज के इन 2 परफॉर्मेंसेस के बाद आपने 2-3 कदम और आगे बढ़ा लिया इस ट्रॉफी की तरफ?
अभी 2 कदम बढ़ाया और 4 कदम बचे है ना.
तो 4 कदम जिस तरह से आपने बढ़ाने का प्लान किया है, जिस तरह से मोमेंटम मिल रहा है, बहुत ही बेहतरीन है. एंड अब ये सिर्फ 5 अंकों का डिफरेंस है, तो अब जहन में नहीं चलेगा कि एक टीम है जिन्होंने बहुत बेहतरीन लीड ले रखी थी डे 1 में.
अब मेरे हिसाब से डिवाइन वाले भी प्रेशर फील कर रहे होंगे, अब उनके पास वो मार्जिन नहीं है.
लेकिन एडमिनो, ऑफ कोर्स जिस तरह से सपोर्ट मिल रहा है ऑडियंस से, जिस तरह से इस समय जयपुर से सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, क्या कहना चाहते हैं? क्योंकि क्लियरली जैसे ही वो चिकन डिनर आपकी टीम के नाम गया, यू हैड योर मोमेंट विद द ऑडियंस हियर.
देखिए, ऑडियंस से प्यार तो बना ही रहता है हमेशा, और हमेशा उन्होंने इतना प्यार दिया है कि इतना पंप किया है, चाहे जैसा भी फेज हो कोई दिक्कत नहीं आने देते वो लोग. तो आई एम ऑलवेज ग्रेटफुल फॉर देम.
एंड एज पावर, हाउ डज इट फील? क्योंकि अब ये कंपटीशन वाइड ओपन है, कैसा चल रहा है इस समय मोमेंटम, कैसा लग रहा है इस समय आफ्टर दैट चिकन डिनर?
चिकन डिनर के बाद तो नॉर्मल ही फीलिंग है, बट हमेशा से मैं मेरी टीम को कहता हूँ, हम लोग का एक ही मोटो है, जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो. मैंने सबको यही बोला था, वी विल जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो. एंड अब फ्लो आप लोग को दिख ही रहा है कहाँ लेके जा रहा है. दैट्स इट.
ऑल राइट, तो चलते हैं बैक टू द एक्शन, चलते हैं कास्टर्स की तरफ.
Their flow, to be honest, is on a different level. As Edmino, Manya, Some and his power, they celebrate. It's such a beautiful sight, of course. Yeah. We always talked about day 2 being the day of comebacks. They initiated this comeback yesterday. By the way, Godlike was, I think, if I'm not very wrong, they were dead bottom after first day, and now they were closing in at the top, Johnny.
Last to first, the most iconic story of them all. And I think Godlike is one of those few names that could have actually pulled it off. And look at this, man. He's calling anyone who would like to challenge him to the occasion to try and step up. Admin, phenomenal in that map of Erangel. 5 finishes secured, followed by Phoenix from the side of Nebula Esports, who also did really well in this match. But Nebula, Necro, I have to ask you, they lost every bit of momentum on day number 2. Is it possible for Nebula to finish on the podium?
Of course it is possible. It's not even a question. In that previous game, Nebula had a lot of finishes.
Yes, they did.
So even if they did not really get the chicken dinner, Nebula is still going to be in a pretty good spot in the match rankings. So I do believe for Nebula, the comeback has already started. Nebula Esports is not too far away as well from the podium, without a doubt. But are they far away from the first spot? Absolutely, yes. They're still pretty far away from that first.
And then, of course, as we watch them flex their logo, Divine Gaming must be feeling so many things in their minds right now. Johnny, I mean, you haven't really been far away from the lads of Divine Gaming. You've been very close to them. Yeah. Have you had a word with them before the day started? And how is the team feeling right now?
Bro, one of the most toughest zone. See, இது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா zone 2. ஓகேவா? இந்த zone 2ல இருந்து டிட் எனிபடி எக்ஸ்பெக்டட் இங்கே பொச்சினிக்கு இந்த இடத்துல முடியும்னு யாராவது எதிர்பார்த்தீங்களா? பாருங்க, எங்கேருந்து எங்கே இழுத்துருக்கு. பாருங்க, இங்கே இருக்கிற ஜோனு பொச்சினிக்கியில் பிஓ அந்த ஓவில் இருக்கிற ஒரு காம்பவுண்டில் இழுத்து முடிச்சிருக்கு. ஐயோ அம்மா, இதெல்லாம் வந்து இங்கே அதாவது இந்த என்டையர் ஜோனில் எங்கே வேணாலும் முடிச்சிருக்கான். சோல் இருந்த இடம், மித்த இருந்த இடம் இது. ஆனால் நெபுலா கரெக்டாக அந்த மலையை ஹோல்டு பண்ணி அவன் கடைசி வரைக்கும் அந்த மலையை விட்டு கொடுக்கல, எவனுக்குமே விட்டு கொடுக்கல. ஏன்னா அந்த ஜெனிசிஸு, ஆர்ஜி இவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து ஸ்டார்டிங்லேயே இங்கே ஃபைட்டில் எலிமினேட் ஆகிட்டாங்க. அவங்க இருந்திருந்தால் அங்கே ஃபைட்டு கண்டிப்பாக போயிருக்கும். ஃபுல் ஜோன் பாட்டம்லேருந்து ஃபுல் ரைட் ஷிஃப்ட் தான் போயிட்டுருக்குது நேற்றுலேருந்து. அண்ட் இது வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரீம் இதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப பயங்கர எக்ஸ்ட்ரீம். ஏ அப்பா! அன்எக்ஸ்பெக்டட் டு த கோர் மாரியான ஜோன் இது. ஆக்சுவலி டிவைன் வந்து அவசரப்பட்டு உள்ள வராம அவன் வந்து கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸிட்ல கொஞ்சம் ஆடி பொச்சின்கி இதுக்குள்ளலாம் போயிட்டு கொஞ்சம் அப்படி இப்படி ஏதாவது செக் பண்ணியிருந்தானா கண்டிப்பா பாயிண்ட் எடுத்திருப்பான். 7 காட்ஸ் எங்கேருந்து வந்திருக்கான் பாருங்களேன். அவன் இங்கேருந்து பொச்சின்கி போயிட்டு பிக் பண்ணியிருக்கான். இங்கேருந்து அங்கே போய் அடி டாப் 3 வந்துட்டான். அதனால தான் சரி மேப்பை பார்ப்போம் எப்படி முடிஞ்சுது அப்படின்ட்டு பார்க்கறதுக்காக வந்தேன்.
I mean, they're
Divine.
Yeah, way too far back. Way too far back. Genesis Esports as well is right there with only 1 point. And Genesis
Zone
Esports too
script
at the
பண்ண
start of the
முடியாது
day
bro.
stood a chance just as much as Godlike
Yeah.
to move on towards that second or even the first spot.
Yes.
But now Genesis is just flashing away from the overall standings, which is honestly not a good thing. Genesis, they still stand a chance to make a comeback, but now they need a 30-pointer. And look at that difference between Divine Gaming and Godlike. It's narrowed
என்னடா,
down only
5
5
point.
points.
5 points.
வந்துட்டானுங்கடா கிட்டக்க Godlike.
Johnny,
yeah.
what are you feeling right now? Do you feel stressed that
Godlike
Divine
என்ன
Gaming
இப்படி
and
ஒரு
their
comeback
lead
கொடுத்துட்டு
might be
இருக்கு?
compromised? Or do you feel
நான்லாம்
happy
எதிர்பார்க்கவே இல்லை
that
இப்படி ஒரு
Godlike
comeback
has
கொடுக்குன்ட்டு.
mounted the impossible?
It's split, man. I mean, on one side, of course, Divine Gaming, they might miss out on the trophy if they do not perform. But as you mentioned earlier, this is history in the making. We have never seen a loss to first finish ever in any tournament. And Godlike, I think if they actually manage to pull it off, I'm going to be honored to be a part of these set of matches.
You know what? You mentioned about Slug being teary-eyed, and it's not the first time that we have seen him. It first happened BGS 24 when they lost the trophy to X-Pac. Everyone
Yes.
thought
First top 2
that
மட்டும் தான்
Global
போகணுமா?
Esports
இல்ல,
is
இல்ல.
going to
Hashtag
win.
1 ல
The
முடிக்கிறவங்க
next it
தான்
happened in
போவாங்க.
Showdown as well when Orangutan snatched away the trophy. And maybe the third time, BMPS 2026. This is stressful, man. But on the flip side, Godlike, imagine this. They've never won an official trophy in BGMI itself. And when it mattered the most, when everybody thought Godlike is destroyed, seems like they're back again.
You know what the concern now is going to be for the players of Divine Gaming?
Yeah.
Godlike is going to be full of adrenaline. They're not going to be full of pressure.
Exactly.
There's going to be adrenaline coursing through their veins, while Divine Gaming is now going to be lacking on adrenaline. They are going to be insanely stressed.
100%. And speaking of stress, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you keep yourself energized with the Monster Energy drinks. And for now, we're going to take a small break. We'll be back after this.
We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let's go.
Alrighty, now we have with us my favorite person to interview. Ladies and gentlemen, Sid from SATUL. Sid bhai, aap kaise ho? Aapka mental kaisa hai bhai? It's the finals, last day, lot of pressure.
मजा आ रहा है यार. I mean, I'm always relaxed. I've been to so many finals, so many different titles, so I'm also relaxed. But it's fun. I think this is one of the best LAN events I've been to for BGMI for sure.
Not just you, मेरा भी यही मानना है. One of the best events we have been to. But आपकी mental जो strength है, आपका जो fortitude है, वो players को आप कैसे transfer करने वाले? Because they're fighting for a spot in EWC now.
Honestly, we are not thinking about EWC because the goal is still winning BMPS. हम लोग यहाँ पे सोच के नहीं आए थे EWC के slot के बारे में. अभी थोड़ा BMPS जीतना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है. But we are still aiming to win because you know there's a saying that says you aim for the moon, at least you'll reach the stars.
Exactly.
So we got to aim for BMPS and अगर देखते हैं EWC is क्या बोलते हैं consolation नहीं second yeah consolation prize yeah.
I think आप लोगों के लिए तो consolation ही है. ट्रॉफी नहीं आई उसके बाद जो भी मिल रहा है वो consolation ही है. लेकिन BJS की ट्रॉफी आप जीते थे वहाँ से BMPS के ट्रांजिशन में भी स्टार्टिंग में मोमेंटम काफी अच्छा था. फाइनल्स में यार कुछ तो गड़बड़ हो गई.
I still believe कि हम लोग एक momentum based team है. वो figure out करना पड़ेगा कि if we don't get a good start फिर क्या करना है. I think ये first time हमारे साथ हुआ है कि हमको को start ही नहीं मिल पाया. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. जो mistakes हुए we know what we did wrong and we will figure it out. We are a champion team, we are a champion roster and this doesn't change that fact.
अच्छा अब आपसे आपकी टीम के बारे में पूछे तो बहुत आसान रहता है बट बाकी टीम्स के बारे में पूछ लेते. There have been a lot of surprises in this finals. Who was your favorite pleasant surprise in this final?
Honestly, Divine being first is not a surprise. They have been super consistent all year round. Godlike is definitely a surprise for me. They have been playing super well. I think they are currently in contention. अभी last जो मैं zone देख के आया था, zone के हिसाब से भी हो सकता है वो लोग ये मैच जीत जाए. So I'm very happy for them, to be honest. You know, उसमें से 2-3 लड़के अपने ही हैं. So I'm very happy for them and very surprised as well.
Sid, thank you so much for that amazing interview. Thank you so much.
We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let's go.
Far away from the lads of Divine Gaming. You've been very the team feeling right now.
I mean, there was pressure on the players of Divine, but it is also a roster that knows how to remain calm under that pressure. And I think that was the one thing that even I was banking on personally. For me, might sound a little biased, but I'm actually rooting for the players of Divine Gaming. It has been a long time since we've seen Omega dominate, and I've said this at every single finals. I am so tired of seeing tears in the eyes of Slug. I have seen Omega dominate, and I've said this at every single finals. I am so tired of seeing tears in the eyes of Slug.
Adrenaline. But Johnny, we've been casting for such a long time. Never in our life we have seen a moment where a team pulls off a comeback all the way from the 16th spot. This is happening for the first time.
Exactly.
And Johnny, I'm just great to be here.
Exactly, man. I also said the same thing before we went on break. It's just an honor to be here, witnessing the action. And I love the fact that while we think Divine Gaming might be under pressure, they are still calm, cool, and composed.
Well, they have to be as well, considering the fact that now they're slowly slipping the lead as well with
Official
Godlike
page
hot on the tail. It is going to be a
correct.
battle between these two teams, and 4 more maps remaining. And there is going to be a lot of line as well. And on the side note as well, Soul and OG still fighting for their second ticket, still on the line in the KIE rankings. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out, because we're going to be jumping straight into its game tree of the day. It is going to be the map of Erangel.
Third game of the day. The halfway point of the day is about to be reached. And Johnny, the plane fly pad starts all the way from Stalber towards the Snoka military base. The players are locked in. We are locked in. This game, it's going to be an absolute legendary battle.
Of course it will be, Necro, and for that we are going to have to see what the teams will be down to based on the flight path right now, starting from the hills of Stalber and ending south of military base. It seems like the two teams that are in contention for the trophy are going to have a little bit easier time than they usually do. Divine Gaming, Severny is going to be within their reach. They are going to be able to drop for those vehicle spawns quite easily as well. And along with that, even Pochinki being in play makes the lives of the players of
maybe next match
easy as well.
Actually in the match flight path
for Godlike, once again, it doesn't even matter what's favoring them or what's not favoring them. They've been winning those fights, Johnny. The most important thing of the game, the most important mechanic is winning fights. And Godlike is able to pull that off with these. And the way they've been playing, it feels like they've been doing a speed run from the last to the first spot, and the speed run is almost about to be achieved as well. Godlike, all it takes is another consistent game the same way. Get a chicken dinner, and you're going to be on the first spot with an okayish lead over the players of Divine Gaming. At the start of the day, while we were having our breakfast, we had a conversation about this, me, Anki, and Rohit, and we were saying that, okay, it's just Divine Gaming now lifting the trophy. Today's day is going to be pretty much just the same thing over again. But then now the day starts, and we're seeing Godlike just with a monumental comeback. I never saw this coming.
I don't think anyone saw this coming, Nick, right? I think it's everyone who was just expecting that, all right, maybe they did well yesterday, but today it's going to be difficult. There was such a big lead on the leaderboard between the first and the second, and now it seems like the first 2 days of the grand finals never even happened. Divine Gaming never dominated 8 games in a row, and everything just comes down to this, the next 4 games. But then again, look at what's happening on the map. We have a circle that's just going to make things complicated, and it's just going to force everyone to overthink. It's a circle that's split between all 3 islands, centered on that potato hill.
And no one's actually contesting the potato hill just yet, because everyone's just dropping down, getting their hands on the loot. Godlike as well now, traversing towards Pochinki. You can see them inside of the vehicles. They've got their hands on the important vehicles that they needed. Sister Esports on the other side, heading towards Georgia Pool since the plane fly path was away from Georgia Pool. Sister Esports is going to be taking a bit of that time to loot up. OG towards Rozok, Soul towards School. And both these teams have been struggling so much in the Grand Finals. At the start of the Grand Finals, Johnny, the clear favorites were Seoul. But the way they played, the way they showed up, they were extremely messy.
Exactly. I think at the start of the tournament, at the start of the Grand Finals, in fact, Seoul, Revenant Xbox, TAG, OG, God's Reign, they were being hailed as the teams that will be competing for the trophy. Godlike, to a certain extent, people expected them to do well. Same goes for Victorious Summers, but Divine Gaming, I don't think a lot of people had Divine Gaming even on the podium. But here we are. A pleasant surprise, the showcase of why, no matter what happens, you can never count these teams, these players, out of the competition.
It's because Divine Gaming just has been so much of a hit or miss. Even in the qualifying weeks, we saw Divine Gaming struggle in a few games.
Expectations.
And because of that, Divine Gaming was not exactly the assurity that, yes, they will be the champions.
Yeah.
But the run of form Team Seoul was in, the run of form Victorious Summers was in, they were the clear favorites. Even OG, they were doing so great in the qualifying weeks. Yeah, a few games were messed up from them as well at the start, but then later on, we saw the graph going up, and we all thought that OG is now once again back in that prime form. But then they show up towards the Grand Finals, and man, the way they drop the ball.
Just an absolute fall for Grace, fall from Grace for OG. And it's been a difficult recovery for them as well. But look at how things are on the overall leaderboard as the fight for the spot inside of EWC is also there. It seems like OG might just miss out on getting themselves to the international stage this time. That was a dream that was kept alive for the longest of times, but maybe this day might be an end to that. And of course, as we talk about dreams, there is an opportunity up for you guys. Go on to craftonindiaesports.com and register your squads for Nayak Hiladi. It is the Open for All tournament, and this could be the start, the first step of making your dreams come true.
And even the prize pool's going to be 10 lakh rupees.
Yeah.
A lot of money. Not exactly as much as this Bmps since it holds 4 crore rupees, but that's going to be a stepping stone for you. So make sure you're registering your team if you know you've got what it takes to be an absolute champion, to be a professional player. But back towards the conversation that we're having. Possibilities of comebacks, and Victorious Summers still is a little bit far back. That previous game, the way they dropped the ball, especially that fight against Nebula Esports, we knew it was going to be one-sided. But if Victorious Summers, by mistake, if they would have won that, then Victorious Summers would have also came through with a win in that game.
Pretty much. Seoul on our screens. And it's quite a rare thing to witness. The fans, Necro, they're quiet. At the start of the journey, as we keep on mentioning it, the dream was for the trophy. And of course, at the same time, heading towards that international stage. But now both those things are up for grabs for OG, Divine, and Godel to claim. As we talk about Divine Gaming, this is the most difficult part of their journey inside of this game. That rotation from Severny, trying their level best to move down south, and at the same time not lose players, not take any casualty upon themselves.
Divine Gaming on the move. That previous game, the way they got caught off guard, was not exactly what Divine Gaming was planning, and now you see them play a little bit more careful. Divine Gaming isn't just going for some crazy rotations. Divine Gaming is now actually thinking on how to win a game. And they should have been doing this way before as well. Every single step Divine Gaming is taking, Divine Gaming knows they're now being stopped in tracks. They cannot even trust a single compound, not even a single shack. Everything needs to be checked. Team Apex Gaming so far have been an absolute disappointment. The expectations were so much, but the way they showed up to the Grand Finals, I'm personally disappointed.
It's not just you, I think the fans as well, but again, it's a new roster coming together. Not exactly a new roster, new organization. This was their debut, and I think I would have been happy had they been able to fight for the top 5, but bottom 2 along with the side of Myth, both new faces on the block, technically new faces on the block. struggling to compete with the veterans of the scene. But TAG, I'm pretty sure, I think maybe in the next tournament we are going to see them do a lot better than this. I mean, I'm still being hopeful, I guess.
I mean, the hope is the only thing that keeps us alive, right? And that is the only thing TAG is going to be alive for. Team Tamilas, though, as of now, the game one was great from Team Tamilas. With a lot of elimination points, they did secure themselves a decent enough spot. And the race is not done yet, by the way. Even Team Tamilas have crossed that 100 points marker. The circle shifting on top of Godlike. Once again, I'm telling you, the gods are favoring them. Gods literally want Godlike to win.
Pretty much now, even I agree with you, man. And I think for Divine Gaming, this is just a fight against divinity itself. A fight against grace, a fight against fate, a fight against destiny. But on the other side of things, Apex Gaming, for them, this is going to be a fight against the players of God's Reign. Equinox is going to be dropped low, and in fact, he's going to be dropped to the floor, picked up as well. But God's Reign, Necro, look at what's going down. They have found S-Power, and he is outnumbered. Godlike, the circle is favoring them, but the teams aren't. Trades coming through. God's Reign lose one, Godlike lose one.
The fight's not done yet. S-Power is going to fall back a little bit more. Nades are going to be tossed against S-Power. The man's completely trapped up top. God's Reign should utilize this time to try and isolate the duel against the man, but instead God's Reign, they burn through a lot of time, and now another man pops out of the game. Justin taken care of. Godlike, they spring back to life as they eliminate the existence of God's Reign. What a blunder from God's Reign. They should have eliminated S-Power.
They had the numbers to work with. They had the time as well, but they messed up. And the result, God's Reign, they are not going to be able to move any further in this match. They're going to have to wait for the next matches to come online. But Godlike, Necro, this is going to be tough. Can they help Admino back on his feet again? The wall of smokes laid out in these open fields. They have the vehicles to work with, but there will be a lot of suppressing fire, a lot of commitment required for these revives. Myth, they have a line of fire. They have the high ground as well. Oh, and that spray, it actually looks good.
I mean, the sprays are good, but not good enough. He's taking those shots, but Godline is just driving around. They know those shots are not going to be connecting. The man is already inside of the vehicle. The rescue operation is completed. Godlike, what a way to save the day for your teammate. Admino back towards safety. The revivalist wall is coming through. Godlike back in full force. All the 4 players on the board. Godlike is ready for a legendary battle.
What a phenomenal save this was. As you mentioned, they are ready for another battle, and I think they are ready for an epic one as well. All 4 players intact, 3 finishes on the board. And again, 3 finishes means the difference that was 5 at the start of the match now just sits at 2 points between Godlike and Divine Gaming. And DG, Necro, this is pressure. This is what we spoke about. DG are just sticking around in the blue zone itself, not really willing to take these fights. A team with everything to lose, and a team that does not even think about win this time.
Johnny, DG scared.
Yeah.
Straight up, they're way too scared. They want to avoid the fights, and they still want to make it inside of the circle. And the possibilities of that happening are next to none. They will need to take at least 1 fight, either against Genesis Esports or against Nebula Esports. Who is it going to be? It's up to them to decide. Myth official on top of this hill, the potato hill, right now contested by Myth. And that's going to give them the edge for a long time. Divine Gaming moving a little bit in the closer proximity of Genesis Esports. Johnny, this fight is going to be iconic.
It is going to be iconic, and it might just be the one that decides the fate of Divine Gaming. Are they going to be inching closer to the trophy, or are Godlike ready to topple them down to the 2nd spot? But Genesis on the move. Divine Gaming, I believe, have been spotted out, and this is where panic sets in. We have the map with us. We see Divine Gaming falling back. They're trying their level best to head back up towards the northern side, but they might be caught off guard by the players of Victorious Sumus.
Divine Gaming right now spotting out the players of Victorious Sumus right in front. And keep this thing in mind, the moment Divine Gaming takes a fight against Victorious Sumus, there's going to be an instant third party, instant retaliation even from Genesis. So you cannot really afford to take a fight right now. Divine Gaming, they need to stay under the radar. And that's what they're doing, trying to avoid as many eyes as they can on top of them. Nebula Esports in the proximity as well, but Divine Gaming right now, they've actually threaded the needle as well. They found a way to try and make it towards the centric part of the circle, and Divine Gaming is pulling off a clean rotation, Johnny.
But Necro, it's a risky one as well. They might just run into the open arm of the players of Myth. And in fact, look at this. Shots being fired in their direction from the rear as well. Both the tires are gone. Nighty needs to slow down. Omega is there to protect him. But can Divine Gaming fight their way out of this one?
Divine Gaming, this is such an important pit stop. They just need this position under control, and that's what they're doing. They're actually doing a perfect job in taking the position in their hands, and they've done it as well, Johnny. Divine Gaming right now has a decent spot inside of the circle. It's not too good, not too bad. Team Tamilas, they charge on against the players of 8-Bit. They're also getting shot at from the back. Man from 8-Bit is doing a lot of damage. Another man falls apart. Should be taken care of. Team Tamilas on the verge of clinching their fists as they're almost about to deliver that knockout blow, but a third party from Reckoning. It eliminates the existence of Team Tamilas from this game.
Quite unfortunate for the boys from Team Tamilas. This was another team that was fighting for the push.
Their fit. Another man falls apart. Should be taken care of. Team Tamilas. But too bad. Team Tamilas, they charge on against the players of 8-Bit. They're also getting shot at from the back. Man from 8-Bit. Too bad. Team Tamilas, they charge on against the players of 8-Bit. They're also getting shot at from the back. Man from 8-Bit is doing a lot of damage. Another man falls apart. Should be taken care of. Team Tamilas on the verge of clinching their fists as they're almost about to deliver.
Big name that you do not want to deal with right now. Knight, he has a ghillie suit to work with, but if he keeps...
Players are all the way towards the bottom left. It's a big separation Reckoning Esports is currently playing with.
Reckoning Esports, that 1-3 split, committing Sahil to that southern edge. I'm actually worried about it, man. I mean, there's TAG up north, there's Victoria Somas towards the south. Reckoning could actually lose one player. In fact, 7 Gods, look at them. They spot out those vehicle shots being taken, although none of them make contact. Levi, he's low, gets dropped. And this is going to be a big loss for Reckoning Esports.
Unfortunate stuff. 7 Gods. Now just stinging the players of Reckoning Esports. It's desperation kicking in for Reckoning 2. Reckoning as well stand a chance, by the way. They just need one chicken dinner, that's it. And even they're going to be springing to fruition. As of now, Reckoning Esports, they found themselves a decent spot around the centric, or not exactly centric, around the edge of the circle. Pretty far away from the centric. That's going to keep Reckoning Esports and their thoughts alive for a bit longer. Unless the circle moves away, then Reckoning Esports has messed up.
This was a scary little interaction between Victoria Somas and the side of 7 Gods. And VS, another team that's still in the fight. This could have been bad, by the way, because look at the radar. They're surrounded from every single direction. Any team with line of fire for that split second could have caused a big loss for Victoria Somas over there.
Having a look at the replay of that fight once again between Godlike and God's Raid, there were so many close calls. Godlike, for a moment we thought they're messed up. And God's Raid, I don't really understand. What is this panic situation that we saw? Since God's Rain knew that there's just one man above them, they should have already pushed deep. They should have already committed to that cause. It would have been a 1-on-2 scenario. God's Rain could have easily played for the trades, but they still messed up. And that's why we're seeing so many mishaps. Teams not able to capitalize at the right timing. That's why we're seeing them slip away from the overall board over and over again.
Oh, but look at this. There might be a slip up from the side of Divine Gaming as well. Ninja Boy has been dropped to the floor. Team Soul picking up that point for themselves. And Divine Gaming losing a man this early inside of this game. It opens up the door for Godlike and the side of Victoria Somas, but Nebula Esports, they show up knocking on the door, and Genesis, they are falling prey to the boys from Nebula.
This is such an interesting fight. Nebula Esports against Genesis. Genesis already lost out on too many players. There's a big hemorrhage. And Soul from the sidelines now trying to third party and claim those crappy points, and Soul might just be able to do it as well. Soul closing in that distance. They've got no idea that Kratos is right next to him, and Kratos, he finds the first knock. Such an important knock as well. Soul, they might just be dismantled right here, right now. Another knock is on the verge of happening, but Soul, they clutch it out, eliminating that final existence of Nebula from this game. Soul is keeping themselves alive with 6 eliminations on the board.
Somehow they managed to stay inside of the fight, but not for long, as Myth show up with a very quick third party. And Team Soul, last man, I think Goblin can't really do much, runs away with his life intact. Oh, there's one more man from the side of Soul. Oh, he got knocked out. Legit. Couldn't really survive the onslaught that was there instantly without any delay. What is going on the slopes of Potato Hill, by the way? This is the 4th third party that we're seeing over here. And Revenant Xbox, they show up, scare off the players from the side of Myth.
Too many teams are desperate to at least get their hands on the Potato Hill, Johnny. That's what's going on. And since they know so many teams are hurt, everyone wants to be the one to third party and claim those points. And Myth is well eliminated from this game. Within the blink of an eye, we've seen 3 teams take an exit. Myth as well being a part of it. Soul almost followed up that elimination too, but Nebula Esports' elimination, it was definitely heartbreaking. Victor Sumas from the sidelines now trying to apply a bit more of that pressure. The maximum grip on the throat of Team Soul. A man is knocked out. Legit confirmed from the game. Soul now is surviving with only one glimmer of hope in the game.
As you mentioned, just one man left alive, one last ray of hope. But same can't be said for the players of Reckoning Esports, as 7 gods, they show up circling this position like vultures. And well, Reckoning Esports, they were outnumbered, and they this time will be the ones facing the reckoning of 7 gods. TAG up front, no time to breathe even for 7 gods themselves. They have enough cover to work with and set themselves up for this fight around the southern edge of the play zone itself, but it's not going to be as easy as it sounds.
Divine Gaming is still alive, by the way.
But so is Godlike and Victor Somis.
It's not a good position. Specifically for Godlike, the moment they out-survive the players of Divine Gaming, it's done.
Yes.
They will have the lead on the first spot in the overall standings. TAG tossing out utilities against 7 gods this fight. It's not really a good one. TAG trying to create some problems for the players of 7 gods. Moksha is all the way back in the blue, but Moksha is also playing a cheeky angle. No one's going to be expecting Moksha to be there in the blue. And TAG might just be caught off guard from his presence. 7 gods. Now Moksha finally runs out in the open. He knows now is going to be his time to make it. But eventually he gets caught as well. That's going to be the first opener. TAG opens up the fray. 7 gods next to them as well. And 7 gods now surviving with a 3-man squad. TAG with the man advantage inside of the fight. They should just send it.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do, but they're trying to see if they can catch the players of 7 gods off guard as well. Moksha bleeds out to the blue zone itself, and 7 gods are left scrambling for any ray of hope. Looking for a comeback in this fight. Nades lobbed out by Ninja. Him and Rex Boy, they are going to try and escape. And I think it should be a successful escape as well. There's not a lot of teams present towards the southern side of the circle. But hey, look at this. It doesn't matter. TAG, they're not going to let go of the players of 7 gods. And Rex Boy, he finds himself trying to struggle his way inside of that vehicle. And 7 gods, they're going to be sent packing back to the lobby by the players of TAG.
While all of this was happening, the circle actually favors the players of Divine Gaming. Now they've got the advantage. But there's also that one sneaky player from the side of Team Soul, Goblin. He can really be a greedy Goblin. If he's able to find even one single knock against TG, man, just imagine the heartbreak.
Imagine he's going up against his former IGL in the form of Omega. That's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a cheeky play. I'm pretty sure smiles are going to be exchanged because these lads, they let it all out inside of the match itself.
You are wrong. Smiles are not going to be exchanged, especially given the position Divine Gaming is sitting in right now. Omega will definitely be salty. And it's quite uncharacteristic for him to be calm.
That is true.
We haven't really seen Omega being this cool. This is the first tournament he's being so calm and composed.
Why is he serious?
And I'm pretty sure after this game we're about to see a salty face of Omega.
I'm just hoping that doesn't happen, because as long as the man is calm, the team is doing well. If he starts getting agitated, you never know what Divine Gaming might do. But look at this. This is a big fight 4 points available. It's Vasista Esports up front, and Godlike, they are ready to make that bounce as Power leading the charge instantly falls. But the trade is there. Manya from the back lines. He is retaliating, and Godlike, they are going full on in this fight. Vasista Esports, they find the trades, but it's not enough, Necro.
Vasista Esports are no match against Godlike. At least that's what Godlike is roaring, and at least that's what the fans are roaring so far. But the fight's now taken down to a 2-on-1. That one man from Vasista Esports, he gets dealt with. Godlike is going to be able to come through with a quick reset as well, get all the fallen comrades back up on the feet. Victorious Sumas, now they challenge the players of Divine Gaming, and what a nade that was. Knight knocked out within an instant, another nade tossed out. Divine Gaming, you cannot afford to make any mistakes. Those nades, they're catching Divine Gaming slug. He walked right into it. And TAG, they're there to thirst Divine Gaming.
They were trying to save their man, but instead they end up giving another point to the opponents. Victorious Sumas and TAG, the sandwich was complete. And well, at the core was Divine Gaming. And also, by the way, that fight against the players of Vasista Esports, that puts Godlike #1 on the overall leaderboard. Necro, the podium, the top, the summit has changed hands, and now the gods are the ones sitting up in heaven.
It is just insane. Godlike is taking fights, somehow recovering as well every single time. And as you mentioned, the overall standings have now changed the phases as Godlike, they take the first spot with 144 points, leading by 2 points over Divine Gaming. Omega still standing though, the fight's not done. Now Victorious Sumas might just be in a world of trouble. That's going to be the players of TAG, tossing out the nades on top of Victorious Sumas. Scary Jod is still standing, he's looking quite healthy, and Scary Jod, he peeks out for a second from that smoke, gets a knock, but there's going to be an instant retaliation from TAG. The fight's not done yet, now the fight's down to a 1-on-2. TAG with the man advantage inside of this entire moment, and now Jonathan shows his back to the competition. Victorious Sumas eliminated from the game. Oh my god, big eliminations happening back to back. Even DG, they have the same phase, and now it's going to be time for Godlike to showcase their wrath to the lobby.
Is this going to be it? Godlike, they've done phenomenally well in the first 2 matches, and even now the gods are not slowing down. Another knock secured. TAG, they're going to be left bleeding down to the last man. Harsh has been spotted out. Admino leading the charge, makes the bounce, hungry for the finish as it gets stolen by the players of OG. 4 versus 2. The revive comes through, and now it's a 4 versus 3. The apes against the gods.
This is for the first time in my life I've seen roars against Jonathan.
Yes.
Everyone is cheering Godlike. They want Godlike to succeed in this moment. But for OG, it's still going to be the fight for the second slot. Godlike, they've opened up the fray. What am I watching? This is absolutely legendary. Godlike in an unstoppable form. And OG, can they really comprehend? Can they really sustain against Godlike and their wrath?
Oh man, wrath of the gods. This is what you fear. And well, here they are, Admino with the hovercraft. It's a tank on the move. They do not have to worry about the pressure. They do not have to worry about him going down. But it is about the information, the pings coming through from his end. They are going to make sure that OG, they are going to be struggling to breathe. The hovercraft finally out of commission, and Admino, he has the S12K to work with. Needs the first knock in this fight. Will he find it? No! Admino falls. 2 players in the back lines. Now the pressure is on Godlike. 2 versus 4. Can they claim this win? Can they claim this chicken dinner?
Situation, as you mentioned, now taken down to a 2-on-4. Godlike, they win that duel. Salma, that was quite an important duel as well. Now the situation, it's taken down to a 2-on-3. Still, it can't be anyone's game. The way Godlike has been playing, you can never count him out, even though they've got the man disadvantage inside of this fight. OG, though, you never know. They might have just found the lost form. Surviving in the final few, 3 men still alive for OG, and the way they've spread themselves out, OG's looking to pull off some big brain moves, but Salma is ready for that flank.
Well, they are ready indeed, but it's still 2 versus 3 numbers stacked against them. I think they're going to try and pressure AKOP, maybe try and use numbers, isolate players against the side of OG. And also, Necro, look at the brilliant control OG has of the play zone itself. They're denying Godlike access. They want to keep their backs next to the blue. This is just brilliant.
Circle favoring OG. Godlike now regrouping up. There's Vince God in the front. Utilities tossed out from Godlike, those smokes. Are they really going to give the edge to the players of Godlike? Wiscott sits inside of the vehicle. Godlike's player gets struck down. That's going to be big knock against Godlike, and now Sama is left all by himself to clutch it out. Spams away with that S12K and runs back in the Molotov, runs back in the blue. Godlike eliminated from the game, and OG, they reignite themselves and their chances to get that second slot towards EWC. But what a performance it's been from Godlike. Back-to-back crazy games, and Godlike, they've already mounted themselves on the throne of the BMPS 2026.
What a day to be alive here for the grand finals. Godlike top 2 and also a chicken dinner from the second game. Consistent games after games. And with 3 more to go, will Godlike be able to defend the title, defend the throne, and lift their first official trophy? And as of yet, as you can see, the pressure is on Divine Gaming. The ball is slipping in towards the other court. But OG, with this winner-winner chicken dinner, shows signs of life to potentially take away the ticket from Seoul.
Pretty much, but man, oh man, what? For the first time, I think this is a grand finals that we're witnessing. What a comeback mounted by the players of OG. I feel bad for Divine Gaming, but have to give massive props where props are due. Godlike under pressure, they have done so much. First position, and of course Necro, by the way, they're gonna have a little bit of a safety net as well to work with.
Yeah. And that safety net's now going to go a long way since Divine Gaming is not even having the momentum with them.
3 matches left.
Yeah, Godlike is messing up back-to-back, Johnny. But remember this thing. Divine Gaming, they pull off a comeback even on the day 1 in the latter 3 games. And the latter 3 games are still left over. Anything can happen. Anything is possible. Winning with a chicken dinner team stats, of course, it was OG to snatch it away. But now the question in my mind is, have OG toppled over Seoul?
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky as well, considering the fact that Seoul needs to be in the bottom 16 teams in order for that to happen as well. But before that, let's take a look towards the interview, because we're going to jump on stage with the guys with OG. Rohit, take it away.
So much, casters.
little bit of mix and match here between all these teams.
Well, pretty much. And again, as you mentioned, it is a nice little mix and match between the players of different teams. But as far as the teams are considered, they would like to see those frags on their boys themselves. And I think, again, it was important for the players of Soul and Goblin as well to get those finish points. As we heard in that interview, you also mentioned OG. Aim is pretty clear. Be in a better bracket than Soul is. But if Soul keeps getting those finishes, if they keep on getting those points, then it might be difficult. On the other side of things, the other fight. We have the highlights on our screens. And again, I think from the start of the game, we did feel like Godlike was going to do well. But Necro, I think it was stage 5 when we saw them towards the southwestern edge of the circle. There was an open field they needed to push. I was scared. I don't know how these boys made it happen.
I'm telling you, man, this team is on a different level right now. You talk about the flow state, they've already achieved it. And it's already just adrenaline coursing through their veins right now. Godlike is winning those fights. They're doing everything that they can. And expectations were there from Divine Gaming too. Nebula Esports as well got melted. And the way they challenged the players of Assista Esports, it was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I agreed. And at the same time, so this was a very, very important round as well. And especially here in Day 3, Sawme is definitely stepping up his game. We know him to be one of the strongest solo clutchers all time, regardless of whichever team he's playing. But here, finally on the grand stage on Day 3, where Godlike needs him the most, he was able to find a lot of crucial openings to actually get themselves into the top 2 here. And again, 3 games back-to-back, Godlike has been consistently placed in top 2 with decent amount of elimination. They secured 1 chicken dinner, but again, consistency, I think this is the most consistent performance coming from Godlike out of all the 3 days so far.
Yeah, once again, let's not disregard one fact that even the circle has been popping up on top of Godlike for the previous 3 games. I mean, yes, later on, we have seen a few shifts away from Godlike from the circle itself, but those late game rotations is where a player like Manya thrives. And he was able to find some nice openings as well. And I love the fact that Manya was also reading the elimination feed. He knew that the teams are getting eliminated on top of the peak. The moment the teams were getting absolutely rubbed off, that's when he pulled off a great rotation, and he actually did it successfully so. Moving on towards the match rankings, Godlike getting 16 points off that game, and OG only getting 15, even though they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly. And TEG getting 15 points here will move up in terms of ranking here. Victor Summers trying to give chase here, but unfortunately the chance for the trophy is slowly slipping for Victor Summers. And if Divine Gaming getting 5 points, that means Godlike now has officially a 1-game advantage over Divine Gaming. And this is going to be a very crucial one between these 2 teams. This last 3 games is going to decide their fate. And so far, we know we are waiting for Miramar because that is a Divine Gaming special.
Hey man, I mean, we are waiting for Miramar, but I just realized one thing. The teams that were on the podium at the end of day 1, Divine Gaming was the only one that stuck around. But all the others took a massive fall. You see where Genesis is. You see where's Nebula Esports. They're 7th right on top of Genesis. So these teams, massive tumble. I just hope Divine does not slip away from that podium before the day comes to an end.
But all things considered here, based on the current overall standings here, Divine Gaming is still in the race as well. They've only 6 points difference between Godlike and Divine Gaming. And with only, 3 matches remaining, none of these 2 teams can actually afford to lose anymore.
But here's the difference, as you mentioned. They can't afford to lose, but they aren't even trying to fight. That's the problem for Divine Gaming. Day 1, we saw them be very aggressive. They were able to secure, 82 points in 6 matches?
87 points.
87 points in 6 matches. Day 2 was not that bad, but at least they were fighting. Today, they aren't even making an attempt. They're just retaliating or reacting to what goes around them. No proactive playmaking from Divine Gaming.
Yeah, Divine Gaming is playing clearly suppressed. It feels like they're now scared of the lobby finally, and the pressure is getting to them, and that's why we're seeing a big shift in the playstyle too, but that is never supposed to happen. Divine Gaming is supposed to stick to their main plan, which is playing aggressive and aiming for those elimination points.
I like that you actually brought up as well. The pressure is starting to kicking on towards them as well here. The anxiety, the paranoia, the fear, that overwhelming pressure is starting to crack at them as well. And I hope they get a little bit of mental reset here because whatever they're doing right now, dodging fights, getting third-partied, it's not working out. They need a full reset. But now, to give you guys a little bit more of an update here on what's happening, especially coming in between Soul, Divine Gaming, and OG. This is the KIE rankings fight for the 2nd ticket as well. Soul is currently with 2,035 points, and then DG with 2020, and OG with 2010. So all 3 of them is still very, very close to actually fight for it as well. So it all comes down to just positioning in overall.
Hands down, I'm loving the fact that now Soul at least have found themselves on the 1st spot. But once again, these are the current KIE standings. What's happening right now in this instance, in this second itself. But if you move on towards the conversation of the upcoming games, well, they can easily change. OG with that chicken dinner might just have the momentum with them.
Nice strategy.
Yeah, I agree. As of yet, you can see laser focus once more coming from Godlike, and Mino with his ritual. It's somehow been working out for them. He thought he messed up, but again, one seems like we do have a little bit of special message here from the production. One is not enough. An amazing trend has happened every single day of the grand finals on day 1, day 2, and also day 3. And I kind of agree. Day 1, we saw 2 chicken dinners back to back out of nowhere, coming from Divine Gaming, coming from Reckoning Esports. Yesterday, we saw Victorious Summers, and today, Godlike pulls one of the biggest Hail Marys so far.
Yeah, and again, I think as it said, on all 3 days, whoever won that first game also ended up winning the second match. Momentum is everything. And of course, I think Jaipur, they're keeping the energy so high that morale of the players does not seem to fade away. You win a game. You see the crowd on their feet, you see people cheering, you see this man smiling, and you just want to see more of all of it. And of course, again, Divine Gaming, just there, sitting there, nothing to be said, but knowing in their heads and their hearts what needs to be done. And talking about heart itself, we are going to call the man with the biggest heart of them all. I mean, love spanning across the entire community. We have Salty joining us back on the panel.
Yes, sir.
Well,
what day it's going to be, man.
Yeah, it seems like Salty is a little bit demotivated here just because of the fact that Divine Gaming has kind of dropped the ball, but Godlike is now on top.
Honestly speaking, I am just hyped up, man. I was in the crowd. The expressions I had in the last game while Godlike was fighting OG, the crowd was on their feet, trust me, and I had such a lovely time being there. It seems like Godlike has won the hearts of everyone, but they're still yet to win the trophy, and this time it seems like map of Erangel is about to begin.
It is going to be game 4 of the grand finals.
அதனாலதான் நானும் சரி வந்து நம்ம பண்ணல ஏதாச்சும் பேசுவோம் வேலை பேசாம உட்காந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மேட்ச் தூங்கிட்டேன் ப்ரோ நல்லா அடிச்சாங்க திருப்பி போய் தூங்காம இல்ல அதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லாமே பார்த்தேன் ப்ரோ பார்த்துக்கிட்டே தான் சரி உங்களை டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணக்கூடாது சரி ஒரு ராசிக்கு உட்காந்து பார்ப்போன்ட்டு தான் இருந்தேன் பார்த்துட்டு இருந்து எப்படி ப்ரோ தூக்கம் வராம தூங்குறது நமக்கு தான் சொன்னேன் ஸ்டால்பர்க் அவ்வளவுதான் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு வாங்க விடுங்க நம்ம தான் டின்னர்.
And let's see if the circle actually favors them this time.
Godlike has actually had a unprecedented lead
bro,
in the
what அந்த ஆர்ஜி ஒண்ணுத்துக்குமே வர மாட்டாங்க ப்ரோ சத்தியமா சொல்றேன் பாட்டு புதி ப்ரோ என் டீம்
84 points. Nebula has been a close second. They've scored 74, but DG they are nowhere near 65 points. It's not going to be easy for Divine Gaming to get back up on top. Momentum has been halted. And Omega
bro அவருக்கு எல்லாமே பின்னால இருந்தா ஒவ்வொருத்தனா மேல சாயாய் ஒவ்வொரு கில்லு தான் ப்ரோ அடிக்குறானுங்க அவனுங்க.
Team Fear is taking all away, I see.
ஒருத்த நம்பறங்க நல்லா கிளட்ச் அடிச்ச அந்த ஷெட்ல.
But let's see, you know, time will tell. One final Erangel, but we are expecting
சரியான அடில ஜெனிசிஸ்
சரியான கிழிச்சடா 1 HP ல அடிச்சான் ப்ரோ எல்லாத்தையும்.
Outside of Divine Gaming wasn't expecting.
ஜெனிசிஸ்லாம் கொஞ்சம் ஆட்ட அதிகம்.
அதே zone.
But Circle seems to be shifting down south this time. There is a few segments of the military island covered.
ஆனா இது கொஞ்சம் ஃபார்ம் மெல்ட் ஆகி
seems like we are going to be expecting a lot of nosy neighbors onto Divine Gaming this time. Oh my goodness, this is a...
Don't tell me Hector is planning for that.
I think so.
Don't tell me Hector is going after Omega, man.
third party மட்டும் தான் ப்ரோ பண்றானுங்க நிறைய பேர் வேற ஃபைட்டே எடுக்க மாட்டேங்கறாங்க ப்ரோ பாத்தீங்களா நீங்க சவுண்ட் கேட்டா தான் ப்ரோ போறானுங்க
ஆனா Godlike அடி அடிக்குறானுங்க ப்ரோ.
Yeah, but at the same time, we do see
நான் தான் சொல்றேன் டிவைன்ல சோக் பண்ணிடுறாங்க பாருங்க பண்ணிடுறாங்க பாத்தீங்களா.
So I think they're shifting to focus on fighting against OG to try and take him out for the KI rankings.
நாக்கே மாட்டேங்கறானுங்க ப்ரோ இந்த ஜோன்ல ஒருத்தவ நானா பாத்தீங்களா நாக்கு அந்த கீழ அது மாதிரி தான் அவனுக்கு நாக்கு போய் ஃபைட் எடுக்கறேன்னு கார் எடுக்குது நாக்கா நானே கோச்சிங் கீழ அப்படியே பாருங்க அவனை புடிச்சு அடிச்சிட்டாங்க நெபுல இவனை.
They are going to pivot away from shooting range to try and go towards west side, so no drop clash, I guess.
We could see the intentions.
For a second.
You could see the hidden intentions in there. Hector might be planning something.
நல்லா விளையாடுறாங்க ப்ரோ எல்லாமே ஒரு அளவுக்கு நல்லா விளையாடலன்னா சொல்லவே முடியாது ப்ரோ ஒரு அளவுக்கு முன்னாடி இப்ப கன் பவர் நல்லாவே இருக்கு ப்ரோ நல்லாவே அடிக்கிறாங்க.
Now separated.
உங்களுக்கு தெரியுதா நான் உட்கார்ந்து வேடிக்கை பார்த்தனா அந்த அனுபவத்துல சொல்றேன்.
KI rankings all of a sudden team
இது மாதிரிலாம் அடிச்சாங்க.
Look at this team eat it.
என்ன ப்ரோ அதுமே
What a strike.
அவ்வளவுதான் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு.
Visista Esports in shambles.
What a strike. 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 What a strike
And 3 players have been knocked off. Skips is the only man. 8-bit is going to miss services off, but Visesta Esports are done and dusted.
What was that? A complete wipeout by both Skips and Shoop. That has to be one of the cleanest takedown ever.
bro GDR சீக்கிரம் சாவணும் நெபுலா ஜெனிசிஸ் இதுதான் நான் aim பண்ணுவேன் மேல இருக்க என்னமோ பண்ணிட்டு போறேன் ஒண்ணும் பிரச்சனை இல்ல இவனுங்கலாம் வரவே கூடாது
That certainly was quick. I mean, especially that one spray finding 3 players as well.
GDR RG
Never really seen that clinical accuracy from 8-bit, but finally they're showcasing
அப்பதான்
themselves.
நம்ம bro டாப் 3 முடிச்சிட்டாங்கன்னா வெறியா இருக்கும்
Is going to be a
ஈஸியா
different
முடிக்கலாம் bro
question
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு
altogether. On the flip side, Godlike quite split up, and I'm
Divine
not
choke
really
பண்ணுவானுங்க,
sure
நீங்க
what the
கவலையப்படாதீங்க.
intention is. Mania has been sent
கவலையப்படாதீங்க,
way
choke
back
பண்ணி
towards
வேணா
the
பாருங்க,
Meanwhile, the rest
force
of the
கூட
players, they're still
முடிப்பானுங்க.
on ruins. They're trying to find something, I see. But the question is what?
This is interesting coming from S-Power and Amino as well. Like, I think they're trying to look for vehicles on the northwest corner. And with Amino wants to take a bike here. It seems like they are in a little bit of predicament here to try and restock on those vehicles. Hopefully they're going to be able to find a decent ones, because as of yet they're still not done looting in Pachinki. Circle is not in the northwest corner. Myth official going to have a little bit of a sense of control in this game here, so farm is going to be the way to go for them. They do need a couple of vehicles later on, but again, it's all comes down to just timing. And it's all about just patience here coming from Myth official if they want to try and push their KIE rankings, but I think NIF official is pretty much out of the race for any kind of race so far.
Yeah.
48 points. Even if they want a KIE ranking towards top 9, that's still a 50 points gap for NIF official. So it's not impossible, but I highly doubt so.
I think for Myth official, it was a great season, man. It certainly was a valiant effort as well. They proved themselves that they are worthy of the land stage. And they also proved themselves that they are very deservingly so in the top 16 of the country. These young lads, I would give them a little bit of a leeway. I see a couple of more tournaments before.
லைட் ஏஞ்ச வரீங்க ஒரு வைன போட்டுக்கிட்டு வைங்க ஜாலியா பார்க்கலாம் மேட்ச் கோபால என்னடாலும் பரவாயில்லை நம்ம ஒரு உலகத்துல இருப்போம்
Back-to-back grand finals in official lands. It's amazing. But for OG, seems like fight for survival is still on the line here, especially if they want to continue their journey for the ticket, the EWC.
அடுத்த மேட்ச் இருக்கு ஒரு பண்ணி அசிஸ்ட்
one of the most impressive runs out of all 16 teams.
ஆமா
we have to give
கூடவே மாட்டானுங்க
TEAMTAMILAS
கண்டிப்பா விட மாட்டானுங்க
qualifying the grand finals, and they're currently sitting in top 4. That is pretty impressive.
That certainly is pretty impressive. And to be honest, I would be very honest with this. Victorious Summers has been impressive. God's Reign has been impressive. Godlike, TEAMTAMILAS, Reckoning and Nebula Esports from day one. It is because of the performance of Godlike and Divine Gaming that has overshadowed all of these teams. But to be honest, Grand Finals was not just about Divine and Godlike. It was about 8 teams showcasing what
ஜானத்தன காமிக்கிறாங்க bro அவன் என்ன bro பண்ணா அவன் பாட்டுல வேலைய பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கான் அவனால தான் அவனுங்க ஆளே ஆனானுங்க நன்றி கட்டவங்க மறக்கறானுங்க bro அது bro அவன் நம்மள மாதிரி ஒரு செங்கலா இருப்பான் போல bro அவன தான் bro தூக்கி போட்டு மிதிக்கணும்.
But from the perspective of A-Bit, they were able to line up their crosshairs a little bit better from Vasista Esports, just because of the fact that Vasista Esports, they needed the tilt to the left to re-angle those crosshairs, while for 8-Bit it was just one straight line. A little bit of a small little
Godlike இது ஒரு அட்வான்டேஜ் bro zone எப்பவுமே பொச்சின்கி தான் எடுக்கறானுங்க drop
அதே மாதிரி இந்த லூட் ட்ரக் எப்போ பத்த வந்துருது எல்லாத்தையும் வச்சு வரமா இருக்கானுங்க
competing instead of 8 teams,
drop
but
ஒரு பெரிய ஃபேக்டர் தெரியுமா சாம்பியன்ஷிப்
there are about 8 to 9 teams that are
கார்டன் முன்னாடி இன்னொரு இறங்குவான bro கன் ஃபைட்டுக்கு அவன் எங்க bro அவன் இந்த தடவை குவாலிஃபை ஆவலையோ
ஆவல அவன் VXT
சாம்ராஜ்
அவன் இறங்கிறதா பண்ணா இருந்திருக்கும்
now it's going to be
ஓடா அப்படிட்டு தான் இறங்குவாங்க
in the top 10, because if OG wants to
அவனாலே அவன் வாழ்க்கையும் போச்சு இவன் வாழ்க்கையும் போச்சு ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் ஒரு வருஷமா
and then OG needs to be on top.
Let me tell you a fact which is even more harsh. Has there been a grand finals where I've never talked about Revenant X Park? It seems like this might be the first one.
Well, we did say in day number 1
நம்ம ஃபைட் எடுத்தாலும் காமிக்கவே மாட்டேங்கறானுங்க bro நாக்காய் அழுத்துறத தான் காமிக்கறாங்க.
That's going to be the storyline, but then wow.
It's going to happen the next game though, probably.
Does it really matter anymore though, is the question.
Well, what matters is going to be whether or not if Soul is going to be able to defend the ticket as of yet. But based on the current Erangel rankings here, Godlike's back-to-back top 2 consistency has pretty much skyrocketed all the way to the top. Nebula Esports is the next best team in the map of Erangel. Divine Gaming is going to be third as well. Same can be said for Victorious Summers. And surprise, surprise, Nebula Esports, after day 1's debut, everything has been on a full stop for them. Same can be said for Genesis as well.
ஐயோ
Well, have a look at this though. Team
நம்மளுக்கு
Tamilas
நோக்கி ஐயோ நம்ம பாய்ஸ் தான் வராங்க.
moving
டேய் போங்கடா
close to
அங்கிட்டு
the
இங்கிட்டு வராங்கடா டேய்
mates
போங்கடா அங்கிட்டு.
and members of Victor Summers. No shots being
இல்ல, வண்டி
taken.
எடுத்து
Very
கிளம்பிட்டாங்க.
surprisingly
எல்லாம்
so as well
கிளம்பிட்டாங்க
as
bro.
both these two
தப்பிட்டேன்.
teams.
அப்பா.
They're gasping
Odu,
for
odu,
space
odu,
as
odu.
well as comfort on the overall standings. Top 5 for both of them, of course. Team Tamilas now finally come under fire as Scary Jord unleashes the beast for himself, but no connections found, I see.
Yeah, it's a little fortunate as well.
தூரத்துல இருக்கவனே
Seems like
எதுக்குடா
most
சொல்ற?
finished weapons here. The
ஆமா,
preferred
பார்த்து
gun is
வச்சிருக்கான்.
still going to be the M4, followed by the AUG. and then
நினைக்கிற ஜோன் தான் ப்ரோ எல்லாம்
Strong
வருது ஃபுல்லா
Still one of the more popular weapons here out in terms of the lobby. It seems like the circle is going to
What
shift
did
down
you
towards the
expect?
south side on the farm. I was expecting AUG to be on top of M4, considering the meta kind of shifted a little bit here. But let's see. Circle going to be on towards, say, the farm area. TAG going to be all the way to the south side. Godstring going to be coming in from the southwest corner. Not really a lot of good spots to hold here. Milta is still kind of in play as well, but I think a lot of them are going to try and stay away from the Milta city. You don't really want to be caught out in the urban warfare, especially if you want to have a high fragging game. But my concern is, how will Godlike and Divine Gaming actually rotate this? Because based on the circle as well, Godlike is kind of in the zone, but Divine Gaming is one of the furthest teams still outside the zone. Except for 8-bit, which is all the way down to a
I think Divine Gaming is going through the reset once again, something that we saw in the grand finals of PGIs in the last season. Divine Gaming now once again trying to play passive. They've lost momentum, can't really take those fights. Now trying to play in from the outskirts.
அடிக்கிறான் ப்ரோ
Willing to
அளவுக்கு
try and
எல்லாத்தையும்
find a space
அடிச்சறானுங்க.
inside the circle, of course, to try and
அடி
take the
வாங்கினா
pit
கூட
stop.
யோசிக்கலாம் அடிச்சறானுங்க. தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி
There
தான்
are going to be
எக்கச்சக்கமா
some
வரானுங்க.
threats in the backlines. I'm still looking at 8-bit, by the way, who's way back in the blue. And which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Godlike still in Puchinki, yet to move out of their safe houses. And by the way, the play zone has shifted away, so is Godlike looking to play a much more passive game, looking to defend the lead that they have already?
I'm really surprised by this switch up. I think because of the fact that they couldn't find a proper vehicle as well. That's one of the reasons why they're actually trying to group up and go in for a slam here and there. They did loot up onto a truck, which is great. I think earlier just now we did see a monster truck onto his S-Power, and Vino still has some
Mistake
fight
பண்ணாம
potential.
பெரிய
It
ஆடுறாங்க.
seems like now Manya's going to
ப்ரோ
have to
ஃபர்ஸ்ட்
try and
நாள்ல
find
இருந்து நீங்க
some
பாத்தீங்களா
vehicles.
கடைசிக்கு போயிட்டே
The
இருந்தாங்க.
reason why
ஆனா
Godlike hasn't
கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் தப்பு
really made their way
பண்ணிட்டு
into the zone. So that's going to put them in this slight
டாப்லயே
deficit
முடிச்சிட்டு
here.
இருக்கானுங்க அவனுங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நாள்ல இருந்து
Divine Gaming
இல்ல இல்ல
finally makes the entry from the
Push and
north side,
punch எடுத்து
pops a couple of vehicles.
எனக்கு தெரியும்
Doesn't seem
டிஎஸ்
to
வந்து
find any kind
போயிடுவானுங்க
of information yet, so it's going to be a game of patience here for Divine Gaming before they
அடிச்சு
go
ஆடுவாங்க
in
ப்ரோ
for the
இங்க
slam.
அடிச்சு ஆடினா தான் கரெக்டா இருக்கும்.
Trying to get some sort of
அப்படி
information, but
பாயிண்ட்
considering that
போனோனே
this is
லீடு
the
கொடுத்தா
spots,
விளையாட
one team down,
மாட்டாங்க
15 left remaining, so that means there is a little bit more
IPL
space by Circle 3,
points
Circle
இருக்குன்னு
4
பண்ண
before
ஆரம்பிச்சிருவானுங்க.
anything
அது
major is
வேலைக்கு
about to happen.
I mean, if you do take a look at the map,
ப்ரோ
Reckoning
அவங்க
Esports
அடிக்கும்
on the
போது
other
பெருசா
side are
அடிக்கல
actually
ப்ரோ
stranded in the military base
தட்டி
island.
தான் ப்ரோ அடிச்சானுங்க நீங்க
For them
பாருங்க
actually
ஒரு
crossing
கார்ல
Nova is going to be a big challenge.
அடிக்கிறாங்க இப்படி
As
அப்பலாம்
soon as they cross down the Nova Rupnoy Bridge, there's going to be Revenant, Xbox, Genesis, as well as TAG waiting for them
யோ
on the other
ஸ்ட்ரீம்
side.
சவுண்ட்னா என்ன இந்த பேசுறதா?
I think Reckoning Esports is hoping that the circle comes
Okay.
down as well. It might be a
Okay,
diabolical circle. We know semifinals was just brutal. But so far, Grand
Full
Finals
arrested.
has been a little bit more forgiving, unless I'm wrong. Circle's about to close. Yeah, it's not going to help you, Reckoning, guys. You guys got to cross. And fortunately for them, no one's camping the bridge. That's a good sign for Reckoning Esports, but they do need to run into his TAG or the west side, or they will collide into his Revenant Xbox. But surprise, surprise, Revenant Xbox, they are pretty split up as well on the east side here. Most of them are
டிவைன்
still hugging
வரானுங்க
onto
ப்ரோ
the
நம்மள்ட்ட
farm
வரானுங்க
areas
இல்ல
instead.
IQOO
Yeah, and I also see Genesis Esports on towards the right-hand side of the bridge itself. It is near those observatories, a little deeper towards the land terrain. Of course, Genesis Esports can finally take shots as Reckoning Esports cross on over. Roman is going to be the first one leading the charge. I am looking at the map feed. My eyes are fixated, but from the back lines now, this is going to be a big strike. As Sarang from the back lines, Shub as well just find contact. Somewhere has been brought down.
Yeah, they definitely wasn't expecting that as well. They took just too much time to actually rotate their way through. Sawme being picked off, that is a huge blunder here from Godlike, especially where they just can't seem to find zone control. Seems like they are going to try and sneak their way on towards the edges of the mountains here to try and hunker down to keep numbers. But Sawme getting picked up. Who would have thought that 8-bit with such a late rotation is going to run into against each other?
8-bit is chasing down Godlike right now. They were towards Georgiapur. We talked about this. Now they've come down to the shorelines of the mainland. They've come too much on the south. A lot of miles traveled. It has to be to try and bring down the heads of Mani and his power. Divine Gaming on the other side. Shots being taken. Genesis right in front. Now this is going to be a big threat. But on the flip side, Mino strikes back. Finds a better option, finishing him off as well. 5 eliminations for 8-bit. But things aren't really looking stable for them. Is his power. Wants control of the shorelines. Godlike wants control of the shorelines.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Juicy going down. That's going to be 2 points. A nice little revenge here coming from Godlike Esports to take down 8-bit. But they're still on the edges of the zone. They do get a little bit of restock here, considering that they've lost a majority of the loot from Saw Main. They need those smokes. They are going to try and stock up a little bit more with this 3-man setup. Sarang tries to find those picks. Unfortunately, just can't seem to do anything about this. And 8-bit, they're still stuck outside the zone. 45 seconds left. This is going to be stage 4 very, very soon. It's going to hurt a little bit, but they still have time to try and tank their way through. But for now, with 2 players left, and it seems like Godlike, what are they up to here? It seems like they're just driving around, trying to loot up, pull it towards the shorelines, and then try and carry those resources to the end game. Why are they doing this?
I feel like 8-bit has found Godlike in a chokehold right now. Godlike cannot move. They've been trying to find the exit strategies. They've deployed so many smokes around, but it still seems like Sarang, especially with those sprays. Yeah, it is for sure that it's not connecting, but it is also true that it is going to keep Godlike Esports at bay. Now, finally, they look to retaliate. Shots taken against Sarang, who does find a little bit of space inside of the circle. And look at Godlike Mania! Head straight towards Skips. He does not find a lot of connection, but Admino in the backlines has been knocked down, I see, as Godlike Esports might just fumble the lead this time.
Oh, what a blunder. Coming from Godlike Esports, they thought they got the choke, and now the nades comes in. 2 nades lobbed in tandem, but no connection so far. They've lost Admino, and this might be the first mess up here from Godlike Esports. 8-bit zoned them off. Godlike looking to try and cut them off, but paid the price for this. And now the circle shifts their way all the way to farm, but on screen now, Divine Gaming having a little bit of run in here with Genesis. They find 2, and Divine Gaming now for a potential comeback, and they wipe Genesis, and now Divine Gaming taking charge in this game.
It's not going to be the end of problems for them as Team Soul from the backlines approached them. Ninja Boy's been found out. This is going to be the battle for Paris as Divine Gaming look to try and run away from this fight. Team Soul want their heads, but they're not going to find them as well. Joker next to the ridge. Shots miles away, but none of them is going to connect. It was the right time for Team Soul to strike, but Divine Gaming could manage to slip under the radar. And what a beautiful escape it was, I see.
Yeah, beautifully done here. But again, the top 2 teams, they are hurting. So that means the floodgates are still open here for Victorious Summers. And like you said, the fight for Paris is still on the line for Seoul. Divine Gaming finds some sort of room smack middle of the zone. Somehow, a miracle. They are able to find some sort of control, but they're still taking heavy fire. TAG now scouts this out, and guess what? Slug getting taken down by Levi, and Omega goes down as well. We thought they could survive. It is going to be Jonathan that wipes them. And another blunder for Divine Gaming. The trophy slowly slipping out of the hands of Divine Gaming. My, oh my, what a day to be alive.
It's all red. It is disappointment in the camp of Divine Gaming right now. It is bad news for them, to be honest. Team Soul on the flip side, even they themselves are going to be struggling. Legit inside of the sniper tower. Does lash out that nade, but look at the teams around him. Revenant, Dexpark on the left flank, Myth Official on the right. TEAMTAMILAS in the backlines, but Justy has been found out. But slowly and steadily, Godlike Esports approached him as well. I can see a very mobile Nebula Esports lingering around the corner with death and destruction in their eyes. Mania, the captain of the yellow squad, now with hopes and dreams. Divine being taken off. It seems like Mania, his vehicle is going to get blown off as well. And finally, Godlike Esports, they face red this time as well.
Oh my goodness, the top 2 eliminated rather early. You can see the expressions on Manya. There was absolutely nothing he could have done in that situation. They know for a fact that they messed up. They just could not find vehicles in time. But the journey continues for the rest. Victorious Summers still in the race. Could we see that comeback? And God's Ray now looking to try and intercept against 8-bits. They are going to go head-to-head. Delta leading the charge. Skips first to fall, Saran next to drop, and God's Rain, he will wipe them. And no, it's not God's Rain. It was 7 Gods that helps chime in from the far fray.
That was a brilliant tag team measure, to be honest, but have a look at this, 7 Gods. They themselves not really in the best of positions, far end of the circle, towards the south now. And God's Reign, who had a pocket of space, now had to resort down to the smokes. Delta PG, of course, is gonna face shots from Rex Boy, but nothing extremely deadly. God's Reign, they still retain their 4 IC, and 7 Gods do the same as well. But now, all of a sudden, the competition is wide open. Orangutan will have a chance to try and take upon Team Soul. They might overcome them as well, and if they do so, OG might replace Team Soul on the way to Paris.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close here. They need this chicken dinner. They need this explosive performance against Soul. But as of yet, OG, they need to farm some serious finishes here. They need to somehow find a way to push in the zone. But it's going to be very difficult because on the point standing, Victoria Summers needs this chicken dinner if they want to be part of the 3-way showdown for the trophy themselves. The pride to try and carry the tricolors by the end of the day on the line. Godlike, DG out of the race. But Victoria Summers, will they be able to come back? It all depends on this match. With last 3 games on the line, is now a do-or-die situation for Victoria Summers. Same can be said for God's Reign, but they need a banger performance here, right now.
They certainly do. And I'm just thinking of God's Reign right now, I see. After that day 1 performance, everybody thought that God's Reign is also going to find themselves with a shot at the trophy magnets themselves. With a new IGL, with a revamped squad, iQOO back in form. We talked about the Land Demon as well, but none of those mattered. But look at the fight that actually mattered. Divine Gaming, in spite of clashing between themselves, they still found the end of Genesis. But the third parties, the open terrains, it just becomes the graveyard of Divine Gaming, unfortunately so.
Yeah, and for Omega to get taken out with this pixel of a nade splash damage from Jonathan, take him out. Keeps the dream alive here, at least for Godlike. But for Victoria Summers, seems like they are the ones that are going to be under fire here. With God's Reign coming in. Tandem needs are coming through. No connection yet on Victoria Summers. They're doing a fantastic job holding out. God's Reign, they need to be a little bit more precise. Delta down to his last nade. Still finding no opening yet as they're trying to push through. Victoria Summers still with the ambush setup. Bobbing and weaving. They know exactly what's up here for God's Reign. Nade still coming in. No connection once more. Victoria Summers doing a fantastic job dodging every single nade. Maybe not this splash damage.
Yeah.
But the counter nades are coming in on God's Reign to try and stop them from engaging as well. But Venom, almost getting taken out. Forced to reset. But God's Reign seems like they've lost their hovercraft as well. So this is going to be a very, very tough push here from God's Reign now.
But honestly, I kind of like this setup, to be honest. The nades are right on the money against Victoria Summers. It keeps them on their toes as they have to constantly dodge the damage from the explosion. iQOO on the flank has been held tightly by Venom and Oasis as a nade sails in from Scary Shot. But it's going to land very far away from the target.
Oh boy, Victoria Summers, their smoke's about to disappear as well. God's Reign will have to line of sight. Have to be very, very careful here. Seems like Victoria Summers, they are going to double down on the re-smoke here. Taking advantage of the one-way smoke. Neo getting splashed out by Venom first to drop. God's Reign, this is time to push.
It certainly will be time to push, but this time Justin fell down. Venom has been knocked down as well. As the rest of the team, they just dive deep into battle. Scary Shot has been finished off. Opportunity to maybe get back in the same lead has been finished off by God's Reign right now. 107 points on the overall standings. I see 1 man knocked out. And now Orangutan, they must be looking at fours and they must be thinking, you know what? These are points for us.
Yeah, what an unfortunate run there for Victoria Summers. The third party from OG was spot on, and now iQOO is in trouble. But the long-range sprays to cover and trade. OG also drops a few players. But God's Reign, they're stuck out in the open. OG has got them completely surrounded inside the zone. Completely blocked. No entry for Neo and Justin. They've got to do what they got to do. Justin now gonna try and push up for an off-angle flank, but Ateki scouts him out, almost drops him. Closes the distance, wants to go for the reset, and OG is there to try and challenge this.
One of the rare tournaments where absolutely nothing is working out for Orangutan right now. AKOP has been shut down. Ateki has been brought down as well. It's just going to be Aru and Viscod who are still going to be alive. And now from the entire army of God's Reign right now, New comes in, joins the party. It's going to be Justin as well, but he gets knocked out. That is a brilliant one by Aru. Orangutan is still not giving up. In fact, God's Reign have been eliminated, and 3 men from Orangutan are still retaining, still holding on to their dear lives and the dream to Paris.
Oh my goodness, OG, they're doing it. They are actually doing it. They're now in top 9. This is the OG shenanigans from BGIS. This might be happening as well. And if they place themselves in top 5 and Seoul is somewhere everywhere below, they are going to be in trouble. This is going to be a crucial moment here for the climb itself.
8 finishes being found by OG already. This is the start of momentum for them. 3 men still left alive. And I still believe I see their position in the circle is not too bad, honestly. Just a little bit of threat from this outside is going to be Team Apex Gaming, Jelly, Hydro, Jonathan and Harsh. They're still alive, but in a 2-2 split, can give OG a slight advantage.
Are we going to see a back-to-back chicken dinner here from OG? It's going to be very difficult here. Ooh, Wizcard almost getting taken down here. TAG going to try and put a little bit of dent here on towards the Apes. As the Ape army are praying that OG pulls a miracle today to deny Seoul the ticket. Seoul, the gap between Seoul and OG, only 4 points in the bottom standings, which is ironically crazy considering the fact that Seoul does have a huge advantage in terms of the overall KIA ranking. Hydro now waiting patiently for the circle to close, but let's take a look at the replay here and what exactly happened between God's Reign and Victorious Summers. They were just fighting against each other, and then eventually on the minimap, you can see OG with the third party, which found an opener for Victorious Summers and also put a little bit of dent onto his God's Reign, and that's the reason why these two teams got eliminated here. OG finding just the impeccable timing, but even then, there were just a lot of sloppy fights that weren't supposed to be given here to God's Reign. But in the end, OG still somehow coming out on top here with 3 players in this situation.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tough for OG as well. As now they proceed slowly and steadily towards those top 10 rankings. Last chicken dinner we talked about, it was about the run of form, it was the run of momentum, and now finally, with 3 men now back up, it seems like Orangutan have finally found a little bit of momentum and a lot of space inside of the play zone. Look at that split. Myth Official right at the smack center. You've got Revenant X-Spark, who are devoid of any playing ground right now. They're going to be coming out from the outside. TAG slowly being pushed down to the edges as well. And Nebula Esports now finally taking in shots. Nothing much is going to happen, but iQOO this time find Jelly. That is going to be big, by the way. OG slowly and steadily now also hurting TAG as well, I see.
Oh my goodness, OG. They're really up to these shenanigans here. They're actually going to do it. And last minute comebacks. They need a top 5 at least to guarantee their ticket over Seoul. But this gap is still not that wide yet between OG and Seoul. They need this chicken dinner. They need this back-to-back to put a lot of pressure on Seoul. And this is where the final 2 games here, it will come down towards potentially OG versus Seoul, completely trying to deny Godlike and mess up Divine Gaming's chances for the trophy. But for now, the show is up on OG. Eyes are up on them. Whether or not can they get this chicken dinner. Almost every single team down towards their last 3 players except for Myth with 4. Again,
they will have to bring down the curtains of this show. They have got to be the showstoppers, not be the show themselves. TAG on the other side, Hydro cooking up this nade. Aim towards iQOO is going to fall short. No damage being dished out. TAG slowly but steadily. After Jelly's fall, it seems like the kind of lost confidence, the man advantage that they had in this fight is now gone. And Orangutan might just be fancying their chances for a chicken. Now this is going to be extremely technical, I see. It's going to be mad slow. Yet another nade sails in. Orangutan still on the move. No one is being hurt. But the tension in the air, the anticipation, as well as the amount of stakes that there is in this fight. On the flip side, Nebula Esports unleashes the beast. Myth Official on the receiving end of it as one man gets knocked out. Revive is going to be possible, I see, but Nebula, can they spot Revenant X-Spark on the flanks?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Seems like Nebula Esports, they're a little bit tunnel vision here. They need to push into its Myth, and they need to find the opener. Myth, they're not really prepared for this as well. Phoenix with the nade. Needs to find an opener, but still, again, nothing yet at all. They're getting a little bit desperate here. Down towards the final nades, and oh no, they actually bounced it off as well. Nebula running out of options, has no choice but to push through. And they will eventually do it as well as the circle is about to close in. OG inching away by the edges of the zone. But Nebula, finally, they walk up. Adi in the forefront here, gets shut down here by Rita. Nomi wants to find a trade, but Myth Official, they will be able to hold on. But they need to patch themselves up. Juggling aggro here, swapping between players. Nomi tries to fight against Myth, but from the back here, Reverend Xbox third parties at the perfect timing. Phoenix goes down, and Reverend Xbox slams onto them. And now they are going to clean up the rest inside. Myth Official, they've lost another. What a timing here for Reverend Xbox.
This is going to be the best case scenario, but elsewhere we've got a much bigger fight in hand. Orangutan versus Team Apex Gaming, as always. God has been knocked out. Man is not quite comfortable. Not knocked out, he was quite low, but it seems like he did patch himself up as the nades do keep on coming in. Team Apex Gaming on the other side. Seems like they're taking a little bit of space, but Daddy strikes too. The shotgun is doing the job, but finally Detrox, his older brother, finally steps up, and Myth Official now make it to the top 3. The young lads are not giving up just yet, and Orangutan find the right time for the third party, I see.
Oh my goodness, even TAG themselves are looking for the fight. Detrox needs to go in for the clutch. He's stuck and he gets shut down. Wizgod finds him out. Daddy, last man standing, eventually goes down, and OG takes all these points. A lot of elimination on the line, but OG, did they make a mistake? Yes, they have. They're choked right at the edge of the circle. Team Apex Gaming looking to intercept. Aru fall down towards a 2v3. AKOP on top of the roof needs to find the equalizer. Jonathan in front needs to find a pick. He will confirm Aru. AKOP outside the zone gets dropped. Now it's going to be a 1v2.
It certainly is going to be a 1v2. Wizgod buffing and weaving. He finds one. P90 strikes. But the end of it all, it is going to be the king who finds the big winner chicken dinner in the grand finals. Of course, it is going to be Rejoice in the camps of Team Apex Gaming. What a chicken dinner, I see.
What a chicken indeed. Team Apex Gaming was able to win a chicken dinner in the grand finals themselves, but is it enough is going to be the question. But you can see celebrations across the entire hall, and of course, who doesn't want to see Team Apex Gaming getting a chicken dinner?
Exactly. I was with the audience. All of a sudden I hear Johnny, and I was like, hey, I'm just getting pictures clicked. In the back, it is the real Johnny himself lifting the chicken dinner for this game. And of course, the crowd is excited. But, lads, boys, gentlemen, the fight for the trophy. It's gotten weird now.
All right. The fight for the trophy has gotten weird.
Yeah.
The fight for the ticket to Paris has gotten weird.
Yes.
What is
என்ன
this,
bro
lad?
எவனா அடிக்கிறான் டின்னரி எவனா விளையாடுறான் என்ன கதை
Now, lads,
போறது
please try and break
Zone
through
இருக்கிறவன்
what is
number
going
அடிக்கிறான்.
on.
அடிக்கிறான்
எவனோ
இல்லனா
zone இல்லாதவன் எவனா ஒருத்தவனை காட்டுங்க.
Almost a
ஆமா,
second back-to-back
ஒருத்தனுமே இல்ல.
chicken dinner.
எல்லாருமே பெரிய
And
டீம்,
with
நல்ல
this,
டீம் ப்ரோ.
themselves
ஜோன் இருக்கிறவங்க
ஆமா.
the top 10. Team Soul is
ஆமா.
way back in 12.
அவன் டாக்குக்குலாம் நல்ல
TI
ஜோன்
rankings,
கடைசி
I
வரைக்கும்
don't
அவனுக்கு இழுத்து
think
விட்டுச்சு.
It's going to do mercy on Team Soul.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation here, especially for OG and Soul. But OG, back-to-back great games means that they still have a long way to go.
இந்த
Because the
தலைவன்
gap
அடிச்சிட்டான்
between them
அது
and
வரைக்கும்
Soul is
சந்தோஷம்
barely
பரவாயில்ல
only about
ஒரு
5 to
சிரிப்பை
6
பார்த்துட்டோம்.
points. So that means if Soul makes it to the top 10, OG is out for the race for the ticket. So
இப்ப இது
best shot
ரெண்டுமே
for
மிராமரா
OG,
ப்ரோ
especially
நமக்கு
with down towards the last 2 games, is to try and make
ஆமா
it
bro.
to
இது
the top 5.
ரெண்டும்
Well, it is, as you said, to try and
அந்த
make
8
it
பிட்
to
போய்
the top
ஏதாச்சும்
5.
செத்தானா பரவாயில்ல
But
தாய்
then
அவன்
again,
நம்மள மைண்ட் ஃபக்
not a
பண்ணுவான்.
lot of matches remain. And with every single game that slips, hope has started to fade away as well. Let's move forward, have a look at the stats of the previous match. I mean, it was an incredible performance from TAG. We have the stats from the team with the win. Jonathan, of course, a phenomenal performance from the man, the myth, the legend. 5 finishes inside of the game, 550 damage dished out. But of course, helping hands being lent by Jelly and Hydro. And I have to say, on this last day, Jelly, as an individual, as an IGL, is just playing on a whole another level.
100%. I think that fight against Orangutan was extremely important.
Yeah.
Both for OG as well as for TAG as well.
சரி இப்ப ஓஜி மேல போயிட்டானுங்களே இப்ப அப்ப சோலு கஷ்டம் தான் ஓஜி தான் போனாங்களோ
டாப் 5 ல முடிக்கணும் ப்ரோ ஓஜி
யாரு ஓஜி டாப் 5 ல முடிக்கணும்
Potential can be seen and it can be worked on.
அவனுங்க ஆனா லாஸ்ட் 2 மேட்ச் பயங்கரமா ஆட்டானுங்களே
But you know what? For OG, this was the game which sends them straight to Paris. I hope so, man. I don't want to jinx it, but
100 பாயிண்ட் எடுத்துறாங்களே ஓஜி நம்ம ரெண்டு மேட்ச் பாயிண்ட் எடுத்தோம்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரெண்டு மேட்ச்
ஆமா
அதே மாதிரி ஓஜி போன மேட்ச்
ஓஜி போன மேட்ச்
ரெண்டு
இதுல எடுத்துட்டானுங்க ஆமா
That's it.
101 வந்துட்டானுங்க
I
பாருங்க
kind of feel Soul is dead and buried, by the way. What are your thoughts?
Well, I have no idea. I think with how this last day is turning out, it's one of the most unpredictable set of matches, the most unpredictable results we have ever witnessed. So with just the last two games left, man, anything can happen, to be honest.
Yeah.
ஆறு 8 பாயிண்ட் லீட் பட் டிவைன் கம்மியா விளையாடும் bro Miramar Godlike நல்லா விளையாடுவாங்க
And that is going to be the
Zone
two teams
fast
fighting for the
எடுக்கணும் bro,
trophy.
number
Divine
விஷயம்.
Gaming and also Godlike getting
இல்ல
taken out.
நம்ம என்னனாலும் இவன் தாலி நம்ம பின்னாடி வந்தறானே 8
8
bit
their blessings here because Divine Gaming joining them in the bottom half
செத்துறானுங்க
means that they're still ahead of them by about 6 to 7 points. So that means the last two games in this time, Godlike, they need to pull a miracle because we are heading into the map of Miramar, where Divine Gaming's home turf on day number 1.
Divine Godlike championship
in this map.
but Godlike top 3
That
confirm
happens on the last day, especially with the last two games of play. And Divine Gaming, I think all thanks to that previous
Maybe
game,
VS
Godlike getting
இந்த
taken
match
out.
Divine
Divine
வச்சிருந்தா
Gaming
tight
also
ஆ
did fall and
bro
Victorious
டிவைன்
Service as
வாய்ப்பே
well.
கிடையாது bro
The standings
VSR
at the top are
Godlike
still
ஆடுமா
very unstable, very
Yeah.
volatile. Even a decent
Divine top
performance
பண்ண
on the upcoming Miramar can change everything.
And you know what the best part is? That both the Divine and Godlike understand that without a trophy, they're not representing the country right now.
Yeah.
They do not have a shot. It is just Team Soul and OG who have that liberty courtesy to last season performances. So these two teams, they're going to be locking horns on Miramar, man. I'm so excited!
Salty is happy. He's very happy. Icy, are you happy?
Hey man, Jonathan being MVP in the match is still going to be the eliminator of BMPS 2026. Who wasn't excited, man? You can hear the crowd. You can hear the crowd. Absolute banger of a cheer. Like the crowd just went absolutely crazy here for Jonathan.
Hey man, Johnny is MVP everywhere. On the stage, off the stage, on the caster's desk as well. Bad joke, but anyways.
Okay.
We're going to move forward from that bad joke. Of course, last two matches, IC did mention that Divine Gaming, they have had history, especially in the grand finals, performing kind of well on the map of Miramar. But what about Godlike? Manya. At the start of the grand final, Salty mentioned this, but he mentioned that it's not easy to mount a comeback or, in fact, to go for a 20-pointer on the map of Miramar. Manya has one of the highest fragging matches under his belt on the exact same map. I see you were there for that one. 28 points from a map of Miramar. It was incredible for us to witness. Can we see that again today? We'll keep that discussion going, but before that, we have the match rankings on our screens. 18 points TAG, 18 for OG. We have Myth as well, Revenant, Xbox. All these teams in the top 4 are actually in the bottom of the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate because throughout these past 3 days, this is the only time the teams at the top has kind of fumbled as well. So the pressure is slowly kicking in here. But of course, you know, KIE rankings on the line. But for Genesis, it has been a no-show for them for today. Victorious Summer started okay in day number 1, but game number 1 today itself. But it seems like things are just not working out. Pressure is slowly getting on towards them as well. And for Seoul and OG, the race is starting to be very, very important. But right now, in the overall standings, OG is currently sitting on top 8 and Seoul is on top 12. But let's talk about the difference of points here between Seoul to push into top 10. It is only 3 points of a difference here. So if OG and Seoul are placed in the top 10, Seoul still gets the ticket.
Yeah.
And if Seoul makes it to the top 10, OG needs to climb their way to that 5th spot. That is where the next boost of 100 points will be given to them for them to be able to qualify for EWC.
And you know what's interesting? I thought the gap is going to be very, very wide open. Nope. But guess what? OG's gap for top 5 is only like 5 points difference. So it is very much doable. So in this final 2 games, some OG Seoul has to step up.
Yeah.
Because think about it this way. There is a huge possibility that Seoul is not going and take that ticket. That means Joker will miss out on his most important medal or even an opportunity. He's the most decorated player, but not representing the country, even though he's got the most medals. That is... Oh...
One thing I would like to add to the statement that you made is just one word. Again. Because even last year, we had a lot of hope for Seoul, and this time it seems like hope is going to fade away for the man Joker and for the team as well. Yet again falling short of claiming what should have been rightfully theirs, but kudos to OG. Eyes on the prize. The trophy was a little too far away to compete for, but that international glory, OG did it last time after winning Showdown in 2025, and this is going to be the second time we're going to see them take the international stage.
This current standings on screen right now is not confirmed yet. This is based off the current overall standings.
Projected.
With two more maps remaining here, it still can shift between these two teams. So, OG, if you get top 5, Seoul needs to match top 5 and take you down. So it is going to be close.
Monsters are going to be unleashed, and you guys should grab yourself a monster as well, ladies and gentlemen. Unleash the beast. Of course, there's going to be a lot of energy required for the matches. Last 2 maps of the day remain. Last 2 maps of the grand finals, and the action continues on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bmps 2026 Grand Finals. This is, of course, the final day of the Grand Finals itself, and there's no shortage of drama. You want drama? Come over to JCC for the final 2 games if you're in Jaipur. But, gentlemen, we had 2 storylines. One, of course, whoever gets to lift the trophy, and Godlike seems to be really immersed in that. They've got the crowd going as well. What are your thoughts? Can momentum be built, or momentum is getting destroyed?
Well, it could happen as well, but things are going to get very, very hot here, especially with these last 2 maps. All the Erangel maps are done. All the Rondo maps are done. We are now going to be settling their differences on who is going to be lifting the trophy and who is going to be getting the second ticket in the Miramar map itself. But we are going to have a little bit of a noise meter as of yet here to hear the crowds are cheering here. But as of now, I do not hear any crowd.
Well, I can hear the crowd. They are loud, and they are going to get louder as soon as we have the match commencing. It has been an incredible day so far, and of course, amazing things keep on happening. You know what, by the way? I mean, I was upset with Divine Gaming dropping down to the second, but one of the Godlike fans, they bought me a cup of tea, and that just made me happy. And well, I mean, all right, I see. Is the crowd not loud enough to your liking?
Yeah, that's pretty loud. That's pretty loud. We're going to do a little bit of noise meter as well. We're trying to hear how the crowd is going to be cheering for the team. But it seems like, whoo, that is... I can't hear you anymore, Johnny. Why are you not speaking?
I was just mesmerized by what is happening behind me.
Did you say something? I think my ears hurt.
I was just saying, T-A-G, T-A-G, T-A-G. Hey, you know, that man got a silver play button.
Where did he get it to, a play button?
He earned it, maybe. Why
Who's
not?
that guy?
Might be some YouTuber or something.
Okay.
Like you, Salty.
I mean, I don't have a silver play button, but
I don't need one. Things.
I don't need one. Speaking of silvers, we have a lot of gold in front of our screens right now.
Well, will they be able to lift their first gold official is going to be the question here. But it seems like Sawmei is getting completely messed up here by the rest of the pack. But he has been performing phenomenally well here. But we're about to jump into the second final game of BMPS Grand Finals, and things are going to get completely heated here. No more smiles on Divine Gaming. It is going to be business time right now for them.
It certainly is business time, I see, as we prepare for the penultimate game of the Grand Finals itself. Too many things is going to be on the line. The big bad trophy is going to be on the line. The ticket to Paris is going to be on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head straight to the deserts of Miramar itself.
My, oh my. What a day to be alive. This is the moment to shine. All 16 teams on the screen. And they are fighting for pride and glory. Who will be the ones to represent the tricolors by the end of today is still yet to be undecided. Which two teams, in fact, is going to be a very, very important run for them. But seems like the fly path is going to be coming in from the east side of Impala, passing through Minas Generalis, through San Martin, and then ending towards the outskirts of El Pozo. It's going to be a pretty balanced flight path, I would say, for all these teams. I do not expect drop clashes, but I am going to make a little bit of premonition here. Will Revenant X-Pac and Vasista go head-to-head in Picado again?
I think they should, to be honest. I really hope they do as well. I mean, not a lot of hope left alive for either of those teams. In fact, Vasista Esports as well today has not been kind to them. Revenant X-Pac, well, the finals have not been kind to them. And I think they are going for that early fight on the city of Picado. But I see, what about everyone else? We see Divine Gaming taking an early exit on this map. We know Godlike is going to start from that Crater Fields drop. Oh, and Vasista Esports. All right, Revenant X-Pac, it seems like they haven't gone for the drop clash. Vasista Esports take control of Picado, and Revenant X-Pac are just dropping all over the place.
Huh, interesting. I thought for a second that Revenant X-Pac is going to go for it, and then Vasista is going to back off, which we did see yesterday in the final game here. But Revenant X-Pac decides to take a dodge this time, so they are going to try and mess up a couple of teams' games on the northwest corner. Myth Official might be one of those teams that takes a little bit of casualty, but we are hearing gunshots as of yet here. It seems like Revenant X-Pac runs into with 7 Gods instead. Trace God now going to try and win his 1v1 duel. He's all by himself. The rest of his teammates is too far off. He needs to try and wrap things up as well. Marsh is going to try and push up. The rest of 7 Gods is still nearby. But it is going to be a little bit of stalemate here. Trace God does has the STLK. Here's the shotgun, and now Marsh, he is going to be a little bit afraid to try and challenge this now.
Well, they are there, though. Trace needs to be cautious, has the S12K to work with. But on the other side of things, this fight, they switch positions. Trace runs up, and a quick flick to his face. Smokes falls. 7 Gods not off to the start that they wanted, but there's a third party here. I see Myth Official chiming in. Revenant X-Pac losing out on Ninja.
Great pick off here coming from Revenant X-Pac, but like you said, Ninja getting dropped means that Revenant X-Pac has no way to regroup as well. He just finished his fight, but now Ninja is going to be hunted down. Harrington going to be there to try and take him out. That's going to be Revenant X-Pac losing the player themselves here. 7 Gods and Revenant X-Pac taking a little bit of beating here, considering that Revenant X-Pac gave up with Picado. The rivalry between them and Vasista Esports just should not be happening at all. Oh boy. Myth Official. Seems like they are going to be very happy with that pick-off. They should be able to try and push up in terms of the overall rankings here, but being top 16 pretty much guarantees you 300 points from KIE ranking.
Yeah.
But for a bigger chunk of prize pool, with 2 games down the line, I think Myth Official, their chances are pretty much over.
Yeah, they are. I agree with you on that. And I think Myth did so much better than this when we saw them in BGIS 2026. So them being on the 16th, it doesn't really seem nice, but considering that the struggles were bigger than this at the start of the journey in BMPS, I'm just happy that they've made it this far. And of course, it would have been better to see them perform, but it is a competition at the end of the day. Not everyone will be able to win. For someone to be at the top, a lot of the other names have to be underneath. For one to win, 15 have to lose.
Yeah, fair enough. But again, it's so difficult to expect this as well. Godlike Esports, that was the first fumble of the day itself. And
Yeah.
it has given them that foundation to try and give chase as well, but it's just all about timing. This is going to be one of the most important ones here. If Godlike walks away with the chicken dinner here, it's up to DG to secure the next one. If not, it's over for them.
Pretty much. And Godlike, I think that position towards La Cobriera, it does come with a few challenges. How do they find their space inside of the play zone? They are going to have to deal with a few threats if they try to breach from Hacienda. Myth on our screen still. Looking for space, looking for the opponents. Now we switch over to the players of Seoul. Have good control of Minas Generales. And a nice little spread to work with. Not a lot of players around them, but I see on the map, we do see Divine Gaming present towards the northern side. As we mentioned, Divine towards Hacienda del Patron and Graveyard under the control of Seoul. Divine, if they move down south, there is going to be a conflict.
Yeah, I agree. And based on the Miramar rankings as well, you can see this is very obvious as well. This is Divine Gaming's home turf all the way in play here. 64 points in total. But of course, if you guys want to be a future pro player here, now is a fantastic time to actually register as well, because you can tune in on www.craftindiaesports.com for Nahi Khiladi, a tournament that is going to be open for all. And who knows, maybe in the future, you might be the ones up on stage and will be the ones casting you guys.
And again, I see the way you say Nahi Khiladi, I think a lot of people have already registered just hearing you say it in your voice.
Nahi Khiladi.
Nahi.
Nahi Khiladi.
Yeah, exactly. New players.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's for the new players, of course. Do you reckon we can register for the tournament and do well and qualify for the finals?
Well, nothing is impossible. We've seen Godsend with a little bit of miracle run.
Show a little bit of confidence in ourselves. You used to coach for a lot of big names back in the days, man.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Let's go. Exactly. Costas can push through, but unfortunately, we haven't registered a team.
Well, you can register. I probably need an Adar card for it.
Oh, we'll get you one. No one will notice.
Okay. Yeah, that's... I do not want to get in trouble with the authorities, but all right.
Hey, it seems like Seoul have gotten in trouble with the authorities of Divine Gaming. Omega taking a few shots on his former teammate. Goblin just pinned in that shack. That vehicle has been put out of commission. There's one right behind him. Maybe Goblin can use that to escape.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky here, but Seoul needs a big game here if they want to try and match OG. OG is already very close to his top 5 as well. This is going to be a race for that ticket itself. The gap isn't that big between OG and Seoul, but as long as OG and Seoul is placed in the top 10 together, Seoul will still take the ticket. Let's see. On screen now, Divine Gaming. Now, spots out the members coming from Seoul. Goblin's still stuck in an awkward situation. They're calling in Joker to try and save him as well. Divine Gaming knows that they are pinned, but a very quick shoot down as well. Joker picks him up, but Goblin decides to take out as well. But Joker's vehicle, he's going to be out of commission. Divine Gaming, instead of locking one player, they found themselves 2 players instead. So they're stuck. Both Goblin and Joker, they need to run out here. They swapped the third vehicles, but Divine Gaming is just making sure that Seoul is stuck in one of the most awkward situations. They were able to protect one vehicle, but it seems like Joker now getting shot through the smoke. He's about to lose his life as well, needs to patch himself up. Seoul still unaware that they are surrounded. Slug with an off-angle wrap-around flank just to make sure that both Goblin and Joker is stuck there. Divine Gaming pulling off some really, really wide flanks here.
They're taking a massive risk, the players of Divine, and it can backfire upon them. Seoul is prepared for this fight, but they aren't the only ones. I see in a few minutes we are going to see other teams join this fray. And look at the pressure the players of Seoul are under as we keep talking about it. On the line, a spot in EWC, and Seoul, they do not want to miss that opportunity. They evade the pressure, fall away, make a break to try and save these lives. But Omega, he's waiting for them. One nade needed to make contact, and Omega, will he succeed in finding an opening? He just needs to hold his own until his teammates show up. And well, Divine Gaming, along with that, need to win this fight as well. Oh, the nade damaged his own teammate, by the way.
Oh my goodness, Seoul is just making mince work here with Divine Gaming. Gave them an opportunity. Now Omega from the back, getting shot legit, almost getting dropped as well. But Joker finds the opener. Slug is down. Joker now in a lot of trouble trying to outplay the rest of Divine Gaming. Now it's going to be a 4v3 situation. So they were pinned by Divine, and now they want revenge. And the Molotov is going to connect. Omega will fall down towards the 2 versus 4. Soul just might be able to shut down Divine Gaming once more.
And Divine Gaming, this is not what they were hoping for. Now they are outnumbered. Ninja whips the shot. It could be big. Every single shot missed in this fight is going to be a nail in the coffin for the players of Divine. And now it's just Knight. Last man left alive. Divine Gaming crumbling like a house of cards. And the wind blows against them. Soul, they are losing players as well, but I don't think they care. 3 men left alive. Legit picked off by Slug. And Divine Gaming, I see by the skin of their teeth, they're still in this fight with 2 players alive.
Oh my goodness. Knight went to pick up Slug, and just like that, what a blunder for Divine Gaming. They were the ones that locked Soul through, and realizing sending 3 guys for an off-angle flank, and Knuckles spotting this out and immediately making the call to take the compound that Divine Gaming had was brilliant. Because the moment Divine Gaming tried to retake that, they were already lost. Soul was already in position. What a blunder again for Divine Gaming. And now, hopes and dreams for Divine Gaming lies on the shoulders of Knight. Can he pull the miracle? He's known to be a miracle worker, but it comes down to this situation. But on screen, Godlike now, outside the zone. They got 7 Gods pin, and they do have a few points themselves to extend the lead against Divine Gaming. Not the greatest endings, but outside the zone, Godlike Esports, they have to make quick work with what they can do. And with the circle shifting onto his Minas here, Genesis does have the high ground in advantage. This is a prime spot for Genesis to make lives miserable for everybody. Meanwhile, on the west side of the circle itself, Divine Gaming and Soul is going to go drive by side. And Divine Gaming laying low means that Soul will have a free entry into the zone. A crucial match for Soul to outrank OG on the line.
Also a crucial match for Divine Gaming to try and claim the trophy, or at least inch closer to it. That early loss, I see, it's such a brutal blow on the players of Divine Gaming. Here's a little bit of a recap. Slug falling in the back lines, and Omega, look at this. He ran back into that Molotov. And Knight with a brilliant slave tried his level best to bring Slug back. He succeeded in doing so as well, but in turn ends up losing 2 players. Ninja and Omega picked off Joker, by the way. Brilliant playmaking in that fight.
Yeah, brilliant indeed. They were able to salvage the situation as well. Because of Goblin getting stuck, Joker was forced to commit to that fight. And the rest of the pack was there. Because of this, Soul, they will lose 1 player, but fortunately for them, they were able to win that fight because of Knuckles' interception against the spots here for Divine Gaming. It seems like the circle is going to shift down southeast corner a little bit more here in between Impala and Minas. But Nebula now having a little bit run in. Adi already dropped Phoenix next to fall. Reckoning Esports is able to claim a few points of their own down the south side of the map. And hearing all this commotion here is going to be OG. And seems like OG, they are going to completely dodge the fight, hoping to get a chicken dinner or maybe play the end games here. But for now, Nebula Esports, the first team to be eliminated in this game.
Quite unfortunate for the boys of Nebula, but Reckoning Esports, up until yesterday, they were there in the top, and now they are again trying their level best to fight for the podium. On the other side of things, Revenant X-Pac under immense pressure. Lost a man, Sakuna knocked out. Trace is there, but Jelly, he's on a hunt. And it seems like with how the players of TAG are moving forward, they know exactly where Trace is. He's playing an off angle. He's going to try and catch them off guard, but finally running outside. It's going to be a big challenge. Trace on the other side of the wall. Sees Hydro, and there's the easy knock he was hoping for. He's looking for the finish as well. Spots out Harsh. Trace picks up 2. Third man in the line. It's going to be Jelly. Loses half his HP. Trace, can you make it? 3. Almost succeeding in finding that third knock, but should settle for the 2 points up in front. And Revenant X-Pac, what a brilliant fight they are putting up in the final few moments, but unfortunately, it is not enough.
It is going to be tough. Trace, last man standing here for Revenant X-Pac, but all this commotion has attracted attention here. Godstrain looking to try and chime in for the third party. TAG Jelly now forced to re-engage this. Jonathan going to be closing up the distance. They're down to his last 2 players. They have to hunt them down. Sukuna is still down in the gutter. Trace won't be able to try and pick him up. He hears all these footsteps. Needs to pull the big miracle play. Jonathan with the nades, finds Trace through the cracks and takes him out. Revenant X-Spark, second team to fall, but Team Apex Gaming, they will move up in the ladder, but it's barely a fraction in this game.
Oh, Divine, Slug and Knight, still right behind the players of Seoul. Slowly and steadily, they are going to try and inch their way closer.
Oh boy.
And I believe Legend would have been spotted out from there, from where Slug was, but again, I think footsteps were heard by the players of Seoul, and Divine are forced to fall back.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to take this fight as well. Divine Gaming, they need placement points. It's down to the last two players. And both Seoul and Divine Gaming needs to push in the zone. And the biggest target inside this zone is going to be Victorious Summers, who's got a very decent compound here to gatekeep teams on the north side. Resista Esports also going to be one of the gatekeepers. But from the south side as well, Godlike, they do have a nice little ditch or a pocket to work with inside the zone, but there's just so many teams. There's Reckoning Esports looking to chime in, Team Tamilas looking to try and third party as well. This is going to be a very, very crucial timing here for both Divine Gaming and Godlike. In particular for the trophy, but for OG and Seoul, same can be said for them. The second ticket is on the line between these two teams. And all four teams, guess what, are outside the zone.
This is going to be tough, man. There's no breaching point available. Either you run into the arms of Victorious Sumus Vasista, or you're going to run into the cluster towards the eastern edge. There's one spot available on the west, but it leads into a death trap on the roads of La Benedita. And towards the south, this is where the players of Godlike are lurking around the edge of the circle. They have space to move in, but they are being paranoid about it. With Reckoning Esports waiting on the east, Team Tamilas and 8-Bit waiting up north. What will Godlike do? But we have the answer as to what will Seoul do. Well, they are running and charging towards the players of Victorious Sumus. Knuckles spotted out and hits the floor as a waste. Does not miss a single bullet of that spray. Last two players left alive from the side of Seoul. And all they have to work with are going to be these ridges.
Such a tricky spot to work with here. Victorious Summers spots out Seoul. Seoul needs a big chicken here if they want to try and match OG. That's going to be the goal. And they have found themselves center circle in this situation. Down to his last two players. But for now, as much points that they can is going to be the most important factor for them. Next to move after Seoul is going to be Divine Gaming. They just made the move and they are running the crosshairs of Victorious Summers. And it seems like Divine Gaming, they're going to be forced to disembark out in the open here. The monster truck is done. Knight and Slug decides to run their own merry way here to try and find a hiding spot to kind of play for placements. And guess what? Victorious Summers, they did not take a single shot because they're distracted by Genesis. My, oh my, the timing on this push here from Divine Gaming, just impeccable. But Victorious Summers, they're still focusing on Genesis. Mafia with an off angle to try and push them out of position. Does Genesis push up? And it seems like they are going to do that.
Now Genesis, as you mentioned, inching closer and closer, but look at the radar. Divine Gaming in the backlines, as you mentioned, waiting for their moment to strike. Victorious Sumus under pressure. It goes out from Venom. Fails to make contact. Gravity still there, waiting for information, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and waiting for the right moment to call his teammates inside of cover. But another team joining the fray. Myth official rotating wide, looking to see if they can breach the circle from the northern side. Viper spots them out, and well, he finds the opening for his team, but Viper, he's surrounded, he's choked. It's down to a 2v2. Genesis against the players of Myth. Daddy has been knocked out. Myth, they are going to hope to recover with Genesis. Are they going to give them breathing room? I don't think so. And even Victorious Sumus, look at this. I see they're going wide. They're going after the players of Myth.
Oh my goodness, the timing. Victorious Summers, they are looking for those points. Always with the perfect nade, looking to lob one over. D-Trox first to fall. Harshill just picked up Daddy, but they're down low. The smokes are coming in. Now the second nade to confirm it. They find Harshill as well. Myth, they are getting dismantled. Daddy just patched himself up. Now the nades keep piling on, but no connection yet. Molotov's barely spreading by, and Daddy, a small little pocket to go in for the reset. It's not over yet. Even the sticky bombs has been used to try and isolate this. They can't seem to find him, but Victorious Summers, they've got Myth stuck in the deadlock.
And I don't think Myth is going to survive this one unless one great grenade finds multiple from the side of Victorious Sumus. Oh, I see. It's about to get worse. Look at the radar. You see that little bit of pink getting involved. Well, that's the side of God's reign. They're looking to get involved in that fight. Maybe a fourth party, but Godlike. Oh, no. Is this the fall? They make a mad dash into the arms of 8-Bit, and Sarang fights back. Godlike, they lose a man as well. Divine Gaming lose out on Slug, and they're down to their last player. Not really looking good for both Godlike and Divine, and while all this is happening, Victoria Sumis, I see they will have an opportunity to catch up.
Oh my goodness, S-Power down towards his last life as well. He's the last player for Godlike. He needs to outrank DG. Now forced to disembark, finds a small little pocket, but it doesn't matter. Joker spots him out first. Godlike gets eliminated. Divine Gaming still surviving. Knight, the last man standing. The hopes and dreams on this young lad for Divine Gaming to try and pull through and catch up. It will come down towards the last game, but as of yet, he's surrounded. Victor Summers with the hunt away, spots him out. Knight needs to find an opener. He needs to do everything he can. But right on the radar, we've got a third party from Genesis. Victor Summers checking door to door. Knight with the pre-fires, needs to find a connection. Scary Jaw finds him outside the window. Needs to find an opener, but even he will fall. Godlike and Divine Gaming bows out at the same time. Barely enough a point, and the gap still remains the same. Godlike still ahead. It will come down towards the last game to decide who will lift the trophy.
It was 6 points before this map of Miramar began, and now it's 7 points. The difference between Godlike and Divine Gaming. Well, it does not matter, man. Divinity win-win at the end of the day. Either it will be DG or it will be Godlike as well. Omega with an official trophy. I don't know when was the last time we saw him win an official, and Godlike, this will be their first official trophy ever. They are here almost on the verge of what seems like a million prayers being answered at the same time.
Yeah, but at the same time, S-Power is looking for his medal as well, considering that he lifted last year's BGIS trophy. And this time, it could be the second as well. It has been a phenomenal run here for S-Power. But let's see. It will come down towards the final game. It's going to be a do or die between those two teams. But let's talk about what's at stake here for the second ticket. OG and Soul still surviving in this game. A battle for the second ticket. OG trying to defend and stay up in top 5, while Soul trying to breach into top 10. Look at the points difference between Soul and Genesis. It's only 5 points difference. A very crucial match between OG and Soul on its way. OG now right on the edge of the zone. Finding a few picks. Reckoning Esports stuck at a stalemate. AKOP's got them completely dead to rights.
And they don't have any space to go. Reckoning Esports. I think Orangutan, considering how far they are from the podium, they might just sacrifice AKOP to try and see if they can find those few extra frags. And as we spoke about it a few moments ago, I think for OG, it's very important that they try their level best to finish inside of the top 5. Victoria Sumis spotted out. I think with Godlike and DG already eliminated from the match, especially the players of Divine Gaming are going to be praying that even Victoria Sumis bites the dust as soon as possible. Maybe God's Reign are going to be the ones making it happen.
Oh my goodness, OG. What a miracle for comeback. Now finds the opener. WizGod takes the knock on Sahil. Sahil goes down. That's going to be another point for OG. Then they make it to top 6 in the overall standings. My, oh my, Soul. They just might miss out on the chance here. It will come down towards one final game. A much needed big game for Soul and OG for the second ticket. But OG, they're actually doing the impossible. This is OG shenanigans at its finest. But it's not over yet. AKOP almost getting shot down. It seems like on the finish feed, we do see Sarang taking down AKOP. And they're slowly slipping bit by bit. But on screen, TAG making lives miserable for Reckoning Esports.
Wow, TAG is just there making life miserable for anyone and everyone they can get their eyes on. Reckoning Esports, although an update, eliminated from the game, not really an outing they were hoping for, but here they are. Victoria Sumis up against God's Reign, and they have an opening to work with. Aquinox! Oh, he cooks up that nade till the last second. Venom, there is absolutely no way he dodges that one away. He falls as well, and God's Reign, out of nowhere, have the upper hand. Justin! That's a new kind of ankle breaker we have witnessed.
Oh my goodness, God's Reign pushing up in the standings with Victorious Summers already down. Godsray looking for a potential podium finish themselves. A chicken dinner is what they need. But same can be said for OG, same can be said for Seoul, same can be said for the rest of the pack. It's still very volatile for the top 5 at least. But for the trophy, it's pretty much done and dusted. It's either going to be Godlike or Divine Gaming for the trophy itself. A do-or-die situation. It will come down towards the one final match here for the grand finals. What a turn of events here for BMPS 2026.
It is a story that I think only could be written in the heavens above. And I think whoever claims the win, whoever claims the trophy, there will or there might never be a win like this one. 8 teams remain, 23 players still alive, and this is just the penultimate game. What follows this will be the ultimate showdown, the ultimate competition of BGMI that you will get to witness. But before that, Godsray still looking to see if they can get themselves to the podium. A man from the side of TAG falls. Jelly into the arms of Soul he goes. And also gets sent back to the lobby. But Godsray, look at them making the pounce on the players of Soul. Joker is pinned in that shack. A Molotov goes out to try and flush him out, running out into the open. Justin picks him up. 12 points on the board for Godsray. And now they just need 2 more to cross on over to the podium.
Oh no, Joker. Him dying means Seoul may have just messed up their ticket chances, may have messed up their trip to Paris. It will come down towards the one final game, but for now, OG in the top 5. They need a chicken as well to pull the lead. But on screen, we do see 8-Bit going head-to-head against Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas needs to cross the road. Same can be said for 8-Bit, and they're still stuck out in the open. OG, hearing all these commotions, is going to take advantage to sneak in. But this circle is going to be brutal. Team Tamilas looking for a miracle run themselves. Vasista Esports crashing towards Godsray. Godsray very close to Victorious Summers for that podium finish themselves. A potential comeback, but this nade from Hector ruins the fight here for Neo. And Delta needs to provide the cover fire, but Godsray says, you know what, we can't help you anymore. They reposition for the zone. Equinox down low, they need to patch themselves up.
Yeah, they really need to recover, but Juicy shot in the face, and Team Tamilas, another point gets claimed. We're down to the top 4 of this match. 12 players still alive. Vasista Esports, Godsray, OG, and Team Tamilas. Well, they're going to bleed out soon, so there they go. Whoa. Last second, man, last second. Could not even see the pixel over there. But at least Team Tamilas, they do manage to bring Justy back into the action. But I see, as we see Godsray inside of the top 4, the podium is going to change hands. Victorious Summers, they are going to be moved down to the 4th.
Oh, this is tough. This is such an unfortunate run here, but Godsray, they need a chicken dinner. They want that podium finish. And I guess that's going to be the objective for them. But for OG, a chicken dinner right here means that they will be secure in the top 5 at least somewhat. It will come down towards the final game itself, but as of yet, Westgard getting taken down. Aro, he's going to try and get as many points as he can. Denying Seoul that second ticket is the objective here for OG. And we talked about OG shenanigans. It is happening here, Johnny. It is truly happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is happening. I think it has already happened. OG is going to be in the top 5. And based off of where the players of Seoul are, there was already like a 14-point difference between the two sides. Not 14, my apologies. 16-point difference between Seoul and OG. And considering it's just the last map remaining after this, it will be a very difficult recovery. Unless Seoul wins the chicken and OG goes out with 0 points, I don't think Seoul will be able to qualify for EWC as well.
It's going to be tough here. Like, Seoul needs to be top 10, and if OG is 6th position, Seoul is going.
Yes.
So OG needs to be in the top 5 in order for Seoul to be kicked out. It is going to be tough. It is going to be close. It will come down towards a final match here to decide which 2 teams.
I mean, think about this. Last match, OG wins the chicken dinner. Big one. They finish to the podium. Does not matter then what Seoul does. They will still not be able to move through. I think so. OG is already on the 5th, so the ship might have already set out for sail. Seoul just needs to grab the anchor and make sure that it doesn't move any further. But time is running out. Stage 8, clock hits 0. We are down to stage 9. This is the end game 4 teams, 10 players still alive. Team Tamilas, Vasista Esports, God's Reign, and then the last man from the side of OG. It's the king of the apes, Aru.
Oh my goodness, he's trying his best to survive as well with the nades coming in. Oh boy, Aru. He's gonna try and make lives miserable here for God's Reign. A little bit of nades here chip away. But the circle is gonna force into his Vasista Esports. Equinox gets dropped, Aim God gets shot at the back as well. Aru still somehow hangs on. And a counter nade from God's Reign will take him out. He is gonna go down here on fourth. But God's Reign completely pinned from this situation, and it is going to be Vasista Esports that snatches the chicken dinner here. What a confusing ending here, Johnny.
It certainly is going to be a confusing ending. But the one thing we're not going to be confused about, whether or not it is going to be OG, whether or not this is going to be Team Soul. One match left to Bmps 2026 Grand Finals, and it seems like the ticket to Paris, the golden letters, they're already starting to get encrypted. I see. What do you think is going to be the name on the ticket?
It is going to be tough here, but with one more game to go, and Divine Gaming on a tilt streak here in 5 back-to-back bad games coming from them. One more game to decide whether or not Divine Gaming is able to overthrow Godlike or not, because as of yet, that is going to be the two objectives as of now.
This is beyond all logic, beyond all reasoning as well, and the way I could put it, Johnny, is going to be Divine Interruption. 24 PGIs when Slug was in tears. Xbox snatched away the trophy, couple of points ahead. We all saw what happened in 25 as well when Showdown came around, and there was hope that maybe K9 is going to represent the country 2026 once again. And we're in similar shoes. Johnny, what's going on?
I have no idea what's going on, but why are you hell-bent on making me sad, Salty? I mean, I said this earlier. I'm tired of seeing my boys cry, and it seems like there are going to be tears shed on that stage once again tonight. It's just the last match to go. Divine Gaming, as you said, divine intervention will be needed, and I think it's just the gods that can seal the fate of these teams now, because all that they could have done is done. One last match, I think it's play for glory. The satisfaction of your heart. Do not play for the trophy. Do not play for Paris. Just play for yourself.
That is very true, to be honest. I think that is some deep words coming in from Johnny. MVP, of course, of the last game, it is going to be Equinox from God's Reign. Considerable amount of finishes, 5 and of course that 738 points of damage is not bad. And then of course you can see Justin, Trace, Neo and Aim God. I see one of the top players of the last game. It seems like they shined on the stage a little too late.
Yeah, I agree. For the trophy, it's pretty much done for here. But for God's Reign, it is still in the running here for the podium finish themselves here. The top 3 is still on the line, and God's Reign is still able to potentially go for it as well. But for this match as well, Vasista Esports was the one that claimed the chicken dinner in this round.
God's Reign,
better placements in the overall ranking? Absolutely. With this chicken dinner, it does give them an opportunity here to potentially push themselves in towards maybe the top 10 range for the KIE rankings here, for the future purpose as well. But again, some of these teams, their journey for the trophy is over, but it's not over yet for 4 teams in particular, which is for the ticket to Paris.
Because they've kind of started taking digs at that Divine Gaming as well. A little bit of coordination and affection shown between Espawa and Some and Edmino as well. But we do talk about the highlights, Johnny, and we saw this fight, Divine versus Team Soul, and certainly did not go in the favor of Divine Gaming.
Yeah, I think the idea was right, but the execution was extremely poor. They took that flank. It was a nice position to be in, but then again, I think the coordination between Omega and Slug, I think might have been a little bit off over there, because the intention was to just swing Joker at the same time, but timing was off. Joker swung out first, Slug fell into a 1v1 trap, and then that Molotov right behind Omega. Him running into it was the final nail in the coffin. Ninja was just under too much pressure in that 1v3 because Knight had gone to stave Slug, but that one fight might have just handed the ticket to Paris to the players on the other side of things, and it's just a big heartbreak. I mean, hopefully they can turn things around in the last game, but then again, if Divine wins, then the fans of Godlike are going to be upset.
Oh boy, it is going to be a close battle. Again, I get where you're coming from as well. It's still a little bit of a tough predicament. But we have to take a look towards the match ranking to see how the stakes are involved here and what it's become for some of the teams. But God's Reign, a dominating performance coming from them here. Not the chicken dinner, but still enough to push them in towards the top 3. But OG making a comeback at 11 points. Seoul getting 5 points. That means it is going to be a do-or-die situation here between OG and Seoul. If OG remains in top 5, top 4, Seoul is out of the race for the ticket. But if Seoul matches themselves into his top 10 in overall standings and OG in top 6 and below, then Seoul is taking the ticket. So it is going to be between these 4 teams fighting for the 2 tickets.
You know, I'm just going to simplify that and maybe say that Seoul needs to find themselves a big chicken man in the last game. Otherwise, it does not seem like they are heading anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the overall rankings post-match 17. Godlike is still going to be up top, 154 points. Mammoth total, but they're being closely chased by Divine Gaming. 7 points difference. It is still anybody's trophy, Johnny. Bmps 2026 Grand Finals coming down the wire.
As my goodness. And look at this as well. Godlike and Divine both have winner chicken dinners. And we're talking about tiebreakers as well. Position points, Godlike is slightly ahead. But if Godlike bows out in this next game and Divine Gaming has a big game as well, they're taking the trophy. But let's go it down towards Seoul and where OG is as well. Seoul is currently in 11. And if Seoul moves up the top 10, OG is currently at 6. That means Seoul gets the ticket.
I mean, both the teams pretty much need like 3 points to cross that bracket. OG needs like 3 to 4 points to cross on over to the 5th, and Seoul needs 3 to 4 points to cross on over to the 10th. But again, as you keep mentioning, 6th to 10th, and OG being 5th still favors the side of OG. They would still have 100 extra points. So I think if we have a look at the KIE ranking leaderboard, that is just going to clear everything up.
Let's have a look at the KIE rankings and post BMPS, of course. And like we've always said, this is not the current total global points. This is the projected global points from their current rankings. And according to this, OG is still going to be #1. They get 400 from BMPS if they do maintain the position that they have now, which leads their total to 2110. 2,110 points. The only team that can closely follow up has been Team Seoul, but the question is, you cannot be Seoul in this rank. You cannot be second in this ranking. You've only got to be first.
Exactly. You have to finish #1. And I think with that being said, the players are getting ready for the last match of the day. This was my final game, by the way. I'm going to be going off air now. You lads have to take it over for me. But just before I leave, I think I have to say, this has been an experience. It has been history in the making. And of course, no matter what goes down on that stage in the next few seconds, I'm pretty sure this is something that everyone's going to remember for ages.
It's been a long journey, Johnny. It's been a very, very long journey. 2 months on the line. We've just broadcasted together. As Isaac Johnny signs out for one final time, you're going to have some look at the shots of the crowd. Beauty shots, I see.
Yeah, it is truly a very, very important moment here. You can see the fans are extremely excited as well. Everyone is hoping to see their favorite team lift the trophy. It is going to be either Divine Gaming or Godlike at the end of the day. The pressure is on these two lads. It comes down to what's one final game. It is going to be a do or die situation. Who is going to be representing the country is going to be the objective.
And also alongside that, we've got Necro Man joining on the panel. Necro, such an important moment of history. 27 seconds before we kick off the final game of the Grand Finals. What are you feeling?
7 points is the difference right now between the first and the second spot and Divine Gaming. Today's day in general has been full of unexpected moments. Divine Gaming getting dethroned. Never have we ever even thought about this, but it's already happening.
Well, it truly is here. Ladies and gentlemen, here, the last game of the BMPS 2026 Grand Finals is on its way. The do-or-die situation, the decider on who lifts the trophy and who gets the ticket is on its way. Ladies and gentlemen, the last game of BMPS 2026 has officially begun. Take it away, boys.
It is going to be a flight of long distance. One final fight, one final battle, and one final standoff, Necro, as we head towards Miramar. The dusty deserts once again. I love this map because of the test of patience, because of the test of endurance as well. But Necro, what are you feeling right now? You were sharing some thoughts.
I mentioned this a while ago. Just 7 points separating the first and the second spot. And so far what we've been witnessing is nothing short of a miracle. Anything can happen in these grand finals. Anything can happen in this one grand game. The 18th match of the BMPS 2026 grand finals. And what a turn it's been. What a fairy tale run it's been for Godlike. They literally speedrun their way on the first spot of the overall standings from the day 2. It's been an absolute miracle. But right now, Godlike, they start things off from La Cabrera. 7 Gods as well, and Divine Gaming, they're right next to each other in the close proximity. Victoria Sumis as well is right around that same block as well. But Divine Gaming, I'm not a big fan of what's happening here. We're seeing a big separation, and that man from 7 Gods is in quite the close proximity of one of the players.
And amidst all of this chaos, look at where the circle lands as well. Now this is going to be huge. The moment that forges the future. Divine Gaming split up in between 2 teams right now. Victoria Summers, 7 Gods, both of them will be looking to find the heads of Divine Gaming, and it's not going to be easy. The circle is not going to be easy. The pressure is going to be too hard to handle. And Divine Gaming, just like you mentioned, I think are looking to regroup as quickly as they possibly can. They understand their heads are going to be on up for bounty.
Not just Divine Gaming, even Godlike. Their head as well is going to be filled with a lot of bounty. And whoever snatches that head away will make things way too difficult for Godlike and their fans. The crowd is cheering on for Godlike. With the circle popping on top of Nebula Esports and Reckoning Esports. And you know what? Since we've got so much free time to talk about things, let's talk about Nebula Esports. The way they started off the tournament, we thought Nebula Esports is going to be easily contending for that trophy. But now the way they're slipping things up, it's really concerning. Nebula Esports back-to-back tournaments where they were not able to perform that great. At least they've qualified to the grand finals. But there should be some sort of an improvement.
There absolutely should be. I mean, Nebula Esports, they said they wanted BMPs. They said they wanted to represent the country. They said that these boys are capable of really putting it out there. But now, finally, it seems like when the pressure was on top of their shoulders, after day 1 specifically, I think day 2 and day 3 is when Nebula Esports massively faltered. And honestly, it's not just Nebula. We saw even Reckoning falter, even Genesis as well couldn't really do much.
Genesis specifically have been a big surprise. The way they popped off, the way they really started things off. Genesis Esports, I genuinely thought, once again, we're going to be able to see a big glimmer of the BJAS 2026 that we witnessed at the start of the year. But now Genesis Esports isn't even close to their past self. Lacking way far back in the overall standings. But it's not just the race between the top, it's also the race towards the second slot of EWC. The fight between OG and Seoul continues.
Sister Esports this time really chasing down to Roman. Roman on the buggy is going to try and run away from the situation, but that is not going to be possible for Sister Esports. Really did try and shoot that tire, honestly, just flips the buggy completely. Roman losing control, couldn't really do much. Reckoning Esports just going to watch their IGL fall from the distance as Levi, MVP of last BMPS 2025. He was the man of the hour. He was the man that led Nonix to an undeniable performance. This time, couldn't really do much. Is going to watch on as the rest of the teams, they walk past the podium.
And right now, the podium is way too far away from Reckoning. Would have been a lot better if the day 2 was decent, day 3 start was good. But none of those things happened. Reckoning Esports losing the grip on the tournament. And the way Victor Sumis have been playing as well, it's not the same way VS played yesterday. The performance needed to be replicated if VS wanted a shot at glory. But VS, they faltered. They failed. We did not see the same copy-paste performance from them. And that's why now they're fighting for the 3rd spot against God's Reign.
It's such a weird situation to be in. Imagine being Victor Summers on day 2. it would almost feel like a dream come true moment for all of the lads as well, especially for Always. Somebody who's been grinding for such a long time. They were second last alongside Godlike as well. Nobody considered them worth a shot at the trophy, not even contenders. Forget about the trophy, but Torres Summers, what a climb it was, what a glorious run it was on day 2. And we all could see what Always brings on the table, but all of that, but it still falls a little short. Unfortunate stuff for VS for sure, but God's Reign, I definitely think it is going to be a shot at the podium for sure.
Without a doubt. But as we know, the first spot is still pretty far away. Not pretty, way too far away. The only possible way God's Reign can actually snatch that first spot away is by getting a 30 bomber. And that too, they need to cross their fingers and hope that the teams at the top slip up. They mess up. And the odds of that happening might just be next to none. Godlike Esports, their gameplay has been extra spicy. But now that spice needs to be notched up a little bit to try and keep that first spot pinned down. Divine Gaming has been messing up games after games, but now this game, it needs to be an absolute ace.
The same can be said for Team Tamilas as well. I mean, if they do manage to ace this game out, I guess even they can try and fight for the 3rd position. It is up for grabs, to be honest. I mean, 13 points away from God's Reign right now. Imagine God's Reign falling early and Team Tamilas go on to do wonders on this map of Miramar, which they usually do. Shouldn't really be a problem. On the flip side, though, Myth Official, they're still marking the southern edge of the play zone. Team Tamilas have had difficulties entering the circle, meanwhile taking a different route. On the flip side, Reckoning Esports on the back foot. Levi cooks up a nade. It looks nice, but it's not going to hit the target.
Reckoning Esports on top of the peak. Nade's tossed out against Nebula Esports. That's chipping away a lot of damage. Reckoning Esports, as of now, they cannot even make a single move. Since they know Nebula Esports, they've got the man advantage inside of the scenario. They have to let it go. Nebula Esports. Technically thinking about it, Nebula Esports as well, they're not in that good of a spot. They themselves are pinned. I'm loving this split from Reckoning.
But this split can also cause problems for them. I mean, Nebula Esports, if they do decide to converge upon one man, Levi is going to be under so much pressure. And to be honest, he has that DP28 as well, which ideally, in my opinion, is going to be a long-range weapon when you're prone down. Stability as well as a lot of damage, but can Levi
Oh
turn
my
it around?
god, what? Circle on top of Godlike. Unbelievable. Godlike once again, by the grace of the zone, they might just survive till the late game. They've got a prime spot as well that they're contending for. Admino's the only person separated from the pack, but it's not going to be a concern. Admino is going to be recalled pretty soon towards the remaining teammates. TAG as well, they're now moving a little bit closer to Godlike. Nebula Esports as well on the right side. Vasista Esports now rotating up north. And speaking of the other side, you've also got Divine Gaming up north.
And Divine Gaming aren't even involved in any of the fights. They are trying to play it extremely slow, which is understandable. They want to keep themselves alive, 4 men healthy for the final battle, because that is where everything, all the matches, all the hours, all the grind of Bmps, it comes down to the wires. Orangutan now finally takes shots as Reckoning Esports. Sahil escapes under the radar. AKOP now takes shots at Team Apex Gaming coming in from the south side, but none of those shots connect. Orangutan. It's not just a battle between Godlike and Divine Gaming now, Necro. It's also the battle between Orangutan and Soul for some reason, because whoever does better in this one gets the ticket to Paris.
Pretty much. And right now, OG, they've got a nice lead. It's not a crazy one, though. I mean, Soul can easily recover from the setback. All they need is one solid game, one decent performance. But OG, they have definitely gotten the consistency now in their board. And that's what was lacking throughout the entirety of the Grand Finals. OG's now feeling themselves. They're doing everything that needed to be done right. And as of now, Soul and Godlike next to each other. This could have been a crazy fight.
Our production knows how to tease the crowds. That bird's eye view, as soon as Soul and Godlike came close, people in the arena were like, are we getting to see an Classico once again before the closure of Bmps? This time though, on the flip side, Team Tamilas not really looking good. Justy gets knocked out as D-Trox comes around from the corner. Daddy survives with a sliver of HP, but Team Tamilas, they're still gonna be moving. They're still gonna be escaping, but escaping is not gonna do the job. You're fighting for a region, you're fighting for pride. Team Tamilas, they've been in the grand finals for a while, they've been in the circuit for a while, but they haven't been able to touch that silverware. Now at least a podium finish is in sight, Necro.
Indeed. Divine Gaming finally breaching its side of the circle. Specifically Divine Gaming. Now the fact that they are also breaching its side from the northern side, things are going to be a little bit easy for them. Finally, they found themselves a bit of that safety breach inside of the circle. Divine Gaming is going to try to place themselves at least around those off-centric parts, but the circle centers on Godlike once again. The zone favoring Godlike, Divine Gaming a little bit far away from the zone, but they can definitely occupy those free compounds that are still in the zone.
They certainly can. 7 Gods seems to be a little too far away. Godlike right at the center. Reckoning Esports, TAG coming down the south. Revenant X-Pac making entry as well. There are so many teams, but so little space. This circle, it forces teams to come close to each other because those western highways, it is completely uninhabited. You cannot go up top, you cannot climb that mountain, you cannot use all of that space. That means the teams, they're going to be cramped up.
Salty. The moment the first fight happens, everyone's going to collapse.
Yeah. It's going to be like a domino effect.
Exactly. We are going to be seeing third parties after third parties. Everyone is waiting for that first duel to come into fruition. And speaking of that duel, Revenant X-Pac is going to be the one to get things off. OG, they've already lost out on a crucial man, and within the blink of an eye, Revenant X-Pac, they've been eliminated from this game.
Disappointing for all of the fans out there. They did celebrate in style when Revenant X-Pac qualified from the semi-finals, of course, but in the grand finals, the performance, let's just say it was a forgettable evening for the boys in purple. But Orangutan, their job is still going to be set. 4 eliminations being found. They are in the top 5. OG might just be able to pull back the recovery of a lifeline. This is something unheard of. This is something unmatched. Orangutan, who were struggling, managed to flip the table once again, and now inside of the top 5, 8-bit on the flip side. Start taking this fight against Myth Official. D-Trox found out Harshal in the backlines. Shouldn't really be tough. As he cooks on this nade, steps out the smoke, D-Trox gets run over, and 8-bit. Now they are just turning into merciless demons, Necro.
Exactly. Looking for the cherry on top of the cake, and the last person as well gets sent back to hell. Myth Official eliminated from the game as well. The bottom 2 teams done for. At least we've got 2 slots confirmed. That's going to be 15th and the 16th. Genesis Esports as well got taken out pretty early inside of the game. So far, it's been quite a slow game of Miramar, but it makes a lot of sense as well. It's the calm before the storm. All hell's about to break loose, my friends. The moment a fight happens around the centric part, there's going to be third parties after third parties. But having a look at that replay once again, the fight between Revenant X-Pac and OG, they were able to find a few trades, but it doesn't even matter. OG, they were just better in this duel.
You know, pick up and deliver. That is exactly what Orangutan did over there. They're certainly sending in the vibes. The circle once again shifts in. Godlike is going to be in a great position. Reckoning Esports as well will have a chance to convert this, but Reckoning lack the numbers, and Godlike still have that entire force with them, honestly. Victorious Summers right on next door, to be honest. Haven't really taken any fights. Look at the amount of anticipation in the top 4 squads, Necro. None of them have broken open their fire. Godlike on 0 finishes, Divine Gaming on 0, God's Reign on 0, and Victorious Summers on 0 finishes as well.
It's all the pressure, man. Because they know this final game holds too much value. Everyone wants to survive till the late game, and everyone also knows there's going to be a lot of bounty on their head. The moment they see their name in the elimination feed, everyone's going to be just moving next to them, trying to eliminate them from the game. And that will be inevitable soon. Divine Gaming, they have been going for quite a safe approach, but this time they would need to break their sweat. They need to go for a fight against 7 Gods. That's the only possible way. Divine Gaming might just be comfortable. But the moment they take the fight against 7 Gods, there's also going to be a quick third party from Seoul.
I don't really believe Divine Gaming is going to go in for fights now. For Divine, the job should be simple. Try and keep themselves alive till the final circle. They want to take this game as deep as you possibly can towards the finish line. And for that, you need to survive. 7 points. They're trailing by 7 points. It's not going to be easy to overcome that. You cannot just get 7 eliminations and proceed forward. You certainly can. But in terms of practicality, I've never really seen that happen. Divine Gaming, of course, will be looking for those position points. And for that, I think the struggles are going to begin now. Circle betraying Divine Gaming yet again.
The way I look at it is that DG at least needs 15 points off of this game.
100%.
And maybe that's the only way Godlike is going to be stopped in tracks with their chase. But right now, it's not even a chase. DG's the one chasing down Godlike for that first spot. Seoul spotting out the players of 7 Gods and DG. They're just trying to be the cheeky ones. Blue's on the move, but Blue's not going to have mercy on anyone. Knight is the person in the back lines, and DG now just setting up the foundation for the fight. They know a big fight is about to spring to life.
It certainly is. Godlike, though, on the other side. Imagine the amount of pressure on their shoulders as well. I hope they can play their natural game, though. This is painstakingly close, man. This is going to be sweaty. I think that is going to be the best word that I could come up with in this situation. This is going to be a sweaty final circle. Nobody is moving. Everybody's just holding their ground, and you understand it. From the player's perspective, you definitely understand what is at stakes right now. This is lives on the line. This career is on the line, Necro.
Hands down. Careers, years of grind, hopes, dreams, everything is on the line. So many dreams, so many hopes. People looking at them, fans cheering for them. Whoever slips up is going to be regretting for the rest of their lives. And the circle once again moves on top of Godlike. Godlike literally does not even need to do anything. The circle is constantly popping on top of them.
They certainly don't need to move right now, but I don't know, Necro. I'm kind of uncomfortable with Godlike being the eye of the storm now. You're at the center. You're going to be the center of attraction as well. Shots coming at you. It's going to be a lot of offensive battles that Godlike will have to fight it through, and you can see the pressure coming in from the north. We have the map feed for us. There's Team Seoul trying to walk in. There's Divine Gaming trying to walk in. There's 7 Gods. There's Victor Summers. Do you really believe Godlike can fend off that much aggression?
Understand one thing, my friend. They just need to outlast Divine Gaming. That's it. The moment they survive more than Divine Gaming in this game itself, Godlike will already be the champions. And right now, looking at Divine Gaming's position, it's really bad. On the edges. Divine Gaming is also going to be forced by the blue itself, so they would need to shift out in the open soon. And the moment they're exposed, they're also going to be prone to a lot of threat.
Speaking of Divine Gaming right now, we talked about how important it is to survive. Divine Gaming themselves would want to survive because the Crofted India rankings aren't really that much in terms of global points. They're still towards the low 1200s, rather 1,200. Seoul Orangutan, they're going to be up top. 1,700 points plus is what they have already. And of course, with the Bmps included, they should be comfortable. But here it comes. Divine Gaming now finally looking to make moves. This Slug tries to find a dip for himself. Shots taken, a little bit of damage. But that's about it.
This was ought to happen. And that's why I'm saying they just need to outlast Divine Gaming. That's it. For Godlike, it seems like a game served on a silver spoon. But can they capitalize onto it? That's the question. Divine Gaming taking those shots against 7 Gods, and now 7 Gods, they seem really weak. The man's out in the open. Now he's got the tree as the cover. Divine Gaming, they're not going to be able to scoop up those elimination points just yet. Rex Boy still standing. He's got the cover off the tree with him. Seven Gods, they do want to go for the rescue operation on the opposite side. You've also got Nebula Esports in a lot of trouble. Nebula Esports taking a fight against God's Reign. If God's Reign get eliminated right here, right now, Victorious Summers, they will have a chance to snatch that third spot away.
The podium is going to be open once again. God's Reign trying to battle it down, but it's not going to be easy. They are gasping for space. They really want to breathe. This needs to come in once again. Delta PG can't really do much as Equinox falls as well. Almost about to give his life away, and that is the run of God's Reign inside of Bmps 2026 Grand Finals.
Even VS is really hurt. They're down 2 players. Soul as well is right there around the proximity too. And Soul right now, they're looking to take a fight against the players of Seven Gods, but Seven Gods, they're getting hammered from the back by Divine Gaming. Rexboy falls apart. Divine Gaming tapping away against Ninju. Slug is not able to find those connections. Seven Gods once again going for the reset. Ninju still behind that little buggy. Soul looking to apply more pressure on the players of Seven Gods because they know they're on the verge of cracking apart. But Victorious Sumas, they somehow are almost on the verge of getting that reset. Vasista Esports moving up in the close proximity. Soul losing out on men. It's not looking too good.
It certainly is not looking good as the nade comes in. You can see the finish feed as well as his power finds Knuckle. Elsewhere, it's going to be OG fighting as well for the ticket to Paris. As Kratos is going to be the last man left alive. Artanki is still going to be patching himself up as he has a few hopes left to. But Nebula, I don't really believe it's going to be lasting anymore as TAG
Oh my God!
come in and celebrate in style as Orangutan in their journey in the 6th spot.
Salt on top of the moons and TAG, they toss a nade on top of Nebula as well. And that's going to be the elimination of the boys in the purple. Nebula Esports eliminated from the game. Divine Gaming still standing, looking pretty strong next to Godlike. Omega is the person in the advanced spot, and Divine Gaming now looking to take those shots against Seven Gods as TAG and Vasista Esports. They've got something else going on. So many fights breaking out at the same time in Vasista Esports. Ronnie's been knocked out. Jonathan, he finds a knock on the Man of Reckoning Esports.
This is not going to be a convention center anymore. It's going to be an absolute cathedral. As the crowd finally can see it happening. They can sense it coming as well.
OG EWC
Victorious Summers
and Godlike
trying to
EWC.
take down Vasista Esports. Team Apex Gaming from the back lines. Vasista is trapped, but not so. It's going to be yet Mino as he finds yet one more. 2 finishes, 157 on board as Godlike seems to be walking away with it.
Yeah, exactly. Godlike just snatching away those scrappy elimination points, constantly adding up to the tally even more. Victorious Sumas from the sidelines taking those shots against Vasista Esports, but none of them connect. Too many teams getting eliminated in the middle of that. Even Soul was eliminated. The second slot for EWC is already decided. Insane stuff. Vasista Esports. Aimbot is knocked out, and what a nade that was. Aimbot, he's going to feel himself getting absolutely numbed out now. And Victorious Sumas, they decide to pull back from that situation.
As time keeps on ticking, Necro, it just seems like Godlike, they might just be doing the inevitable, the unthinkable right now. Victorious Summers still trying their best to snatch away the podium spot away from God's Reign. It is storylines after storylines. And all of these teams, they are just fighting for as this Divine Gaming.
Godlike number
them
champion.
alive. 6 teams left in the competition, 19 players left alive.
19
One final battle, one final scream, and this is going to be one final war cry itself.
And one final slot that's currently left over. Who is it going to be, Divine Gaming or Godlike? And Godlike is walking away with a lot of points now, 160 on the board. They've also managed to acquire 4 finish points a while ago. Victorious Sumas, their fight continues. Mafia getting knocked out. Is it possible to get the revival back upon the Mafia? Maybe the answer is going to be no. The Blues on the move. It's not going to have mercy on anyone. Victorious Sumas, they're adamant on the fact that they want to get the revival on the fallen player.
Oh my God, look at Ninja Boy though. He has got the crosshairs on the right set of team right now. Divine Gaming, this was your championship to lose. This was your trophy. You had it in the bag. 85 points in the first day. 50 plus in the next day itself. And now all of a sudden you are trailing by 11 points. What has gone wrong? What did go wrong for Divine Gaming? Godlike though on the other side. They feel confident. They're strong right now. They are outside the circle, but the same can be said for Divine Gaming as well. Just one team inside. It is going to be reckoning, Necro.
And even the circle moved away, as you mentioned.
6-7
Now
guys.
finally,
6
Godlike, they
7.
need to be on the move, and that's when Divine Gaming can apply even more
Godlike
pressure.
champions OG போயிட்டாங்க.
Divine Gaming, who is it going to be the first one to move? If Godlike moves outside of that compound, they will be eliminated. If Divine Gaming is on the move, Divine Gaming will be eliminated. Victoria Sumas as well now shifting their focus on Godlike.
RG 6 point hashtag to வர வாய்ப்பு இருக்கா?
Godlike has got no chance of making it out. Reckoning Esports as well is getting dismantled as Victoria Sumas, they advance towards the better spot. Now they control the best
Godlike
spot in the
first,
circle.
Divine
This is
second,
the climax that we expected from BMPS 2026 Grand Finals.
GDR.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 4 teams left to live. Divine Gaming,
fantastic
Godlike
gameplay.
fighting for the title. Victoria Summers trying to make it inside, trying to fight for the 3rd spot. And then, of course, you've got Team Apex Gaming. Divine, slowly and steadily, they want to move inside. The smoke path has been laid in. Godlike want to strike first. As Victoria Summers, they are bleeding. Scary Jord has been knocked out. Mafia has been knocked out as well in his power. He is falling. And now Divine Gaming from the backlines as well can do something magical, Necro.
Both the teams out in the open. Godlike is way too hurt. Manya is down to a sliver of HP.
Divine winner
Godlike
அடிச்சா
still
மட்டும் தான் bro
stands tall
champion.
with 3 players standing.
இல்ல
Divine
Godlike
Gaming
தான்
now
champion.
slowly and
அதுவுமே
steadily
வந்து
moving up from
Godlike
the edge.
top 3 குள்ள எல்லாம்
DG
இருந்த
hasn't
வாய்ப்பே
really
இல்ல.
got their sights set
அவனுக்கும்
on the
பாயிண்ட்
players
வரும்.
of Godlike yet. A 3-man squad from Godlike against the 4-man squad of Divine Gaming. TAG from the back now trying to apply more pressure from Victoria
நம்மளுக்கு
Sumas.
கிடைக்கல.
And Victoria Sumas, they might just crumble under this pressure. Jelly's in the close proximity of VS. And this proximity now it seems like it's being controlled by TAG, but they've got no idea that VS is right behind him.
They certainly have not. Soma, as he faces the nade, is still going
Tag
to
dinner
survive.
அடிச்சாலாம்
And not
வராதுன்னு
anymore as
நினைக்கிறேன்
Hydro finds the contact. Nade comes through from Mania. Divine Gaming in the backlines, gasping for space. His 2 minutes been knocked out. No wait, Godlike gets eliminated as Divine Gaming. Now everything comes down to Omega and Ninja Boy. TAG versus Divine Gaming for the championship.
Who is it gonna be? TAG, if they do end up winning the game, there's still a shot that maybe Godlike will retain that
Tag
spot.
very
But Divine
16
Gaming, they need
அடிச்சிருக்காங்க.
a few elimination points as well. If
Maybe
they do
dinner
end up
அடிச்சா
winning the
வரும்.
game, Divine Gaming will take away the championship. This is so close. Slug is taken down to barely any sort of HP. The man surviving on 1 HP. Apex Gaming taking those shots at DG. And DG, they survive. Now it's time to retaliate, but Jelly finds a crucial knock. One big man taken out from Divine Gaming, and now it seems like it's going to be a domino effect. Another man falls apart. Divine Gaming eliminated from the game. The champion has been decided. It is Godlike. All the efforts, all the hard work finally paid off. Godlike, they did it. They've done it.
They questioned Bijumai royalty. They questioned the fact that the throne is being left vacant by the king himself. They questioned the fact that the trophy cabinet was vacant, and Godlike Esports finally announced themselves in front of the nation as the king provides a final assist and the prince claims it all home. Godlike are your champions. Ladies and gentlemen, BMPS 2026 Grand Finals. What a moment.
They started at the bottom, and now they are at the top. They came carrying the weight of expectation, a burden that has been broken many before them. But greatness is not measured by pressure avoided. It is measured by pressure conquered. And tonight, Godlike are no longer chasing history. They are history. The crown is theirs. Take a bow. BMPS trophy belongs to Godlike Esports. What a phenomenal comeback. What a phenomenal journey. They finally will take the crown.
And finally, of course, the moment as well. Mania and Jonathan celebrating together. It feels like a full circle moment. Necro, Jonathan standing there, finishing down Divine Gaming. When it mattered the most, when it seemed like Divine might just walk away with the chicken, Jonathan steps up and performs once again as his power claims yet another trophy for himself. The first one ever in the history of BGMI for Godlike.
What a performance it was. Today's day does not even feel real. What we witnessed today is absolutely out of the
யாடல்
world.
சப்போர்ட்டர் எல்லாம் பாத்தீங்களா இல்லையா
Crazy comeback from
நம்ம
Godlike.
அக்கால ஒளி சார் அனுப்புறீங்க இது அனுப்புறீங்க இங்க பாருங்க அது பாரு ரெண்டு பேரும் அனுப்பி விட்டீங்கன்னா
The
நல்லா இருக்கும்
expectations finally delivered.
அனுப்ப
Godlike
மாட்டேங்கிறீங்க
standing tall on top of the peak and looking
எஸ்ப்பா
down.
யாரா
on all the
டாப் 6ஆ
peasants.
இன்னும் ஒன்னு முடிச்சிருந்தா
Godlike
பரவாயில்ல
had
மேல
finally
டாப் 5
done it.
வந்திருந்தானே
Years
சூப்பரா
of
இருந்திருக்கும்
wait. It's done.
இல்ல
The
bro,
hopes
7
and
bro.
dreams of many
Jonathan team
finally achieved.
சிக்ஸா
Same, the super sub is no longer
bro, dinner
a
இன்னைக்கு
super
ரெண்டு
sub.
dinner இல்ல
He
இந்த
is
மேட்ச்
now a
22
champion.
kill dinner.
You can see the happiness, the
22 killa.
celebrations across the arena
15
itself. Godlike Esports has
22
done it.
கில் டின்னரா
My, oh my, who would have thought that Godlike Esports will finally lift the trophy,
mummy adu.
breaking the curse. You can see Same just celebrating his family, an emotional
Same oda
moment.
amma.
Who would have thought that they have done it?
I know, right? Everyone from Godlike is there to witness history being made by these
பரவாயில்ல ப்ரோ காடல் போனானுங்க ப்ரோ டிவைன் எல்லாம் போயிருந்தாங்கன்னா
சூப்பரா பண்ணா bro மானியா நல்லா கூட்டு பண்ணா bro.
சூப்பரா அடிச்சுட்டேன் ப்ரோ அந்த லப்பில இவனுக்கு அடிப்பானுங்க இவங்க எல்லாம் போனானுங்கன்னா பிசுறு தட்டும் ப்ரோ இவனுக்கு பரவாயில்ல இவனுக்கு போன வரைக்கும் ரைட் இவனுக்கு அடிப்பானுங்க ஒரு அளவுக்கு மானத்தை காப்பாத்தும் இந்தியா
where
மானத்தை
Godlike Esports, they get a shot to lift the trophy, and they
ஆனா ராஜன் bro ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டே
already
சொன்னாரு
done it.
டிவைன் கேமிங்
It was such a topsy-turvy journey as well.
அவன் ஜோக்கர் ப்ரோ ஏன் ப்ரோ நீங்க வேற
From
பேசாம
Group A towards Group
அவன்
B.
என்ன செகண்ட் ஹாப் தேர்ட்
Getting
அவங்க
promoted as well. They hit rock bottom.
இவங்க
And now
Second.
they touch the skies.
GS அடிச்சிட்டு
It is
இருந்தாங்களே
yet
செகண்ட்ல
another
முடிச்சாங்களே
peak for
தேர்ட்
Godlike Esports.
செகண்ட் தான்
And it
செகண்ட்
doesn't really
bro
matter.
அவங்களோட நம்ம நல்லா
Let
விளையாண்டோம்
Bino
bro சத்தியமா
conquers his
சொல்றேன்
peak, his
சீரியஸா
power conquers his
நீங்க
peak.
என்ன வேணாலும்
And
நினைச்சு
now
Godlike
let's go
OG
on to the
போறாங்க
stage.
bro.
Signing out, ladies and gentlemen.
பரவாயில்ல சரி பரவாயில்ல காடல் நல்லா விளையாண்டாங்க ப்ரோ
Jaipur, can we hear it for Team Godlike? The champions of BMPS 2026. And इस समय I'm so sure admino आपके ज़हन में बहुत सारी चीजें होंगी कहने के लिए. Mic is all yours. This moment is all yours. It's Team Godlike's moment.
नमस्कार दिव्य सज्जनों आ गई फाइनली आ गई कितने साल के बाद
வரட்டா வாழ்த்துக்கள்
कब से शुरू हुआ है तब
இன்னும் 2 பாயிண்ட் முன்னாடி டாப் 5 குள்ள முடிச்சிருந்தா சந்தோஷமா இருந்திருக்கும் மக்காலொலி எனக்கு 6 ன்னு நினைச்சேன்
हमारे किंग के
இவங்க இனிமேட்டு இவங்க பேசுறத நம்ம என்னத்த பாத்துக்கிட்டு
சரி சரி நான் பாத்துட்டா
சரி வாங்க ப்ரோ வரேன் அப்புறம் வரேன்
ஓகே ப்ரோ என்ன புரியலையே இது என்ன ஹம்சாவா
क्या रे प्रॉमिस फुलफिल्ड लव यू चलो भाइयों आपको कुछ बोलना है
कुछ भी नहीं है यार वो बस मानने पे भरोसा था लोग सोचते थे कि बार बार मानने के पास क्यों आता है एंड हियर आई एम हियर वी आर विद अ ट्रॉफी
2023 में बीएमपीएस जीतने के बाद बोला था कि एक ही सपना इंटरनेशनल जाना है और अब हम जा रहे हैं.
भाई ये लैंड पे बस एक ही चीज़ थी कि घर वालों के सामने ट्रॉफी उठानी है और ये ट्रॉफी मेरे फैमिली के नाम.
மானியா எத்தனை கப்புடா பிஎம்பிஎஸ் இது செகண்ட் டிராஃபி மானியா எஸ்பவர்
थैंक यू क्योंकि मैं बहुत डाउन था फिर भी उनने मेरे पे ट्रस्ट करके मुझे गॉडलाइक में लिया था और ये ट्रॉफी तो भाई मेरे तरफ से अमर भाई और कॉन्टेंट भाई के नाम.
Congratulations Godlike. एक नए लाइनअप के साथ इस टीम का एक पुराना सपना सच किया है आपने. Congratulations and वापस
Tag hashtag
इस winning
फैया.
team के साथ and
हाँ,
वापस लौटेंगे presentation ceremony के साथ. So in the meantime, analysts and casters, please take it away.
What a moment, lads. Icy, I want to know your thoughts first. What are you thinking? Of course, Jonathan, being called over. it just feels
Match
surreal,
3
isn't
லாம்
it?
வர வாய்ப்பில்ல.
I'm officially gonna say it. No competition, baby. Godlike on top.
I think this was the moment why this line was.
my
I say it
God.
suits you, man. That is your stuff. But Necro, how are you feeling?
I'm just grateful, man. I'm just so grateful to be here because what we witnessed today, it's an absolute historic moment. And look at this, right? I mean, they got so close. Divine Gaming, they had the lead for the first 2 days. Emotions now finally flooding out of their faces. Tears as well there because Divine Gaming knew it could have been them instead of Godlike. Because of a few mess-ups, Slug, he tried his best, but in the end, his best was not even close to making sure that he could lift that trophy. Overall rankings now on the screen as Godlike, they literally have a 10 points lead over Divine Gaming to snatch that trophy away.
What a comeback from Godlike. They started day 1 on the last place. They were mocked by everyone. And day 2 and day 3, guess what? From the bottom, now on the top, Divine Gaming completely shut out. Another emotional run for Divine Gaming. Another step up for them. Another step back. And unfortunately, now may not be the time here for Divine Gaming.
Absolutely. And honestly speaking, like we always say, there's like two sides of the same coin. Godlike camp, they're going to be happy. Divine not
Oh
so
my
much
God.
because
OG.
they've lost in the KI rankings as well. They miss out on the flight to Paris yet again as Orangutan finds themselves a slot towards the World Cup. The two teams that represent our nation is going to be Godlike and Orangutan themselves.
Wow, what a moment. Orangutan, especially in that last game, it got so close, but they managed to do it. OG was actually trailing Seoul for such a long time, but this day, it was named on OG and they make it once again. They've got a second shot towards the international stages, and this time OG, they better make us proud.
I think they've made us proud, honestly. A comeback where Aru had mentioned the tournament is not going according to plans. This is not our best tournament as of yet. But they still somehow managed to find
Next
a
என்ன
miraculous
BMSD?
comeback. I see. Did we
September
see
ல
this
நடக்கும்.
coming? Team Soul
And yeah.
losing all momentum, being hailed as the best team in the country, to now
Things needs
tears
to
in
be
the
fixed
eyes
for
of Slug.
TT.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be tears in the eyes of Team Soul as well.
Yeah, I don't know what to
இது
say.
ராஜன் bro.
It is an emotional roller coaster here. And it's really sad to see Divine Gaming at the same spot again.
இன்னைக்கு நான் லைவ் ஃபுல்லாக நான் நிறைய எதுவுமே
Since
பேசலை
BMSD
ஆக்சுவலி.
last-
ஸோ ஃபுல்லாக வந்து நான் மேட்சை தான் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன் ஃபுல் ஃப்ளெஜ்டாக என்ன நடக்குது ஏது நடக்குது அப்படின்ட்டு. ஸோ தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். ஸ்டார்டிங்லேருந்து இண்டிக்கு வரைக்கும் எப்பயுமே சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற டிடி ஃபேன்ஸுக்கும், அதுக்கப்புறம் வேற என்ன, எப்பயுமே சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற டிடி ஃபேன்ஸுக்கும், அப்பப்போ சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற டிடி ஃபேன்ஸுக்கும், எப்போ டிடி சாகும்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஹேட்டர்ஸுக்கும், எல்லாருக்குமே வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் நாங்கள் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஒரு பிஎம்பிஎஸ் டோர்னமெண்ட்டில் குவாலிஃபை ஆகி, ஆனால் அந்த பிஎம்பிஎஸ் டோர்னமெண்ட்டில் ஃபினிஷ்ட் அட் ஹேஷ்டேக் செவன்த் பொசிஷனு. ஸோ நாட் என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் 7த்துக்கும் போடியமுக்கும் பெரிய வித்தியாசம் இல்லை. ஜஸ்ட்டு ஒன் குட் கேம் தான் மேட் அ பிக் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ். ஏன்னா லாஸ்ட் கேம் கொஞ்சம் மீ கூட ஹவ் டன் பெட்டர். இல்லைன்னா பிஃபோர் கேம் ஆக்சுவலி போன மேட்ச்சு நம்மளுடைய ஜோன் கையில் இருந்தது, கரெக்டாக ப்ராப்பராக ஆடி நம்ம வந்து என்ன சொல்கிறது, போன மேட்ச்சே ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ஒரு 10 பாயிண்ட்ஸ் ஈஸிலி கேபிட்டலைஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தோம் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு அடிஷ்னல் 10 பாயிண்ட்ஸு மீ வுட் ஹவ் பீன் இன் டாப் 5. ஸோ ஆக்சுவலி இப்போ கரண்ட் லாஸ்ட் ஃபியூ இதில் ஒன் ஆஃப் த பெஸ்ட்டு டிடி டீம் அப்படின்னா இதுதான் நான் சொல்லுவேன். எவ்ரி ஒன் பிளேட் எக்ஸப்ஷனலி வெல். ஸோ ஒரு வாட்டியும் வந்து உக்காந்து மிஸ்டர் ஐஜியில் கார்னர் பண்ணக்கூடியவர்களுக்கும் என்ன பண்ணாருன்ட்டு ஃபேன்ஸே வந்து ரிவர்ஸ் ஆகிறவங்களுக்கும் நான் ஒன்று தான் சொல்லிக்கிறேன். நான் லைக் அன்டில் ஐ ஃபைண்ட் அ பெட்டர் ஐஜிஎல், ஐ வில் நாட் லீவ் மிஸ்டர் ஏஜெல். ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ டாப் என்ன இந்த இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் என்ன லேர்ன் பண்ணது அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, செம்மையாக பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணாங்களாம் கேட்டிங்கன்னா இல்லை. ஆனால் இந்த ரோலர் கோஸ்டர் மாதிரியான ஒரு பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸு தேவைப்படுறப்ப வந்து அடித்து பிடிச்சி நம்ம வந்து பாயிண்ட்ஸ் எடுத்துருந்துருக்கோம். அண்டு டோட்டலி சர்ப்ரைசிங் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஏம்கார்டுனுடைய கேம் பிளே வாஸ் ஸ்டாப் நாட்ச்னு வைங்களேன். ஸோ வென் எவர் ரெக்வயர்ட் ஏம்கார்ட்லாம் பிரித்து விட்டான் நான் சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா. அண்ட் ஹோப்ஃபுல்லி மிராமரில் வந்து ஒன்று நாங்கள் ஒரு நல்ல ட்ராப் பார்ப்போம். இல்லைனா வந்து எப்படி எராங்கல்ல அவங்கள நாம் வந்து துரத்தி விட்டோமோ அதே மாதிரி கூடிய சீக்கிரம் மிராமர்லையும் துரத்தி விட பார்க்கணும். ஏன்னா நார்த் சைட் ஆஃப் loss is always an advantage. So either one we have to work. அவனுக்கு கூட நம்ம நாலு வாட்டி இறங்கி அடின்னு வச்சுக்கலாம், அவனுக்கு ஓடிடுவானுங்க. அவனெலாம் தாங்க மாட்டாங்க. நம்ம அப்படி தான் வந்து எராங்கல் அடிச்சு ஓட விட்டோம். ஸோ தட்ஸ் த திங். ஸோ வி வில் டெஃபினெட்லி டூ ஒர்க் ஆன் இட். எய்தர் ஒன். அதுதான் நம்ம வந்து நம்ம அவங்க இல்லாத எல்லா மிராமர்லையும் பாருங்கள் வி வுட் ஹவ் டன் குட். அவங்க இருக்கிற மிராமரில் நம்ம வந்து பெருசாக பண்ண முடியல. அது அவனுங்க ரொட்டேஷன் அதே இதில் பேட்டர்னில் வரானுங்க. ஸோ அதை உடைக்கணும். அதை உடைக்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய ஒரு இதுவாக இருக்கும். ஏன்னா நம்ம 6 மிராமர் நம்ம மிராமரில் ஸ்ட்ராங்கு. ஆனால் இந்த ஃபைனல்ஸில் 3 நாள் நடந்த 6 மிராமர் மேட்ச்சில் ஒன்று கூட நம்ம வந்து டின்னராக கன்வெர்ட் பண்ண முடியல. ஆனால் அந்த 6 மிராமரை நம்ம கரெக்டாக விளையாடிருந்தோன்னா வி ஆர் இன் டாப். தட் இஸ் த மெயின் திங் வி டின் டூ வெல். ஓப்பனாக சொல்லணும். கூடிய சீக்கிரம் வந்து லைக் வி வில் டூ பெட்டர் பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் இந்த அப்கமிங் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ். பட் யா லக்கும் நம்மளுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஃபேவர் ஆச்சுன்னு வைங்களேன், இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேன். மேபி லாஸ்ட் மேட்ச் கொஞ்சம் லக்கு நம்மளை அடிச்சிருக்கலாம், பரவாயில்ல, நாட் பேட்.
Jonathan from Team Apex Gaming. All through the series,
all fake IDs.
Through the rounds, this
நீ சொல்கிறேன் நீ சொல்கிறேன் நீங்கள் என்ன வேணால் போட்டுக்கோங்க. ஐ டோன்ட் ஈவன் மைண்ட். பட் சப்போர்ட்டர்ஸோடைய பவரை பார்க்குறியா சேட்டில்? நான் சொல்லவே மாட்டேன், ஆனால் நான் சொன்னேன்னா நிறுத்தாமல் அடிச்சுட்டு இருப்பாங்க சேட்டில். அவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்காங்க. சரி கைஸ், இன்றைக்கி என்ன கிழமை? சண்டே. நெக்ஸ்ட் வீக் சாட்டர்டே இல்லைனா சண்டே நைட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பாய்ஸோட நான் வந்து லைவ் வரேன். நெக்ஸ்ட்டு ஒரு 4-5 days நான் லைவ் வர மாட்டேன். ஏன்னா நாங்கள் வீடு ஷிஃப்ட் பண்ணுறோம். நெக்ஸ்ட்டு 4-5 days 6 days நான் லைவ் வர மாட்டேன். நான் நம்ம டிடி பாய்ஸோட அடுத்த லைவ் நான் எப்போ வரணும், சாட்டர்டே ஆர் சண்டே வரும் மோஸ்ட்லி. ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ அன்றைக்கி நைட்டு நம்ம பாய்ஸோட நம்ம பேசலாம், டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஓகே, பிஎம்எஸ்டி ஸ்லாட் இருக்கா? கண்டிப்பாக இருக்கும் ப்ரோ. இவன் எதுக்கு அழுதுட்டு இருக்கான்?
Scary George said, "Wait a second, I'm still here." So congratulations, Scary George, the best clutch award. And aapko
price amount எவ்வளோ? நம்ம ஐ திங்க் 17.5 lakhs. ஹேஷ்டாக் 7க்கு 17 நினைக்கிறேன்.
Congratulations, Scary George. Thank you so much, Mr. Shubham.
EWC வாட்ச் பார்ட்டி 100% இருக்கும்பா, எழுதி வச்சுக்கோங்க. eSports World Cup வாட்ச் பார்ட்டி 100%. ஓகே, ஐ ப்ராமிஸ். வாதியார் ஜூனியர் மாதிரி இருக்கு. ஏய், என்னுடைய ஆம்ஸை பார்க்குறீங்களா? ஆம்ஸை பார்க்குறீங்களா? ஷோல்டர் ஆம்ஸு பேக் லேட்லாம் எப்படி வச்சுருக்கேன் தெரியுமா? நான் தான் மறைச்சிட்டு இருக்கேன். பயங்கரமாக ஆக்கிட்டேன், செம்மையாக ஆக்கிட்டேன். ஃபேட்டெல்லாம் போயிடுச்சு, செம்மையாக தெரியுது பைசப்ஸ்லாம். நெக்ஸ்ட் என்ன டோர்னமெண்ட் எப்போ ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும்? நெக்ஸ்ட் வந்து பிஎம்எஸ்டி தான் ப்ரோ, செப்டம்பரில் வரும். இன்னும் ஒரு 1 or 2 months Big
being
back.
the MVP of the finals. This team kept us on the edge of our seats all 3 days.
இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல பிக் போடா. என்னத்த
With
போட?
31 finishes in the final, ladies and gentlemen. The MVP of the finals is Slug from Divine Gaming. And Slug will also be taking home that check worth 2 lakh rupees. Well played, Slug. Thank you so much, Mr. Siddhant. And for the next award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Balakrishna, Lead Marketing Esports, Crofton, India. And the award is for the best IGL of Bmps 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Vaadhi from Nebula Esports. Teammates भी मानेंगे, analysts भी मानेंगे, fans भी मानेंगे कि जब बहुत सारा chaos था, एक आवाज थी which was calm, composed and calculated. And that's why Vaadhi gets the title of the best IGL of BMPS 2026.
ஐயா ப்ளீஸ் மை வாய்ஸ் ப்ளே அண்ட் புட். அது அவங்க விருப்பம். நான் அப்பயுமே சொல்றது தான் இப்பயும் சொல்லுவேன். அவங்களுக்கு எது கம்ஃபர்ட்டபிளா இருக்கோ அவங்க அந்த இடத்துல இருந்து ஆடுவாங்க. ஓகேவா?
Thank you so much, Mr. Balakrishna, and congratulations, Vaadhi.
I don't know what happened to Soul. இவ்வளோ வஸ்டா நான் ஆடி பார்த்ததே கிடையாது. நமக்கு BMSDல இருக்கிறதுல எது டாப் ஸ்லாட்டோ அதுதான் தருவாங்கப்பா.
And the award is for the MVP of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen,
Don't get me wrong bro. Unofficial ரீப்பர் இதெல்லாம் போட்டு அதே 3 ஜஸ்ட் கன் ரீப்பரும் டீம் கண்ட்ரோல்ல வச்சுப்பாரு. I don't want to spoil the team bro. நான் தான் சொல்றேன்ல, நான் இந்த ஒரு ரிஸ்க் எடுக்கலாம். பட் I don't want to take that risk. I can't take it. 5 லட்சம் டாக்ஸ் எவ்வளவு போகுமா ஆரம்பிச்சிருவீங்கல்ல? 15 lakhsல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 31.2% டாக்ஸ் போகும்பா. ஓகேங்களா?
और उसके साथ-साथ आपको मिलेगी वो चमचमाती मेडल भी.
கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 4.25 லட்சம் போய்டும்.
चमक के साथ आपके हाथ में वो चमचमाती ट्रॉफी and that medal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Scary Jord, the MVP of the tournament. Congratulations, Scary Jord. Mr. Karan, I would request you to please be on stage for the next award as well. And this award is for the second runner-up. And ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up of BMPS 2026, Victorious Summers. Day 2 में comeback किया, surprise किया, and इस tournament की कहानी को बदला Victorious Summers ने. The second runner-up of the Pro Series 2026.
ஏம்க்கு எனி ரிவார்டு வருமா? எமர்ஜென்சி பிளேயர். ஐயோ அவன் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்லையா இருக்கான், எமர்ஜென்சி பிளேயர்ன்றீங்க. அது எமர்ஜிங் பிளேயர் தான். அக்கா அக்கா யோ கொன்று எமர்ஜென்சி ஐசியூன்ட்.
उस परफॉर्मेंस के साथ साथ इस टाइटल के साथ साथ ये मेडल भी मिलता है. साथ में that check worth
ஏம்க்கு அக்கவுண்ட் நீடட் ப்ரோ. நான் நெக்ஸ்ட் லைவ் வரதுக்குள்ள அவனுக்கு அக்கவுண்ட் வாங்கி கொடுத்துறேன். ஓகேவா? ஐ வில் டூ இட். இஃப் ஐ சே ஐ அம் டூயிங் இட் ஐ வில் டூ இட். பிகாஸ் நான் வந்து ஃபைனல்ஸ் போனா அப்படின்னு இல்லை, இந்த ஆட்டம் சூப்பராக ஆடினான். சீரியஸ்லி நல்லா ஆடினான். ஏன் மொட்டை அடிக்காம தப்பிச்சிட்டான்.
And now for the next award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Meenu, Head of India Publishing Department, Crofton, India. And the award is for the runners-up.
உங்களுக்கு எவ்வளோ வாதி அதில்? லைக் கண்டிப்பாக எனக்கு பர்சன்டேஜ் இருக்குது, இல்லாமலாம் இல்லை. அதெல்லாம் வந்து லைவில் சொல்ல முடியாதுன்னு வைங்களேன். ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் டேக்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மேஜர் வந்து அதிக பர்சன்டேஜ் பிளேயர்ஸ் போகும்.
आप जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए
ஒரு சர்டன் பர்சன்டேஜ் யாருக்கு வரும். ஸோ அது வரதான் செய்யும், வராமல் தான் இருக்காங்க. அஃப்கோர்ஸ் நெக்ஸ்ட் லைவ்ல அதுக்கு என்ன எத்தனை நாள் ஆகுமோ அடுத்த வாரம் வந்துடுவேன்.
बहुत सारे लोगों ने इन्हीं का नाम प्रेडिक्ट किया था and they were consistent. They were amazing.
ஷார்ப்புக்கு சி எனக்கு நான் ஆர்குக்கு
They take home that title of being called the runners up of Bmps 2026.
நம்ம ஆளுங்க தான் எல்லாத்தையுமே தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு ஆசைப்படுவீங்க. எப்போ அக்கௌண்ட்டுக்கு வரும், என்னைக்கு போடுவாங்க, நீங்க யாருக்கு கொடுப்பீங்க, அவன் என்ன பண்ண போறான், இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க. எவனாவது யாராவது ஒரு நீங்கிட்ட போய் இதெல்லாம் என்னத்து கேட்குறீங்க, அசிங்கமா இல்லை? பரவாயில்ல, கேட்குறதுனால நான் சொல்கிறேன். லைக் தி திங் இஸ் என்ன சொல்லலாம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, நம்ம இதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு அஃபிஷியல் ஈவெண்ட் விளாண்டோம்ல, அதுவே எங்களுக்கு இன்னும் வரல. ஸோ அப்போ பார்த்துக்கோங்க இது எப்போ வரும் அப்படின்ட்டு. அப்படி வேணா சொல்லலாம். எல்லாம் இதெல்லாம் ஜென்ரல் நாலேஜா? இதில் என்னடா ஜென்ரல் நாலேஜ்? சப்போர்ட்டர்ஸ்க்கு ஏதாவது இருக்கா? நம்ம ஆளுங்களுக்கு எப்படி விட்டணும், எப்படி விட்டணும் அதான்.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Mr. Meenu.
ஐஜிஎல் டாக்டர், எய்ம் எமர்ஜென்சி பிளேயர், ரீப்பர் ஆம்புலன்ஸ் டிரைவர், ஜஸ்டி அசிஸ்டன்ட் ரைட்டர், மேண்டி கம்பவுண்டர். யார் யார்? நான் இதை ஆஃப் பண்ணி ரொம்ப நேரம் ஆகுது, 1 ஹவருக்கு மேலே ஆகுது. ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, எனக்கு என்னன்னா ஒரு 10 லாஸ் ஆனிச்சா. யோ போடியம் சி, நான் அதான் சொல்கிறேன்ல, இது இஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எவ்வளோ லைக் டாப்பு முடிச்சா காசு ஒரு பக்கம் இருக்கட்டும், இல்லைன்னுலாம் சொல்லலை. ஆனால் போடியம் அப்படின்றது ஒரு பிக் திங் என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும். தட்ஸ் தி திங்.
Let's hear it for Team Godlike. एक अधूरा सपना आज फाइनली सच हो रहा है. जयपुर, you are amazing and we all are lucky to witness this happening right in front of our eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say hello to the champions. They will be taking home that check worth 1 crore rupees.
வியூவர்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு 1000 ரூபாய் தாங்களா? இவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்காங்க. ஆமாம், வின் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களே. ஆமாம், ஜெர்சி சேல் போடுங்க, வாங்கணும். என்னடா நீங்கள்? ஸோ கைஸ், நான் வீக்லி ஒரு நாள் தான் லைவ் வருவேன் வித் ஆல் தி அப்டேட்ஸு எல்லாமே. ஓகேங்களா? ஒரு நாளில் 2 நாள் தான் வர முடியும் நான் நியூசிலாண்டில் இருக்க வரைக்கும். ஆகஸ்ட் 4 இன்னும் இங்கேருந்து ஒரு 1.5 மாதம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஆகஸ்ட் 4 இந்தியா கிளம்புறேன். ஆகஸ்ட் 5 வந்துடுவேன். அது வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 1 or 2 days அதுக்கப்புறம் ரெகுலராக லைவ் வருவேன். நாங்கள் இந்தியா வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் ரெகுலராக கண்டிப்பாக லைவ் வருவேன்.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, these are the boys who will be representing India at the global stage. The champions of BMPS 2026. But before we lift that trophy, and यहाँ पर कोई कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो बता दीजिए, किसी को बुलाना चाहते हैं तो बुला लीजिए.
Thank you bhai, can you come? Thank you bhai. चलो आ जाओ. है ना I think
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Godlike, the new champions of Bmps 2026.
Well played.
कुछ टीम्स दिल जीतते हैं, कुछ टीम्स ट्रॉफी जीतते हैं, लेकिन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन आज गॉडलाइक ने दोनों जीता है एंड बता दिया है दुनिया को कि वो हैं द बेस्ट टीम ऑफ 2026.
Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever.
செம்மையா பண்ணிருக்காங்கல்ல ப்ரொடக்ஷன்.
Answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, इसी के साथ खत्म होता है इस साल का BMPS. मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीस. These are your new winners, ladies and gentlemen. जयपुर, एक बार फिर शोर कर दो, हेलो बोल दो अपने नए चैंपियंस को. और इसी के साथ हम विदा लेते हैं, लेकिन बहुत जल्द आपसे मिलेंगे. In the meantime, keep grinding, keep playing, and keep loving your favorite game, BGMI. We will see you very soon.
கைஸ் மாசா ஒரு போஸ்ட் போட போறேன். Okay guys, thank you. டிடிக்கு நத்தம் கொடுக்கலையே, அக்கௌண்ட்டில் வரோம் பார்க்க. பிஎம்பிசியில் நம்ம இருக்கோமா சொல்லுங்கள் ப்ரோ. நான் மறுபடியும் சொல்கிறேன் கேட்டுக்கோங்க. அடுத்து வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பிஎம்ஐசி கிடையாது, பிஎம்எஸ்டின்னு ஒன்று வரும். ஓகே, அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இது வரும். ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் ஒன்று நடக்கும். என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்க கைஸ். பாய் பாய், டேக் கேர். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் எல்லாருக்குமே. குட் நைட் டியரா. குட் நைட் ஐயா. அட்லீஸ்ட் வி ஆர் ப்ளேயிங் எவ்ரி ஃபைனல் திஸ் இயர். ப்ரோ நான் ஒன்றே ஒன்று சொல்லலாம். போன பிஜேஎஸ்க்கு வி ஹவ் இம்ப்ரூவ்ட் அலாட். அதுதான் நான் சொல்லுவேன். அந்த இதுக்கு இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டு வி ஹவ் ரியலி இம்ப்ரூவ்ட் அலாட். ஸோ பட்டு அது போதுமா அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா கிடையாது. இன்னும் வரக்கூடிய ஈவெண்ட்ஸில் இன்னும் நல்லா பண்ணுறதுக்கான சின்ன சின்ன முயற்சிகளை கொண்டு வரணும். ஸோ அதாவது பேக் டு த ஸ்கொயர் ஒன் மாதிரி இருக்கக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா எதிர்பார்த்தானுங்க இவனுங்க போயிட்டு என்ன பண்ணுவானுங்க, கண்டிப்பாக வந்து பாட்டமில் தான் முடிப்பானுங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. பட் வி வேர் ஜஸ்ட் ஃபியூ வெரி வெரி லிட்டில் ஷார்ட் ஆஃப் டாப் 3 போடியம். ஓகேவா? ஸோ அந்தளவுக்கு வந்து நம்ம இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகிருக்கோம் அப்படின்றனால ஐம் சூப்பர் ப்ரௌட். I'm really proud of that because you have to be positive, you have to keep on working, we have to keep on preparing our team. So that preparation is very very important. ஸோ இன்னும் அதிகமாக ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணணும், இன்னும் அதிகமாக வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணி நம்ம வந்து வரக்கூடிய ஈவெண்ட்ஸில் இன்னும் பெட்டராக பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுறதுக்கான வழியை தான் பார்க்கணும், வேறு எதுவும் கிடையாது. ஸோ அடுத்தடுத்து நிறைய ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது, பார்ப்போம். உண்மைக்கா ஃபேட் லாஸ் ஃபிட்னஸ் லாஸ் நண்பா. ஃபிட்னஸ் தான் ப்ரோ, ஃபிட்னஸ் தான் மெயின். ஃபேட் லாஸ் பண்ணேன், எல்லாமே தானே நடந்தது. வி ரியலி பிளேட் குட், அவ்வளோதான் நான் சொல்லுவேன். ஸோ என் இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் யாராவது ஃபாலோ பண்ணாமல் இருக்கீங்கன்னா ஃபாலோ பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஓகே, மாதம் ஒரு போஸ்ட் போட்டிருக்கேன், எல்லோரும் போஸ்ட்டை பார்த்துருங்க, என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்கள். கடவுள் அப்டேட் என்னடா கடவுள் அப்டேட்டு? Manti is part of Team Tamilas. He will be part of Team Tamilas. So as I said before, இதுதான் நான் அப்போலேருந்து சொல்கிறேன், இப்போயே சொல்கிறேன். வென் தெர் இஸ் அன் கண்டிப்பாக ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கொடுப்பேன், கொடுக்காமலாம் இருக்க மாட்டேன். பட் தேர் ஷுட் பி சம் ஈவெண்ட், ரைட்? ஸோ ஏதாவது ஒரு தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் வர்றப்போ கண்டிப்பாக த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி வில் பி கிவன். ஸோ எனக்கு வந்து என்னென்னா, நான் இப்போ அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கொடுக்கறதுனால இப்போ இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு சிங்க் உடஞ்சிடக்கூடாது அப்படின்றது தான் பார்க்குறேன். அதனால தான் நான் இந்த என்டையர் பிஎம்பிஎஸில் நான் வந்து மேண்டி நான் வந்து லைக் முக்கியமாக நான் ஆட வைக்கல. ரீசன் அதான். ஐ ரியலி டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு ஸ்பாயில் த டீம்ஸ் ரிதம். உங்களுக்கு அது தெரியாது, ஒரு பிளேயரை நம்ம கொண்டு வந்து ஒரு பிளேயரை நம்ம உட்கார வைக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா அந்த உட்கார வச்ச பிளேயருக்கு என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்றதெல்லாம் சைக்கலாஜிக்கலாக நிறைய விஷயம் இருக்குது. ஸோ யூ நீட் டு நோ ஹவு இட் ஒர்க்ஸ் ரியலி. ஆமாம், லைக் அவன் எதுக்கு போகணும் அப்படின்றத தெரியாமல் வீடியோ போட்டுக்கிட்டு
வாங்க உங்களை எல்லாரையும் காட்டுறேன், ஃபுல்லா கண்டென்ட் எடுக்கிறோம். ஹாய் ஹாய், எஸ் அண்ணா கேக்குது.
ஸோ ஷார்ப் லைவ் போட்டிருக்கேன், அப்படியே போயிட்டு என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்கள். நீங்கள் பாருங்கள், நான் வந்து அப்படியே கிளம்புறேன். எனக்கு 3 மணி ஆயிடுச்சுடா, நான் தூங்கணும். எல்லாமே நல்லா விளாண்டாங்க. தேங்க்யூ, பாய். ஒரு பாய் சொல்லு, 0 பாய் ரீப்பர், அப்ரார், பிபிடி, ஷான், நாண்டி, கிஷோர் எல்லாருக்குமே பாய் கைஸ். தேங்க்யூ. பாய் கைஸ், நன்றி, வணக்கம், குட் நைட்.